BookEmpathy.com presents Tormentor by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Dr. Alan Cutler pushed through the hospital's rear doors, the humid New Jersey night air a thick, warm relief after the stale, overcooled corridors. It smelled of damp asphalt and the distant, sweet rot of cut grass from the hospital grounds, undercut by the faint, ever-present tang of antiseptic that had seeped into his clothes. His body ached with a fatigue that went deeper than bone, settling into the marrow. The week had been a procession of quiet tragedies, each one a fresh weight strapped to his shoulders, and he carried them now in the slump of his posture, in the slow, deliberate way he moved. There was the 40-year-old, a contractor with calloused hands and a bewildered expression, sitting with his wife as Alan delivered the inoperable pancreatic cancer diagnosis. The man had just kept nodding, saying, "Okay, okay," while his wife's face dissolved, her silent tears the loudest sound in the room. Then the child, a bright-eyed boy of 6 who loved dinosaurs, whose confirmed spinal muscular atrophy meant a future of progressive weakness, of watching other kids run while he could not. Alan had prescribed the new gene therapy, a fragile hope, and seen the desperate gratitude in the parents' eyes, a gratitude that felt like a condemnation of all the things medicine still couldn't do. And this afternoon, the subtle but unmistakable cognitive test results for a vibrant woman who just celebrated her 60th birthday with a hiking trip. The first clear signs of Alzheimer's. She'd known, of course. In her eyes, he saw the dread of the map being erased before the journey was done. She defolded the test results neatly, placed them in her purse, and said, "Well, that's that then," with a finality that had echoed in his office long after she'd left. 23 years in medicine, and the required detachment still felt like a suit he put on every morning, one that never quite fit across the shoulders, that pinched under the arms. He delivered prognoses with a calm, measured voice while a part of him, the part that was just a man named Alan, screamed in silent protest. This week the screaming was louder, a constant, weary static in the back of his skull. He rubbed at his eyes with thumb and forefinger, the pressure creating blooming patterns of color behind his lids. His thoughts stuck on Olivia, admitted days ago for severe spinal curvature she'd ignored for years out of plain stubbornness. She was 78, sharp-tongued and kind-hearted, and she made him think of his own mother in her final years. The same defiant spark, the same reluctant acceptance of help. He'd checked on her twice today, not for any clinical reason, just to see if she needed her water pitcher refilled or her pillows adjusted. It was a breach of professional distance he couldn't help, a small rebellion against the suit of detachment. The second time she'd patted his hand, her skin papery and cool, and said, "You look more tired than I feel, doctor." "Go home," he'd smiled, a tired stretching of the lips, and said he would. He'd meant it. The staff lot was a vast, dark pool of shadow punctuated by 3 lonely vehicles under the harsh orange glow of sodium vapor lights that buzzed faintly overhead like trapped insects. The air was still and heavy, carrying the distant, rhythmic sigh of highway traffic, a sound like a constant, low-grade fever. His sedan, a sensible gray 4-door, chirped its acknowledgement as he pressed the fob. The sound was absurdly cheerful in the quiet, a tiny electronic bird call in the emptiness. As he walked toward it, his leather shoe scuffed against something that skittered across the asphalt with a plastic scrape. He looked down, his steps slowing. A broken placard lay on the ground, snapped in 2 across the word law. "Defy Nature's Law" was scrawled in uneven, dripping black paint on the white wood. More litter was scattered around, crumpled leaflets, a torn banner with a stylized, angry fist the leftover rage of the moral guardian's protest from that afternoon. He remembered the noise from his office window. A dozen people with signs, their chants a muffled drumbeat of anger rising through the double-paned glass. Let God decide. No mercy killing. He'd watched them for a moment, the rigid set of their bodies, the mouths opening and closing in unison, before turning back to his screen, to the latest MRI results that showed a tumor winning its war. He sighed, a sound of pure, bottomless weariness that came from his stomach and emptied his lungs. Another group of zealots blaming medicine for playing God, this time fixated on end-of-life care laws they didn't understand. They saw a moral abomination. He saw a terrified family and a suffering patient, and the complex, heartbreaking calculus of mercy. The intellectual poverty of the slogan depressed him almost as much as the day's diagnoses. He bent, the muscles in his lower back protesting with a sharp twinge, gathered the splintered wood and damp paper. The paper left a smudge of black ink on his fingertips, and dumped it all in a nearby steel bin. The clatter echoed in the empty lot, too loud. A doctor. The voice came from the deep gloom between two parked hospital transport vans, white with red decals that were gray in the poor light. It was flat, devoid of inflection, and it stopped Alan cold, one foot still poised above the asphalt. He straightened slowly, a hand going to the small of his back, peering into the darkness between the vehicles. A man stepped into the dim orange glow of the security light, as if materializing from the shadows themselves. He didn't walk so much as unfold himself from the darkness. He was perhaps in his 40s, but a hard-lived life made it difficult to tell. His dark hair was unkempt, greasy, pushed back from a high forehead in a way that looked deliberate, not careless. A patchy beard, more shadow than substance, covered the lower half of his face, failing to conceal the tight line of his mouth. But it was the eyes that held Alan, a flat, unsettling intensity, like chips of obsidian. They didn't blink. They were fixed on Alan with a predator's patient focus. The man wore a faded gray hoodie over a dark t-shirt, and his jeans were stained with what looked like oil or dirt. His hands hung at his sides, the fingers long and strangely still, not swinging with his step. They were clean, Alan noted. The nails were short, clipped. "Do I know you?" Alan asked, his voice firmer than he felt. It was his doctor voice, the one that commanded quiet in a noisy room. His hand tightened on his key fob, the plastic edges digging into his palm. He could feel the individual buttons under his thumb. "You work here," the man stated. It wasn't a question. His tone was accusatory, as if Alan's employment was a personal affront. He took another step, his sneakers making no sound on the asphalt. The orange light carved hollows under his cheekbones. "I do. This area is for staff. You need to leave." Alan kept his posture straight, shoulders back, authoritative, the way he did when dealing with a belligerent family member. He took a half step toward his car, a clear signal of dismissal, turning his body slightly away. "It's not right." The man took a matching half step forward, closing the distance to about 15 feet. His voice remained low, but it gained a raspy, fervent edge, like someone who talked to himself often. "What you people do? You know it's not. You twist the natural order. You make yourselves judges." Alan felt a spike of irritation, hot and sudden in his gut, but it was quickly smothered by the overwhelming tiredness that lay over everything like a wet blanket. He didn't have the energy for this. Not tonight. His patience, already worn to a nub, snapped. "I'm not having this debate. I've had a long day. To go home." There's nothing for you here. He made his voice final, turning more fully toward his car. The stranger didn't move. His gaze traveled over Alan's white coat, his ID badge clipped to the pocket, his face. The scrutiny was physical, like being poked with a cold instrument. Alan could almost feel it on his skin. You give up on them, the man whispered, the words carrying clearly in the still air. You see the fight is hard, and you give them the easy way out. The pill. The needle. That's not healing. That's surrender. It's not surrender, Alan said, the words escaping before he could stop them. He was too tired for this, but the man's willful ignorance grated against his professional core. He turned back to face him, his own fatigue making him reckless. It's compassion. Something you clearly know nothing about. You stand out here with your signs and your slogans, and you have no idea what happens in those rooms. No idea of the pain, the dignity people are trying to hold on to. Now, for the last time, leave this property or I will call security. He held up his phone, not turning it on, just showing it as a tool, a threat. For a long, stretched moment, the stranger just stared. His expression didn't change, no anger, no offense, but something in the air did. The space between them seemed to thicken, to charge with a silent promise of violence that raised the fine hairs on Alan's arms and tightened the skin on the back of his neck. The man's right hand twitched, the fingers curling inwards slightly, then relaxing. Then, without another word, he simply melted back into the shadows between the vans. 1 second he was there, a stark, angular figure in the orange light, the next he was swallowed by the dark, his gray hoodie blending into the gloom. But Alan could still feel the weight of his gaze, a palpable pressure between his shoulder blades, as if the man's eyes were still on him, watching from the darkness. A straggler from the protest. Probably harmless, just unhinged, hopped up on self-righteous rhetoric and looking for a fight he could win with words. Alan let out a long, shaky breath he hadn't realized he was holding. His heart was beating a little too fast, a fluttery rhythm against his ribs. He'd call security from the road, report a trespasser. Let them sweep the lot. It was their job, not his. He turned, the gravel crunching loudly under his shoes in the sudden quiet. He opened his car door, the handle cool and familiar under his fingers. The interior light came on, a warm, familiar sanctuary. He slid into the driver's seat, the leather cool through his trousers, releasing the faint, comforting smell of the conditioner he used. The familiar smells of stale coffee from his travel mug in the cup holder, and the faint citrus of the cleaner he used on the dash greeted him. He placed his briefcase on the passenger seat, the weight of it thumping softly. He inserted the key, the metal cold, and turned it. The engine turned over with a soft, reliable rumble, the dashboard lights glowing a soft green. He sat for a second, hands on the wheel, listening to the idle. The air conditioning vent blew a stream of cool, dry air onto his face. He should go. Just drive. He put the car in reverse and began to back out, the headlights sweeping across the brick wall of the hospital. Then a sound cut through the low engine rumble, a sharp, definitive crack like thick plastic breaking. It came from outside, near the front of the car on the passenger side. He jammed his foot on the brake, the car jerking to a halt. He killed the engine. In the sudden, profound silence, his own breathing sounded loud in his ears. He strained to listen, his head cocked. The buzz of the lights. The distant highway. Then he heard it, the soft, deliberate scuff of a shoe on gravel. Not walking away. Moving slowly, carefully, with intent. The sound came from the direction of the shrubs, near the ambulance bay. What if it wasn't just me? The thought landed with cold, sobering clarity, cutting through the fog of his exhaustion. What if this lunatic was still lurking, waiting for a more vulnerable target? One of the younger nurses, maybe, walking to her car alone after a late shift. Jenny from oncology, who was barely 5 feet tall and always humming to herself. Or the new respiratory therapist, Raj, who always parked at the far end and wore headphones. The image formed in his mind, vivid and terrible. The man stepping from the shadows, blocking her path, repeating his mad sermon, his hands twitching. The outcome of that encounter was a dark, shapeless fear in Alan's gut. Alan's hand was on the door handle, his fingers curled around the plastic. It was not a conscious decision born of heroism, but a simpler, deeper impulse. The same one that made him check on Olivia twice a day, that made him sit for an extra 5 minutes with the contractor's wife after delivering the news. A moral reflex, worn smooth by 2 decades of responsibility for other people. He couldn't drive away knowing he might have left someone in danger. He'd just take a quick look, a circuit of the lot's perimeter. Make sure it was clear. Then he'd go and call security from his cell as he drove. He pushed the door open, the interior light blooming again, and stepped back out into the heavy night air. It felt cooler now, or maybe that was the sweat drying on his skin. "Hello," he called, his voice sounding thin and false as it echoed slightly off the hospital's brick wall. He moved cautiously away from the solid bulk of his car, toward the row of overgrown juniper shrubs that lined the lot's edge, separating it from the ambulance bay. The shrubs were a tangled black mass, smelling of dry resin and damp earth. "Is someone there?" "The lot is closed." He listened, holding his breath. Only the distant highway hum and the persistent, electric buzz of the lights. Using his forearm, he pushed a stiff, prickly branch aside, the needles scraping against his sleeve. He peered through the gap. The ambulance bay was brightly lit by fluorescent tubes, empty and quiet, the concrete floor stained with old tire marks and drips of unknown fluids. The big roll-up doors were closed, sealed tight. Beyond it, the dark outline of the conservation woods was a solid wall of black, impenetrable. Nothing moved. No shape, no silhouette. A profound unease settled over him, cold and slick, sliding down his spine. The man was gone, but the encounter had left a chemical trace of fear in the air, like ozone after a lightning strike. The fatigue returned, redoubled, making his limbs feel leaden, his thoughts slow and thick. This had been a mistake. A stupid, prideful mistake. He was a doctor, not a security guard. His job was inside, under the lights, with monitors and charts. Not out here in the dark with a fanatic. He turned back toward his car, the gravel crunching loudly under his hurried, retreating steps. He focused on the car's open door, the dome light a beacon. Almost there. The impact came from behind and slightly to the left, a brutal, two-handed shove planted squarely between his shoulder blades. There was no warning grunt, no intake of breath. Just sudden, immense force that launched him off his feet, breaking his stride completely. There was no time to tense, to cry out. The world tilted, the orange-lit sky swapping places with the black asphalt. He flew forward, arms pinwheeling uselessly, and crashed through the brittle juniper shrubs. Thorns tore at his clothes and skin, sharp lines of fire across his neck and the backs of his hands. The breath was driven from his lungs in a pained, explosive whoosh as he landed hard on his side on the damp, mulched earth behind the shrub line. The air left him in a rush, and for a terrifying second, his lungs refused to draw it back in. Disorientation was a blinding white noise in his head. Pine needles and the smell of wet soil filled his nostrils. He tried to inhale, to scream, but his diaphragm was paralyzed, locked in spasm. He writhed, a fish on a bank, his mouth working silently. Before his lungs could remember how to work, before he could even curl into a ball, a heavy boot, a scuffed brown work boot, he registered dimly, slammed into his ribs on his right side. It wasn't a kick of rage, it was a piston strike, precise and powerful. A sickening, wet crunch echoed inside him, a sound he felt more than heard, and agony, bright and total, exploded through his chest. He curled instinctively around the pain, his body folding, gasping shallow, ragged sips of air that did nothing. A shape, all in dark clothing, loomed over him, blotting out the orange sky. The face was a smudge in the poor light filtering through the shrubs, but something about the silhouette, the set of the shoulders, the shape of the head, the way he stood perfectly balanced, teased at Alan's memory. Not a stranger from a protest. A ghost from a forgotten file, a face seen in passing in a crowded hospital corridor months or years ago. The familiarity was a bolt of ice down his spine. Shock clamped down, freezing his nerves, locking his joints. This wasn't a mugging. This wasn't random anger. This was specific. This was for him. The thought was crystalline and horrifying. A hand, strong and cold, closed around his throat, not squeezing yet, just holding him in place against the ground, a clinical restraint. The other hand drove a blade up and into his stomach, just below the rib cage on the left side. The man leaned into it, putting his weight behind the thrust. The sensation was not of being cut, but of a hot, wet explosion blooming inside him. It was a feeling of profound internal violation, a terrible, intimate pressure giving way. He choked, a wet, gurgling sound deep in his throat, and tasted copper at the back of his mouth. His limbs were useless, disconnected things. His brain shrieked commands that dissolved into static before they reached his muscles. With a weak, agonized roll fueled purely by primal fear, he managed to come onto his side, facing away from his attacker. The movement pulled at the blade, he felt it shift inside him, and fresh nausea washed over him. Through a gap in the foliage, he saw the bright rectangle of the ambulance bay, a scene from another world, silent and bright. 2 paramedics in blue uniforms were climbing into their vehicle, one laughing at something, his head thrown back, the other shaking his head with a smile as he slid into the driver's seat. They were maybe 30 yards away. Utterly unaware. Life, normal and oblivious, continued just beyond the shrubs. "Help me." The thought was crystalline, desperate. He tried to shout. His mouth opened, his throat worked, but only a wet, bubbling rasp emerged, lost in the rustle of leaves and the pounding of blood in his ears. He tried to raise an arm, to wave, to signal. It lay heavy at his side, the fingers twitching against the mulch. He commanded his body to move, to make noise, to do anything, but the signals frayed and died between his brain and his muscles. The hot wetness was spreading across his abdomen, soaking his shirt and coat, warm and sticky against his skin. He could feel its relentless expansion. Powerful hands grabbed his shoulder and hip and rolled him roughly onto his back. The movement sent fresh torrents of pain through his torso, a white-hot sheet that made his vision swim with gray spots. The attacker leaned close, his face entering a shaft of faint light that penetrated the canopy of branches. Alan still couldn't place him, but he saw the calm, almost thoughtful focus in the man's eyes, the utter lack of rage or frenzy. This was procedure. Protocol. The man's breathing was even, measured. The man pulled a slender, coiled tube from his jacket pocket. It was pale, flexible plastic. A red urinary catheter, the kind used in post-op, still in its sterile packaging. The man held it up almost reverently, letting Alan see it, turning it slightly in the dim light. He then tore the packaging open with his teeth, a deliberate, savage gesture, and uncoiled the limp red tube. Recognition, cold and absolute, flooded Alan's dying mind. This wasn't random violence. This was a message. A statement. This was about the work. About the choices he made at bedsides. The catheter, a tool of care, repurposed. His mouth opened in a silent, desperate scream that had no sound, only the frantic shape of his lips forming a single, useless word. Why? He wanted an answer. He needed to understand the logic of this ending. The attacker's hands moved with practiced, efficient grace. There was no hesitation. Alan felt the cold, lubricated tip of the catheter against his nostril. He tried to jerk his head away, but the hand on his forehead was immovable. There was a pressure, an invasive, wrong sensation as the tube slid deep into his nasal passage, down his throat. It triggered a gag reflex that his body was too broken to complete, a horrible, helpless convulsion. Then the world narrowed to the burning, suffocating pressure in his lungs as the man began to blow. From the ambulance bay, a siren wailed to life, a rising shriek that cut through the night. It was the other ambulance, the one the paramedics had just entered, responding to a call somewhere else. The sound filled Alan's world, the rotating lights casting fleeting red and blue flashes through the branches above him. The sound and sight of help arriving too late, a deafening chorus that swallowed his final, fading spark of consciousness. His last coherent thought was not of fear, but of a profound, weary sadness for all the things left undone, for Olivia's empty water pitcher, for the contractor's bewildered eyes. Then the world dissolved into a dark, soundless, and final void. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. The drive through the dark Virginia countryside had felt endless, a black tunnel punctuated by the occasional lonely farmhouse light. Katie's rental car hummed on the asphalt, the GPS a cold blue eye on the dash. She'd rehearsed a dozen opening lines on the flight from Delaware, each one dissolving into uselessness. "I'm sorry" felt insufficient. "He's out" felt like a declaration of war. Her shoulder, where the unsub's blade had slipped past her vest, throbbed in time with the windshield wipers, a dull, grounding counterrhythm to the panic fluttering behind her ribs. The road was a slick black ribbon under a bruised sky, the moon a smudge behind fast-moving clouds. Every shadow in the ditches seemed to hold a deeper, watching darkness. She passed a boarded-up roadside stand, the word PACHES barely legible on the warped wood, and for a disorienting second she was a child again, her father driving, the world simple and safe. The memory evaporated, leaving only the ache in her shoulder and the tightness in her jaw. Now, standing in the unfamiliar warmth of Nina Shaw's living room, Katie Ford's reality seemed to warp. The transition from the damp chill of the night to this curated, silent space was disorienting. She let her small travel bag drop to the polished hardwood floor with a soft thud, the sound swallowed by the room. The air smelled of lemon wood polish, expensive silk, and underneath it all, the faint, peaty scent of scotch. It was a scent that spoke of solitude and late nights. The space was not what she'd imagined for the famously austere profiler. Abstract art in bold, aggressive slashes of crimson and slate gray dominated the walls, framed in brushed steel. It felt less like decoration and more like a statement of controlled chaos. The pieces framed a massive flat-screen television, dark and silent. Katie remembered Nina's frequent, venomous complaints about the idiocy of broadcast media, the way she'd mute political pundits with a jab of her remote as if silencing a gnat. 2 crystal tumblers, each holding a precise inch of amber liquid, sat on the smoked glass coffee table beside a heavy art book. The arrangement was too neat, too deliberate. A single floor lamp with a sculpted black shade cast a pool of warm light over the seating area, leaving the corners of the high-ceilinged room in deep shadow. The bookshelves were not just full, they were densely packed, volumes shoved in horizontally on top of vertical rows, a silent testament to a mind that consumed information faster than it could be neatly filed. "Expecting company?" Katie asked, her voice rough from fatigue and disuse. She didn't move from her spot just inside the doorway, her eyes cataloging the room. The floor-to-ceiling bookshelves crammed with academic texts and leather-bound volumes, the single orchid on a side table, its petals a stark white, the absence of any personal photographs. Her own reflection was a pale, blurred ghost in the dark television screen. Nina entered from the hall, tying the belt of a dark silk robe over what looked like tailored pajamas. Her auburn hair, usually a precise helmet cut, was pulled into a loose, messy knot at the nape of her neck, showing strands of silver at the temples and wisps escaping around her ears. The casual disarray was more unsettling than any professional severity. She didn't look at Katie immediately, her attention on securing the knot, her fingers moving with a practiced, almost fussy precision. She finally glanced up, her green eyes assessing, taking in Katie's posture, the travel-worn jacket, the bruise on her cheek. "No. It's a system." She walked to the coffee table, her bare feet silent on the thick, cream-colored rug. She picked up one glass, her fingers curling around the crystal, as if checking its temperature. 2 drinks, 1 session. The second glass is a placeholder. It stops me from pouring a third. She lifted the glass slightly. Visual accountability. Katie absorbed the ritual. The clinical nature of it, the self-imposed limit. It spoke of a struggle contained within strict parameters, a war waged on a battlefield no larger than a coffee table. "I thought UD stopped." The last time they'd spoken, months ago in a tense, clipped phone call, Nina had sworn off the stuff, citing clarity as a non-negotiable asset. Her voice had been brittle with anger then. Now it was flat, measured. Nina's mouth tightened almost imperceptibly at the corners. "Intentions and actions are different countries," she said, a faint, wry twist to her lips that didn't reach her eyes. She took a small sip, letting the liquid sit on her tongue for a moment before swallowing. "The border between them is mined." "Want one?" She gestured with the glass toward the untouched second tumbler. The offer, so casually given, loosened a knot of tension in Katie's chest she hadn't fully acknowledged. She let out a slow, controlled breath, feeling her shoulders drop a half-inch from where they'd been hunched near her ears. Her fingers, which had been curled into loose fists at her sides, relaxed, the nails leaving small, pale crescents in her palms. She de-braced for fury, for a door shut in her face, for the glacial silence that had existed between them since Baltimore. This calm reception was a mercy she hadn't dared hope for. Yet something about it was a little too smooth, a little too perfectly arranged. The 2 glasses waiting like props, the robe suggesting interrupted sleep, the composed expression that held none of the expected shock or rage. It felt staged. Katie was too tired, too emotionally raw, to examine the feeling fully. She filed it away in the part of her mind reserved for inconsistencies that needed later review, a mental folder labeled Nina, Behavior Anomalies. Better not. "I need my head clear." She finally stepped fully into the room, the hardwood cool and smooth beneath her boots. "Suit yourself." Nina took another slow sip, her eyes never leaving Katie's face. She settled into a deep leather armchair, tucking one foot beneath her, a surprisingly girlish gesture at odds with her severe demeanor. The leather sighed softly as she leaned back. Her gaze was level, expectant, but there was a watchfulness in it, a predator's patience. And so, dog, you're here. You didn't fly to Virginia for a social call. She gestured with her free hand toward the sofa. Sid, you're looming, and it's making the room feel unbalanced. Where to even begin? The silence between them for weeks had been a wall, each brick laid from words unsaid, trust broken. Katie finally moved, lowering herself onto the plush cream sofa. It was softer than it looked, swallowing her slightly, the down-filled cushions conforming to her shape. The fabric was cool and slick against the backs of her thighs. She placed her hands on her knees, palms down, forcing a posture of calm she didn't feel. "Why did you answer the door?" she finally asked. It was the question burning beneath all others. After everything, after Katie's betrayal of their partnership by secretly engaging with Tobias, why had Nina let her in? Why wasn't she screaming? Nina swirled the liquid in her glass, watching the legs trail down the crystal. The amber liquid caught the lamplight, throwing tiny, shifting reflections on the glass tabletop. "I've been thinking," she said, her voice measured, each word given equal weight. "You screwed up. Multiple times. You went behind my back. You engaged with a subject who is my life's work, my white whale, and you did it with the arrogance of a rookie who thinks she sees a shortcut." She took another sip, her throat working as she swallowed. "But nursing a grudge is a waste of energy. It's a luxury I can't afford. Not anymore. I'm done with that." She set the glass down with a soft, definitive click. The sound was loud in the quiet room. The statement was so uncharacteristically reasonable it felt surreal, like a script read from a teleprompter. Katie pressed her fingers against the tender, purple-yellow mark on her cheekbone, the pressure a sharp, clarifying pain. "This is real. You are here. She is saying this." "What made you decide that?" Katie pressed, needing to understand the mechanism to see the gears turn. "Time doesn't just erase that. What's the new data?" Nina's eyes flickered, a shudder coming down for a fraction of a second. "Time provides perspective," she corrected, her tone that of a lecturer. "And new data arrives whether you want it or not. The data is that holding onto anger at you is a distraction from the larger problem. A dangerous distraction. Now stop stalling. What has happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. And not a friendly one." Her gaze dropped pointedly to the bruise, then traveled to the careful way Katie held her left arm close to her body. The words, dammed up for hours, tumbled out in a rush, tripping over each other. "He's out. Tobias Campbell is free. He escaped from the USB Hazelton transport, detail this afternoon. Around 3 p.m. Nina's expression didn't flicker. Not a muscle in her face moved. Her hands, resting on the arms of the chair, didn't tense. She simply stared at Katie for a 3 count of silence that stretched like taffy. Then she leaned forward slowly and picked up her glass again, her movements deliberate. She took a long, slow sip, draining the remaining inch of scotch. She set the empty glass down on the glass table, aligning it perfectly with the rim of the art book, the crystal making a softer tink this time. "I know. Vance called me 90 minutes ago." Katie blinked, the wind momentarily taken from her sails. Her mouth went dry. She had carried this news like a live grenade, and Nina had already disarmed it. "A few hours ago. They don't have details yet. Just that it was coordinated, armed. 2 guards dead." She heard the defensiveness in her own voice, the need to contribute something Nina didn't already know. I am aware of the details, Ford. Nina's voice was flat, devoid of inflection. The director felt obligated to inform me, given my history. And given that my home address, while not public, is known to enough people that it might as well be. He offered protection. I declined. She said the last word with a finality that brooked no argument. The escape of the serial killer was a seismic event, one that had sent tremors through the entire bureau. Nina had put Tobias away 16 years ago, her profile and interrogation breaking open a case that had spanned 3 states. Katie's own recent, clandestine interactions with him, the interviews she'd conducted seeking insight into another case, the letters, the whispered name in Baltimore, were the very reason for their estrangement. The unspoken truth hung between them, thick and toxic. They were both now prime targets. The hunter and the protégé. The architect of his cage, and the one who'd foolishly rattled the bars. Katie felt the weight of her own culpability settle in her stomach like a stone. You understand what this means? Nina's voice was low, deliberate, each word chosen and placed like a stone in a wall. We are not safe. Anywhere. That man has a network, criminal, corrupt, fanatical, that never dissolved. It atrophied, it went dormant, but it never died. He's been puppeteering from his cell for years. Letters, coded messages through visitors, legal requests that aren't about law but about communication. He has followers who see him as a philosopher, a martyr to a corrupt system. Not many, but it only takes one. They will hide him. They will arm him. They will kill for him without a second thought, because he's given their petty hatreds a grand, intellectual framework. He's in his 60s, Katie argued, a desperate, fragile hope clinging to the brittle reed of logic. She leaned forward, mirroring Nina's posture, her elbows on her knees. His face is on posters from here to California. His old contacts are dead or in prison. Someone will spot him. A gas station attendant, a traffic camera, a nosy neighbor. She was trying to convince herself as much as Nina. Don't be stupid, Nina said, not unkindly, but with the firmness of a teacher correcting a fundamental error. She shook her head slightly, a strand of hair coming loose from her knot. He doesn't need to be a sprinter. He needs a hole to crawl into, and he has people who will provide it. A basement in Nebraska, a cabin in Montana, owned by some true believer who thinks Tobias's vision of cleansing the world of the weak is a divine mandate. He'll be fed, clothed, given a new identity that will pass a cursory check. But he didn't break out of a cage to sit in another one. He's not hiding. She leaned forward further, the space between them shrinking, her intensity a physical force. He's hunting. He's been hunting in his mind for 16 years. Now he gets to do it for real. A cold trickle of sweat traced a path down Katie's spine beneath her shirt. The room, so warm a moment before, now felt airless, the walls subtly closer. She became aware of the steady, too loud tick of a clock coming from somewhere down the hall. You think he's coming here? To Virginia? To this house? I think he's coming for us. Personally. And specifically. He's dreamed of this moment since they slammed the door on him at ADX Florence. Every day of those 16 years, he's been composing the speech he'll give when he stands over me. He won't delegate this kill. This is the masterpiece. The culmination. Nina's eyes were distant, seeing not the room but some internal tableau of that imagined confrontation. He might delegate. You're a complication, an insult. But me. He'll want to look into my eyes. He'll want me to know, absolutely, that he won. The confirmation of her deepest fear was somehow worse than the fear itself. The abstract dread solidified into a terrible, concrete certainty. The bars were gone. The rules were suspended. He was in the world, moving, thinking, plotting her. A wave of nausea rose in her throat, sour and hot. She swallowed it down, her throat tight. When I was in Baltimore, Katie said, the memory surfacing sharp and bright, laced with that fresh wave of sickness. After the second interview, I felt watched. For days. Someone, a man in a crowd outside my hotel, he brushed past me and he whispered it. She closed her eyes, reconstructing it, the humid press of bodies after a baseball game, the smell of beer and pretzels, the sudden, intimate warmth of a stranger too close. Then the voice, low and conversational, right at the shell of her ear. The words were a cold knife sliding between her ribs. My full name. Katie Marie Ford, only Tobias knows my middle name. I gave it to him in a written question, a stupid attempt to build rapport to seem human. She opened her eyes, meeting Nina's grim stare. I turned and he was gone. Just absorbed into the crowd. I stood there for 5 minutes, scanning every face. Nothing. Nina leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes for a long second, her face a mask of weary resignation. When she opened them, they were bleak, the green dulled. I believe you. It's his signature. Psychological erosion first. A whisper, a wrong number, a letter that arrives with no postmark. He did it to my old partner, Frank, too. She paused, her jaw working. Frank had a son who died in infancy. SIDS. He never talked about it. One day, he found a single, hand-knitted baby booty on his doorstep. White with a blue ribbon. It was an exact match to one they'd buried the child in. A detail never in any file, known only to him and his wife. Tobias found it. Oh, he sent it. Frank had a nervous breakdown within 6 months. He left the bureau, moved to Arizona. Last I heard, he won't answer the door if he's not expecting someone. Nina's voice was matter of fact, but the horror of the story lay in the details, in the specific, cruel precision of the booty. Tobias wants you afraid, compliant. He wants you to feel his presence in your blind spot, to know he can reach into your life and touch the most private things. You visited him after Baltimore. Yes. Once. I had to. The Delaware case had echoes. I thought he might. There it is, Nina cut her off, a sharp nod. He planted the seed then. He hasn't changed a bit. The methodology is pristine. She looked at the empty glass, then at the full one, her expression unreadable. So, why would he want to kill his new pen pal? Because you opened a door he thought was sealed. You represent the system he despises, but you also presented yourself as curious, perhaps sympathetic. That's a betrayal in his mind. You're linked to me. And he sees you as a pupil who strayed from the teacher, which insults his monumental ego. You are a project that became a disappointment. But the why doesn't matter. Not really. Only the how this ends. We find him first, Katie said, the agent's instinct rising, grasping for procedure for the framework of the hunt. She sat up straighter, ignoring the protest from her shoulder. We use everything. His old patterns, his network, his psychological needs. We beat the field offices to it. We beat him back to a cell. No, Nina's green eyes were hard as stone, devoid of any professional detachment, any hint of the cool analyst. What looked back at Katie was pure, feral survival instinct. We kill him first. The room seemed to tilt. The abstract art on the walls swam in Katie's vision, the red slashes suddenly looking like arterial spray. Her breath hitched. You're serious? It was a stupid question. Nina was never not serious. Deadly, Nina didn't blink. This is between us, Ford. Partner to partner. The word partner sent a jolt of painful hope through Katie, an electric mix of relief and shame so potent it made her chest ache. It was an acknowledgement, a reinstatement, and a sentence all at once. Off every record. No case file. No task force. No interagency memos. When you see him, and you will see him, you put him down. No warnings. No attempt to apprehend. No shouting, FBI freeze. You empty your magazine into his skull. And are we clear? Katie's hands felt numb, distant, like blocks of wood attached to her wrists. She looked down at them, resting in her lap. Capable hands. Hands that had fired weapons in training, in defense. Hands that had cuffed suspects, that had comforted victims. She'd faced killers, fought them in desperate, gasping struggles in dark rooms, but she'd never executed one. The line between federal agent and assassin yawned before her, a chasm she had never considered crossing, a moral event horizon. Yet the image of Tobias Free, his brilliant, twisted mind plotting, his whispers manifesting into action, was there any real justice in capturing him, only to fuel his legend from a new cell? To give him a platform, a new generation of disciples drawn to his intellect and his defiance. The selfish, dark part of her, the part that still felt the phantom breath on her ear in Baltimore, that jumped at shadows in parking garages, wanted to be the one to pull the trigger. To balance the scales of the fear he'd sown in her, to silence that voice forever. The desire was a hot, shameful coal in her gut. How would we justify it? Her voice was barely a whisper, the pragmatist grasping for a framework, for the paperwork that would make this monstrous thing clean. And legally. Operationally. There's a shooting review board, Self-defense, Nina stated, as if reading from a manual. He came for us. He is an escaped, multiple homicide offender with a proven network and a stated intent to kill federal agents. He has already killed 2 federal officers in his escape. There isn't a court in the land that would question a shoot-to-kill order in the moment of confrontation. The paperwork writes itself. Nina leaned forward, her intensity a physical force in the space between them, her voice dropping to a low, urgent register. But that's for after. The justification is for the bureaucrats, for the lawyers who need a box to check. The necessity is for us. For you. Do you want to live the next 16 years like I have? Looking over your shoulder at every crowded street corner, vetting every new face in the office, waiting for his next move. He doesn't just kill you, Katie. He unmakes you first. He finds the thing you love most, a person, a memory, a sense of safety, and he dissolves it in acid. If he's alive, he wins. He continues. His ideology continues. This is the only way to end it. The only way to be free. Truly free. Katie stared at her own palms, at the lines of her life and heart and head. She imagined the recoil of her service weapon, the sharp, deafening reports in some future, dark place, an alley, a parking garage, this very living room. The finality of it. The world would be undeniably better off. Safer. Her father's grave would be a quieter place, his daughter not living in the long shadow of a monster she'd helped unleash. The thought was a seductive, terrifying warmth in her gut, spreading through her cold limbs. "It's murder," she said, testing the word, feeling its weight on her tongue. It tasted of iron and finality. "It's pest control," Nina countered, her voice cold and clean as a surgical scalpel. "It's removing a cancer before it metastasizes again." He forfeited his right to due process the moment he ordered those guards killed to escape. He is in active, lethal pursuit of federal agents. The law allows for this. The moral imperative demands it. The law allows for defense in the moment of imminent threat, Katie pushed back, her legal training surfacing. "You're talking about a policy. A premeditated pact. If we go looking for him with that intent." "We're not going looking," Nina interrupted, her patience visibly thinning. A muscle ticked in her jaw. "We're going to be ready. He will come. And when he does, we will not hesitate. Can you look me in the eye and tell me you believe, truly believe in your gut, that Tobias Campbell, once recaptured, will ever stop? That he won't find a way to corrupt a guard, to send a letter through a compromised lawyer, to whisper instructions to another vulnerable, angry soul on the outside? That he won't spend every remaining day of his life meticulously eroding the life of whoever put him back inside? Which, let's be clear, would be you. Or me. You're both of us. He will have nothing but time, and a mind built for intricate, long-term cruelty." Katie saw it then, not as an abstract legal dilemma, but as a future she would have to inhabit. Tobias, older, grayer, behind thick glass in a supermax visitation room, his eyes fixed on her during some future interview she'd be compelled to give for some new case. A faint, knowing smile on his lips as he referenced some private detail of her life. A new boyfriend's name, her mother's favorite flower, the street she'd grown up on, proving his reach was still long, his network still intact. The endless vigilance. The poisoning of every small joy, every moment of peace. Nina had lived it for 16 years. Katie saw the truth of that etched in the new, fine lines around Nina's eyes, in the precise, controlled system of the two drinks, in the bare, photograph-less walls of this beautiful, sterile house. This was what victory looked like if Tobias lived. It was a life sentence for the victors. "No," Katie said, the word definitive, heavy as a stone dropped into a deep well. It echoed inside her. "I don't want him alive." She felt a strange, hollow calm settle over her as she said it. The decision was made. The chasm crossed. A slow, controlled breath escaped Nina, one Katie hadn't realized she was holding. Nina's shoulders relaxed a fraction, the rigid line of her spine softening almost imperceptibly. "Then we are bonded by this. It's by blood. By a secret that, if exposed, would end our careers, shred our reputations, and possibly land us in a federal prison for conspiracy to commit murder. This is not a partnership of convenience. This is a covenant. A blood oath." She leaned forward, her gaze locking onto Katie's, searching for any crack, any flicker of doubt. "Can I trust you? With this? With everything? With the truth of what we will do?" Katie met her gaze, forcing herself not to look away. She thought of her father, a good man, a straight shooter who believed in the system even when it failed him, who wore his badge with a humble pride. This oath felt like a door locking shut between that world, his world, and her future. The click of the lock was deafening in her soul. "On my father's grave," Katie said, the words raw and scraped out in her throat. "You have my word." Nina held her gaze for a long, silent moment, her eyes moving minutely over Katie's face, reading the set of her mouth, the steadiness of her eyes, the lack of a flinch. Then she gave a single, sharp nod. The tension in the room shifted, the conspiracy sealed, the air itself feeling different, charged, intimate, and profoundly dangerous. It was no longer just a room, it was a war room. All right, she leaned back, the rigid intensity softening a fraction, the transition back to something resembling normalcy jarring. Now what else? You flew from Delaware. How was the case? She reached for the second, still full tumbler, but didn't pick it up, just rested her fingertips against the cool crystal. The shift to the mundane was so abrupt it left Katie mentally staggering. She grasped at the lifeline of shop talk. A mess, but we closed it. Familial annihilator, classic profile. Father stressed about finances, facing foreclosure. They paired me with Yuri Pemberton from Violent Crimes. She heard the flatness in her own voice, the professional summary autopilot kicking in. A solid agent. Reliable. Not a profiler, Nina's tone was assessing, clinical. How was he to work with? A competent. Methodical. He cleared rooms by the book, covered my 6. She picked at a loose thread on the sofa cushion, winding it around her finger. But I kept thinking how much faster it would have gone with you. He missed the significance of the victim's medication being sorted by color on the bathroom counter, not by date or dosage. It was a control signature, a need for order in a life spiraling into chaos, not a practicality. Pemberton wrote it off as the wife being organized. A ghost of the old, professional pride flickered in Nina's eyes, a brief spark in the bleakness. He's a hammer. Not everything is a nail. Sometimes it's a scalpel, she paused. Did they assign you someone? A new partner? The word was tentative now, laden with the new, bloody meaning they'd just forged. Temporarily. A transfer from cybercrimes. Young, tech brilliant, thinks profiling is voodoo. Katie managed a weak, humorless smile. A walking liability with a hero complex. Managed to detonate a gas station during a low-profile surveillance op in Richmond last month. Nina's eyebrows rose. And she blew it up. Not intentionally. The How is a comedy of errors involving a faulty body-worn transmitter, static electricity from a polyester suit, and a leaking propane line. The director is still calculating the bill from the fire department and the convenience store owner. Katie shook her head. The point is, it made me appreciate a competent partner. Truly appreciate it. Her eyes met Nina's and the subtext hung between them, I appreciate you. Nina's gaze flicked to the bruise on Katie's face, then down to the slight, careful way Katie held her left arm, the stiffness in her shoulder. And it made me worry about you out there alone. With a hammer, her gaze was piercing, seeing through the casual summary to the pain and fatigue beneath. I wish I'd been there for that. The admission was quiet, almost grudging. Katie instinctively touched the discolored skin, the tenderness a sharp reminder. She let her hand fall to her thigh, pressing down on the muscle. The unsub got a lucky shot. Lured me into a closet on the pretext of his kid hiding. Came at me with a screwdriver. Got past my guard, stabbed my shoulder too. Vest stopped the worst, but it's a deep bruise, maybe a minor tear. It's fine. Just needs time and ice. Did you get the screwdriver? Nina asked, her voice low. Yeah, Katie said, the memory of the struggle flashing back. The close, dusty smell of the closet, the grunt of effort, the shocking impact against her vest, the feel of the man's wrist in her grip as she twisted. I got it. Nina's lips twitched, something almost like a smile, a faint crinkling at the corners of her eyes. It was gone in an instant. Good, She was silent for a beat, her fingers still tracing the rim of the full glass. From now on, if you're in the field, I'm with you. Officially or not. I'll make the calls, pull the strings with Vance. If Tobias comes for one, he finds both. A package deal. Understood. No more solo work. Not on anything. The declaration was a shield, a promise of restored alliance, a return to the dyad that had worked so well. Katie felt the weight of her isolation, the months of working alone, of missing Nina's sharp mind cutting through the noise, of bearing the secret of her Tobias visits like a hidden rot. Lesson, replaced by this new, heavier, but shared burden. It was a relief so profound it felt like weakness. Thank you. For everything. For this. No more secrets. I swear, the promise felt huge, a vow that encompassed more than just Tobias. Good, Nina nodded once. And I'm sorry I shut you out. It was easier than being angry. Maybe this situation gives us a chance to finish this for good. Together, Nina's voice softened, just a shade, the steel in it momentarily sheathed. I won't let him hurt you. It was a simple statement, but it carried the weight of a vow. We're stronger together, Katie agreed, the phrase feeling both true and newly fraught with dark meaning. She rose, her body protesting with a symphony of aches and fatigue. Her knee popped. The emotional whiplash of the last hour had left her drained, hollowed out. The heavy blanket of exhaustion was now complete, smothering. Go home. Get some sleep. You look like hell. Nina stood as well, padding toward the front door, her robe whispering against her pajamas. At the threshold, the cold night air rushed in, a shocking, bracing slap after the insulated warmth of the house. Katie turned to say goodbye, but Nina put a hand on her arm, the grip firm through her jacket sleeve, the fingers pressing into the muscle. One more thing. Nina's face was half in shadow from the hall light behind her, her eyes catching the gleam, making them look like chips of green glass. Lock everything. Windows, doors, the little attic crawl space you never use. Be aware of your surroundings, in a way you've never been before. Not agent aware. Prey aware. The color of the car, 3 spots down from yours. The man reading a newspaper who turns the page too slowly, or not at all. The van that's been parked on your street for 2 days with no movement. Keep your weapon handy, not in a safe. On your nightstand. Under your pillow if you have to. One in the shower caddy. Don't give him a single opening. Not one. He's a strategist. He exploits gaps. Katie nodded, the instructions settling into her like a new protocol, overriding the old ones. I will. I'll do a sweep tonight. Call me when you're home. Just a check-in. A single ring, then hang up. I'll know it's you and that you're secure. I will. Nina's hand dropped. She gave a final, unreadable look, then stepped back, the light from the hall framing her silhouette. Drive safe, Ford. Stepping into the darkness, the chill wrapping around her like a shroud, Katie felt the immense silence of the rural night press in, a tangible force. The gravel of the long driveway crunched loudly under her shoes, each step sounding like a broadcast of her location. Crickets chirped in the distant trees, a rhythmic, indifferent soundtrack. Her rental car sat like a hulking beast under the vast, starless sky. As she reached it, fumbling for the keys in her pocket, the thought surfaced again, unbidden and cold as the night air. Nina's composure tonight was too controlled, the warmth underneath it too careful, too perfectly measured. The two-drink system laid out like a stage prop. The ready forgiveness that bypassed anger entirely. The immediate, ruthless pivot to a kill pact, presented with flawless, logical rhetoric. It felt like someone performing calm, someone following a script written for this exact contingency years ago, rather than someone feeling the seismic shock of the news. It felt like the Nina Shaw who had prepared for this possibility for 16 years, who had run this scenario in her mind 1,000 times, and was now executing phase 1, secure the ally. Katie unlocked the car, the chirp of the alarm disarming absurdly loud in the stillness. The interior light clicked on, a sterile yellow dome that made her feel exposed. She slid inside, the door thudding shut with a solid metallic sound, sealing her in a temporary capsule of silence. The smell of rental car air freshener, a fake cloying pine, filled her nose. She sat for a moment, hands on the wheel, not moving. She didn't pursue the thought. She couldn't afford to. Not now. To question Nina's motives, to doubt the solidity of this new pact, was to stand alone again in the face of Tobias. And she could not stand alone. She filed the suspicion away, deep, alongside the memory of the whisper in Baltimore and the cold dread in the pit of her stomach. This time she would be ready. For Tobias. For Nina. For whatever came. She was part of a covenant now, for better or worse. She started the engine, the sound a growl that shattered the quiet. The headlights blazed on, cutting twin, glaring swaths through the absolute black, illuminating the gravel path, the dark shapes of trees, the mailbox at the end of the drive. She put the car in reverse, backed up, then pointed it toward the main road, toward the highway, toward a small apartment in Arlington that no longer felt like a sanctuary, but like the next position to be fortified. She drove, the yellow lane dividers flashing past like dashed lines into an uncertain future, the pact sitting between her and the passenger seat, a silent, deadly passenger. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The morning light, slicing through the gap in the bedroom curtains, brought a sharp reminder of the previous night's violence. Katie Ford winced as she pushed herself upright, the muscles in her back and neck protesting with a chorus of small, specific pains. A throbbing ache settled deep in the meat of her shoulder, where the mugger's grip had bitten in, and a dull tenderness spread like a stain across her cheekbone. She sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, the sheets tangled around her legs, listening to the quiet of the apartment and taking inventory. The adrenaline was long gone, leaving behind only the physical receipts. In the bathroom's harsh fluorescence, she leaned close to the mirror, her palms flat on the cool porcelain sink. She inspected the damage. The cut on her shoulder, cleaned and sealed with a butterfly bandage, was knitting into a thin, pink line. It looked like something from a kitchen accident. The bruise on her face had bloomed overnight into a palette of ugly color, but now, in the clear morning, it had faded to a faint, yellowish shadow at the crest of her cheek, a smudge that could be mistaken for fatigue. Superficial. Manageable. A bit of concealer from the drawer would erase it from the world's view. She ran a thumb lightly over the tender skin, testing it, then turned on the tap and splashed cold water on her face. The shock of it helped clear the lingering fog of broken sleep. Saturday meant no mandatory appearance at Quantico, no structured hours in the classroom or the lab. But her own agenda was full, a mental checklist that had kept her awake in the dark. The personal case was a weight she carried alone, a separate compartment in her mind she opened only when she was sure she wouldn't be interrupted. She pulled on a pair of worn sweatpants and a long-sleeved t-shirt, the soft cotton gentle against her bruises. In the kitchen, the silence was a physical presence. Her roommate, Chloe, was predictably absent for the weekend, likely at her boyfriend's place across town. A neon pink sticky note on the stainless steel refrigerator read, "Gone till Sunday." Pizza in the freezer zoo. The apartment was quiet in the way Katie had come to rely on. No background TV, no chatter, no clatter of someone else's life intruding on her own. Just the low, steady hum of the refrigerator and the faint, distant sound of traffic from the highway. She filled the coffee maker, the measured scoop of grounds releasing a dark, rich scent that promised focus. As the machine gurgled to life, her eyes drifted to the small, sealed cardboard box on the floor beside her desk. It was unassuming, standard issue, the kind used for record storage. In the weeks before his death, her father had been doing contract work for the Fairfax County DA's office, document review, the kind of low-visibility administrative work that retired investigators sometimes picked up for extra income and to keep their minds sharp. She'd known that much for years. He'd mentioned it over the phone once, a throwaway line. "Keeping the old gears turning, Katie. Just shuffling paper for the county." Beats watching the grass grow. She could picture him at his cluttered home office desk, reading glasses perched on his nose, a highlighter in his hand. What she hadn't known, until this box arrived at her apartment 3 days ago via an estate attorney she'd never heard of, was that the work had involved a federal witness relocation file. The attorney, a Mr. Alastair Finch, had called first, his voice dry and precise. He'd expressed his condolences again, though her father had been gone for years, and explained that a final item from a long-closed storage locker had surfaced. He'd asked for her address with an air of bureaucratic inevitability. The box had arrived by courier. She decarried it inside, feeling its weight, not heavy but dense. It sat by her door for a full day before she'd mustered the curiosity to examine it. The case number on the box's label, printed on a white sticker, had been thoroughly blacked out with permanent marker. The attorney's cover letter, on crisp letterhead, was a model of legal circumspection. But it used a single phrase that hadn't left her alone since, a line that seemed to vibrate on the page. "Your father believed this person was still at risk." She hadn't opened the box yet. She hadn't broken the clear packing tape that sealed the flaps. She wasn't sure she was ready to. Opening it felt like opening a door her father had deliberately closed, like stepping into a room he had left and locked behind him. The risk felt abstract, but the potential gravity of it held her back. What if it was nothing? What if it was something she couldn't put back? The unopened box was a question, and as long as it remained sealed, she could control the answer. For now, it was enough to know it was there, a silent piece of him in the corner of her living space. The coffee finished brewing. She poured a large mug, black, and carried it to the glass balcony door. The day outside was crisp and bright, a flawless blue sky arching over the complex. Sunlight glinted off the windshields of the cars in the lot below. She didn't open the door or step out onto the small balcony. Exposure was a vulnerability she couldn't afford, not anymore. Tobias Campbell was out there somewhere, a predator returned to the wild. The memory of his face, the cold, assessing eyes in the diner, was a slide she could call up in perfect detail. Any parked car with a silhouette behind the wheel, any deep shadow between buildings, any van with tinted windows could be his blind. Paranoia was just another tool now, one she kept sharp. She took a slow sip of the bitter coffee, letting the heat center her. At least the air was clear with Nina. The confrontation, the raw exchange in Nina's living room, had been terrible but necessary. The constant static of their fractured partnership had quieted, allowing a single, clear thread of focus to emerge. They had a direction, however grim. They had a pact. The weight of that agreement sat in her stomach alongside the coffee, a solid, uneasy thing. The morning stillness felt heavy, a pause before something broke. It was the quiet of an empty theater before the curtain rises. She stood at the window, her reflection a ghostly outline against the bright world outside, and methodically scanned the parking lot 3 stories below. She knew its normal patterns. The silver SUV that belonged to the nurse in 302 always parked crookedly. The beat-up red pickup of the maintenance guy, the empty visitor spots near the leasing office. Her gaze tracked along the rows, a routine sweep. The security gate at the lot's entrance. A slow, iron arm began its mechanical swing inward with a groan she could almost hear through the glass. A dark sedan, a late-model Ford or Chevy, nosed through. It wasn't the car itself, but the way it moved that caught her. Smooth, deliberate, not the hesitant crawl of a delivery driver or a visitor looking for a number. It turned into the main lane, its pace steady. Her breath hitched, catching in her throat. A cold trickle, like a drop of ice water, traced a path down her spine. She knew that car. Not the make or model, but the feeling of it. The dark color. The clean, anonymous lines. Her coffee mug was suddenly heavy in her hand. She set it down on the small side table with a soft clink, her eyes never leaving the vehicle. It was gliding slowly down the lane, directly facing her building. A plate. Get the plate. Her mind snapped into a hyper-focused clarity. She leaned forward, her forehead almost touching the cool glass, squinting against the glare. The angle was wrong, she could only see the rear of the car. She fumbled mentally, trying to calculate which space it might turn into, trying to position herself for a clear line of sight to the license plate. Virginia plates, standard issue. She needed the numbers. The sedan slowed, then stopped, not pulling into a space but pausing in the lane, as if the driver were checking an address. Her heart began a slow, hard pound against her ribs, a drumbeat of warning. Come on, turn. Just a little. She shifted her weight, pressing her fingertips against the glass. Then the driver's head turned. Not a glance in the mirror. A full, deliberate turn of the head to the left, looking out the driver's side window. His gaze lifted, traversing the brick facade, climbing past the first floor, the second, and finding her instantly, unerringly, in her third-floor window. The distance was too great to see his eyes in detail, but the intention of the look was unmistakable. It was a search that had ended. The target acquired. No. The word left her lips as a dry whisper, sucked out of her by the vacuum of her shock. The recognition was instantaneous and mutual. It was him. The man from the alley. The mugger who wasn't a mugger. She stumbled back from the glass, her socked feet slipping slightly on the polished floor. Her coffee mug wobbled on the table, a dark splash arcing over the rim. Her heart was now a frantic hammering against her sternum, so loud it filled her ears. Move. Now. Her training took over, a sequence of actions drilled into her until they were reflex. She didn't run, a running target panics. She moved with a stiff, swift urgency. Her hands flew to the balcony door, thumb pressed down on the lock, a solid click. She tested the handle. It locked. She turned and crossed the living room in 4 long strides. The front door. Her fingers, suddenly clumsy, found the deadbolt. She twisted it. Engaged. The heavy steel tongue slid home with a definitive thud. Next, the chain. She fumbled the brass slider into its groove, the metal links rattling. Secured. Windows. She lunged for the large living room window, yanking the cord to snap the blinds shut. The slats clattered together, cutting off the outside world. The curtains next, she grabbed the heavy fabric and pulled it across the rod with a harsh, rasping sound, plunging the room into a dim, striped twilight where dust motes danced in the slivers of light. She moved to the bedroom, repeating the process. Lock on the window latch, a hard check, blinds down, curtains drawn. The bathroom had no window. Good. Back in the living room, she stood in the center of the sudden gloom, her chest heaving. The only light came from the crack under the front door and the digital display on the microwave. The silence was absolute, pressed down by the closed curtains. She listened, straining for any sound from the hallway, the ping of the elevator, the creak of a floorboard, the soft approach of footsteps. But the cold certainty in her gut whispered, a voice as clear as if someone had spoken in the dark room, that she was already too late. The locks, the curtains, the closed door, they were the motions of safety, a play act of security. He had seen the recognition on her face, just as she had seen it on his. He knew she knew. He had seen her apartment, her window, her face framed in the glass. He was here. The hunt had entered a new phase, and her home was no longer a sanctuary. It was a fixed location. A known quantity. And he was outside, somewhere in the bright, quiet Saturday morning, looking up. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Nina Shaw paused with her hand raised, a few inches from the polished wood of the director's door. Her knuckles didn't touch the surface. Under normal circumstances, she'd have already been inside, the door already swinging shut behind her. But the fallout from the gas station incident with her last trainee had left a distinct chill in the air between her and Robert Vance. The memory of it surfaced, sharp and unwelcome. The sound of screeching tires on wet asphalt, the image of a young agent's pale, shocked face staring up from the pavement, the cold drip of rain down her own neck as she stood over him. The kid had been cocky, had ignored her direct order to hold position, had stepped into the path of a suspect vehicle. She, Dee, pulled him back, but not before the mirror clipped him, sending him spinning to the ground. His look hadn't been gratitude, it had been pure, humiliated accusation. Assuming anything about their professional rapport now felt like a mistake. The door was a barrier, and she had to wait for permission to cross it. From within, she heard the low murmur of a voice, Vance on the phone, his tone clipped, impatient. She let her hand fall to her side and waited. The hallway carpet was a dense, government tissue gray, absorbing sound. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed with a steady, institutional frequency that made her teeth feel slightly on edge. She could smell the faint, clean scent of lemon-scented polish from the baseboards, undercut by the stale coffee odor emanating from a custodial cart parked further down the corridor. Somewhere, a printer whirred and chunked out pages. Enter. The voice was his, but flatter than usual, stripped of its usual resonant command. She pushed the door open, the heavy wood moving smoothly on its hinges. Vance's office was its usual monument to federal efficiency. The large, tidy desk of dark wood, the flag standing sentinel in the corner, the bookshelves lined with identical binders. The window behind him offered a view of the D.C. skyline, but the morning was overcast, casting the room in a dull, shadowless light that leached color from everything. He didn't look up from the documents spread across his desk as she entered and took the visitor's chair. The leather sighed under her weight, cool and unyielding, the kind of chair designed for short, uncomfortable meetings. The man she'd known for 3 decades seemed to have aged a decade in the last few months. The sharp, commanding presence was still there in the set of his shoulders, but it was buried under pallid skin and the deep grooves of exhaustion carved beside his mouth and across his forehead. His hair, usually meticulously groomed, showed threads of silver she hadn't noticed before, and it was slightly disheveled, as if he'd been running his hands through it repeatedly. He chewed absently on the end of a pen, his eyes scanning a page dense with text. On the corner of his desk, his personal phone lay face down, but she could see the faint, persistent glow of a missed notification lighting the edge. A stack of files teetered precariously next to it, held in place by a heavy marble paperweight shaped like the FBI seal. Robert." He didn't react, his eyes tracking a line of text. He made a small, dissatisfied sound in his throat. "Robert," she said it louder, letting a fraction of her own impatience show. "You look like hell." He finally glanced up, his eyes bloodshot, the whites webbed with fine red lines. He took the pen from his mouth and set it down with deliberate care, aligning it perfectly parallel to the edge of a legal pad. "That's because I'm standing in it, Nina. Ankle deep and sinking. Things are critically not all right." His voice was gravelly, as if he'd been talking or shouting for hours. "Then talk." She kept her posture straight, hands resting on her knees, fingers loosely interlaced. She willed herself to be still, to listen. "What do you need?" "It's a long list. Your protege's desk duty is the least of it." He leaned back, the chair creaking under his weight. His gaze was assessing, tired, moving over her face as if checking for cracks. "How is she?" "Really?" "Katie's back in analysis." The review cleared her. Officially, it was a justified use of force in a dynamic situation. The mugger had a knife. Nina kept her tone neutral, factual. And unofficially, she's angry. She feels sidelined. She thinks it's a punishment. Good, the word was a blunt instrument, devoid of sympathy. A little anger is healthy. Better than fear. No fatalities, that's the only metric that matters right now. A dead civilian, even a criminal one, with her service weapon would have been a political end for her. And for you, he picked up the pen again, tapped it twice on the desk, then tossed it aside. It clattered against the marble paperweight. The sound was too loud in the quiet room. "We have 2 active crises. You can name the first." "Campbell," Nina said, and the name tasted like acid on her tongue. She felt a familiar, cold tightening in her chest, a constriction behind her sternum. Her interlaced fingers tightened slightly. Vance pushed back from his desk with a force that sent his chair rolling a few inches on its casters. He stood and walked to the window, bracing a hand against the frame. For a bizarre second, she wondered if the pressure was literally pushing him out, if the weight of everything was physically forcing him through the glass. His reflection in the window was a ghostly outline against the gray sky. Tobias Campbell. Eluce. For 72 hours. Every agency with a 3-letter acronym is breathing down my neck. The Vice President's office has called 3 times. He expects a briefing I can't give, because all I have are questions and a body count. We are, professionally speaking, a joke. The kind that gets funding slashed and careers ended. He turned his head slightly, his profile sharp against the light. You know what they're calling it in the press. The Great Walkout, as if he just strolled through the front gates. The prison's security failed, Robert. That's not on us. The BOP had him. Their protocols, their transport. It's on everyone, he snapped, turning from the window. His face was flushed now, the pallor replaced by a patchy red that climbed from his neck. We had options. We advocated for stricter protocols. A different, higher security facility. We didn't push hard enough. We accepted the risk assessment. He played them. He played all of us. Vance began to pace the short length of carpet behind his desk, a caged motion, 3 steps one way, 3 steps back. He faked a cardiac event. Convincingly. Got himself transferred to Mercy General for evaluation. A standard procedure. Then, in a hospital elevator between floors, his heart decided to start beating again. He stopped pacing and looked at her, his eyes hard. He left 2 corrections officers and a nurse dead on the floor. Took their sidearms, their keys, and walked out into a Maine afternoon wearing stolen scrubs under a visitor's coat. He vanished into a residential neighborhood. No sightings since. Nina could see it perfectly, her mind constructing the scene from his sparse details with the grim expertise of long practice. The sterile elevator interior, the muted ding of a floor announcement, the sudden, brutal economy of movement from a man who had spent 16 years thinking of nothing but this moment. The clinical efficiency of it, a precise strike to the throat of the first officer, a disarm and a point-blank shot for the second, the nurse silenced before she could scream, followed by the sudden, shocking violence in that confined, mirrored space. The silence afterward, broken only by the hum of the stalled elevator and the soft rustle of fabric as he changed clothes. He's been scripting that escape for years. An organized, patient offender doesn't act on impulse. He identified the vulnerability in the transfer protocol and exploited it. He studied the hospital layout, the shift changes. He knew exactly how much time he'd have. "Spare me the profile, Nina," Vance cut in, holding up a hand like a traffic cop. His voice was thick with frustration. "I don't need the why. I have a room full of analysts who can tell me the why. I need him contained. Permanently. I need him not to be a problem that lands on the front page of the Post every morning. I need the VP to stop looking at me like I've personally lost his favorite dog. Then let me and Katie Ford work it." She leaned forward, her elbows on her knees, her posture opening in appeal. "If he's hunting anyone, it's her." He fixated on her during the interrogation. She got under his skin. He sees her as the one who finally caged him. "We are the greatest lure you have, and we are also the people who know how he thinks better than anyone alive. We can anticipate him." Absolutely not. The refusal was flat, final, leaving no room for negotiation. He stopped pacing and planted both hands on his desk, leaning toward her, his shadow falling across the scattered papers. "You are both officially benched from the Campbell investigation. Effective immediately. You are targets. High-value targets. Losing either of you, but especially losing you, Nina, to him, is an unacceptable operational loss. It would be a symbolic victory for him that would resonate for years. My decision is made. It is not up for debate." He enunciated each word of the last sentence slowly, driving them home. Heat flushed up Nina's neck, a prickling wave that reached her ears and made her scalp feel tight. She felt her jaw tighten, the muscles corded. She took a slow, controlled breath through her nose, held it for a 3 count, and let it out through parted lips before she spoke, keeping her voice level, forcing calm into it. "That's insane. We know him. We're your best shot at predicting his next move. You're taking your best weapon off the board because you're afraid of a shadow. And that's exactly why you're a liability." He returned to his chair but didn't sit, looming over the desk. His voice dropped but lost none of its force, becoming more intense, more personal. "Emotion clouds judgment. You want him. I see it in you right now. It's not about the case for you, not entirely. It's about closing a loop. Katie, whether she admits it or not, fears him. That's a combustible mix. I'm pulling you both off the board. You're getting out of DC. For a while. Off his radar, out of his theater. Let the machinery handle it. The machinery is big and it is grinding. The logic was a cold stone in her gut, heavy and undeniable. She tried to argue against it, but the counterarguments felt flimsy, selfish. The image of Katie was immediate and visceral. Katie turning from her refrigerator with a carton of milk in her hand, or stepping out of her car in a dim parking garage, her keys in her fist, her head down, completely unaware in some mundane moment, with Tobias materializing silently behind her. The terror of that thought was a physical clutch in Nina's throat, a sudden dryness in her mouth. Her own burning need, the deep, personal hunger to be the one to find him, to look into his eyes and be the last thing he ever saw, was a luxury. A personal indulgence she couldn't afford, not with Katie's safety as part of the equation. Protecting Katie was the priority, even from herself, even from her own drive. The entire law enforcement apparatus is looking for him, Vance continued, his tone softening marginally as he saw the fight leave her posture, as her shoulders slumped a fraction. He finally sat down, the leather of his chair sighing. Every state patrol from Maine to Virginia has his photo. Every local precinct in every major city on the eastern seaboard. A tip line is live and ringing nonstop. A dragnet is forming. It's bigger than 2 agents, Nina. Even 2 of the best. You have to trust the system. Nina let out a slow breath, feeling the tension in her shoulders begin to unknot, not from relaxation but from surrender. She looked down at her hands, at the faint scar across the knuckle of her right thumb, a souvenir from a long-ago struggle in a Baltimore alley. She rubbed the scar with her thumb. He was right. Tobias, after 16 years in a cage, would be a primal storm of focused violence. He needed to be stopped by whatever means necessary, by the sheer weight of the system, not just by her own need for closure. The professional in her new Vance's calculus was correct. The woman who remembered the sound of Tobias Campbell's calm, reasonable voice describing horrors, who remembered the absolute stillness in his eyes, hated it. Hated the helplessness. Fine, she said, the word tasting of ash. She looked up, meeting his gaze. What's the alternative? A beach vacation. A safe house in the mountains. We sit and twiddle our thumbs while he's out there. Vance didn't smile. The lines around his mouth didn't so much as twitch. He pulled a manila folder from a stack on his left, a fresh one that hadn't been part of the chaos on his desk, and slid it partway across the polished wood. New Brunswick, New Jersey. You're punishing me. It was half a question, half a statement. She didn't reach for the folder. Consider it protective custody with a purpose. A case landed on my desk this morning. Via the Attorney General's office. Another problem I don't have time for. He paused, his expression becoming carefully, deliberately neutral. It was the face he used to deliver bad administrative news, to announce budget cuts or mandatory trainings. While we're on the subject of protocols, your mandatory performance review has been scheduled, Nina. 6 weeks from today. The outcome will determine your next assignment, a move to the supervisory track or a transition to a reduced field capacity. The board will be looking at your recent operational history, including the gas station incident and the intensity of your focus on certain cases. He let that hang in the air between them. The lemon polish smell seemed to grow stronger, cloying. The hum of the lights was suddenly very loud in her ears. Reduced field capacity. Bureau speak for a desk, for teaching at Quantico, for writing manuals and reviewing other agents' reports. For being put out to pasture. It was the thing she had fought against her entire career, the slow slide into irrelevance that happened to everyone eventually. But not yet. Not now. The board has concerns, Vance continued, his voice dropping into a lower, more confidential register, though the office was empty. They see patterns. A tendency toward obsessive focus. A willingness to bend rules that edges toward breaking them. The Campbell case, it took a personal toll on you, Nina. Everyone saw it. This review is a chance to demonstrate stability. Control. By running me out of town on a case you don't have time for, she said, her voice flat. By giving you a win, he corrected, tapping a finger on the folder. You and Agent Ford can go to New Jersey. You can solve a problem, do some good, and stay off Campbell's radar. It's the best play for everyone. It gives you a tangible, recent success to present at your review. Something clean, something closed. It proves you can still function as part of the machine, not just as a lone wolf chasing ghosts. Reluctantly, Nina reached out and picked up the folder. It was heavier than it looked, packed with paper. She could feel the distinct ridge of a photograph inside, the glossy paper stiff against the cheaper stock of the reports. She flipped it open on her lap, the manila cover cool against her fingers. The top sheet was a coroner's report, the header from the Middlesex County Medical Examiner's Office. The print was dense with clinical terminology, blocks of tiny text. Her eyes, trained by decades of scanning such documents, skipped past the boilerplate to the victim identification line. Dr. Alan Cutler, she read aloud from the header. Her voice was flat, dispassionate, the way she always sounded when first confronting the facts of a death. I'm 58. Attending physician at Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital. She scanned down, her finger tracing the lines. Cause of death, sharp force trauma to the abdomen, complicated by asphyxiation due to manual strangulation. She looked up, her brow furrowing. Stabbed and strangled with that? Her gaze went back to the file, to the item listed under notable evidence recovered at scene. She read it silently, then looked back at Vance. A feeding tube. A standard Levin tube. Inserted post-mortem, we think. It's a signature. A message, Vance steepled his fingers, resting his chin on them. This is victim number 2, in the same hospital catchment area this week. The first was a nurse. Strangled, no tube. The file has the details. The locals are competent but overwhelmed. The hospital is panicking. The press is starting to sniff. I need you to go down there, tear this apart and close it. Fast. The Bureau needs a clear, public win right now, Nina. You understand the optics. Oh, she did. A solved serial case, wrapped up neatly with a bow, would be a bandage on the gaping, hemorrhaging wound of Tobias Campbell's escape. It would give the director something to point to, something to say, see, we are still effective while the manhunt churned in the background. It was busy work, but it was vital busy work. A distraction for her, a PR victory for him. She turned to the next page. It was a stark color crime scene photo, printed on high-gloss paper. The image was brutally clear under the office's fluorescent lights, every detail rendered in hyperrealistic focus. A man in pale blue surgical scrubs lay sprawled on asphalt, one arm twisted awkwardly beneath him, the other flung out to the side. The setting was a parking lot, dark and grainy at the edges, but the camera's flash illuminated the scene with cruel clarity, creating harsh shadows. The victim's face was turned slightly toward the camera. His eyes were open, clouded with the milky film of death. His mouth was grotesquely distended, held open in a silent, permanent oval by a clear, flexible tube that protruded from between his lips. The tube was taped in place at the corner of his mouth with a strip of white medical tape. It curled on the ground beside his head like a transparent serpent, the end lying in a small, dark patch of what might have been blood or oil. The front of his scrubs was dark with a large, irregular stain that could only be blood, centered on his abdomen, the fabric stiff and puckered around the wound. The asphalt around him was stained darker in patches, the texture of the gravel visible in the flash. Nina's expert eye moved across the photo, cataloging, analyzing. The body's placement, not hidden but in a shadowy area between two parked cars, a space just wide enough for the act. The lack of visible defensive wounds on the hands, which were open and relaxed, palms up. The expression on the dead man's face wasn't one of terror, but of profound surprise, the eyebrows slightly raised, as if his last thought had been one of sheer disbelief. This can't be happening. The tube was the focal point. It was inserted with a specific, deliberate intent. It wasn't just a murder, it was a statement. A violation that continued beyond death, a mockery of care. She studied the tape. It was applied neatly, competently. Not rushed. Post-mortem insertion? She asked without looking up, her voice clinical. The medical examiner believes so. Minimal trauma to the oropharynx, consistent with insertion after muscle relaxation from death. He was killed, then the killer did that. Took his time. Why? She finally looked up, meeting Vance's eyes. What's the message? He's force-feeding him. Mocking his inability to eat. Is it medical rage? That's your job to find out. Vance leaned back, spreading his hands. The first victim, Paula Strickland, was a hospice nurse. Found in her car near the hospital. Manual strangulation, no other injuries, no sexual assault, nothing taken. Pure, efficient killing. This one, he gestured to the folder in her hands, is a significant escalation. The stab wound was shallow, non-fatal. A distraction or part of the ritual. The strangulation was the cause. Then the tube. It's a progression. Which means there will likely be a third unless we stop it. And the third will likely be more elaborate. Nina closed the folder, the glossy photo disappearing from view, though the image was already seared into her memory. The clouded eyes, the gaping mouth, the unnatural plastic curl. She stood, tucking the folder securely under her arm. The weight of it felt significant now, a tangible purpose, an anchor in the frustrating drift of the conversation. We'll handle it. I know you will. That's why it's yours. He picked up his pen again, a clear signal that the meeting was concluding. Admin will book your flights and arrange a vehicle. A local field office liaison will meet you. Take your time. Do the work. Don't hurry back, the last sentence was weighted. Stay away. Stay safe. Stay out of the Campbell hunt. You'll update me? She asked, pausing by the door. Her hand was on the cool metal knob. Don Campbell. The second you know anything substantive. Not the press release version. The second I know anything, Vance said, but he was already looking down at the document in front of him, his focus shifting away from her, back into the crisis. His voice carried a note of forced conviction, the tone of a man willing something to be true. "He'll be back in chains before you're done in Jersey. This will be a footnote by then. A weird little case you solved on your way back to real work." Nina offered a tight, meaningless nod, her lips pressed into a thin line, and left, pulling the door shut behind her with a soft, definitive click that echoed in the quiet outer office. The hallway was quiet, the hum of the lights suddenly prominent again, a high-pitched whine at the edge of hearing. She stood there for a moment, her back to the door, the manila folder pressed against her side. She could feel the hard edge of the photograph within, digging slightly into her ribcage through her jacket. "And 6 weeks." The number echoed in the silent corridor, bouncing off the gray walls and the linoleum floor. 6 weeks until a panel of bureaucrats, people who hadn't been in the field in a decade, would sit in judgment of her career, of her fitness to continue doing the only thing she was good at, the only thing that made the silence in her house bearable. 6 weeks of being sidelined from the hunt for the man who represented her greatest failure and most personal threat. 6 weeks to solve a gruesome but straightforward serial case in New Jersey and produce a win. But the timeline had another, more urgent shape. Tobias Campbell had a 72-hour head start. In 6 weeks, he could be anywhere. He could have done anything. He could have found Katie, could have settled into a new identity, could have crossed a border. The review deadline wasn't just an administrative hurdle. It was a ticking clock on her ability to be in the field, to have resources, to hunt him legally. If the review went against her, if they moved her to a desk, she'd be trapped. She'd be watching the hunt for Campbell on a computer screen, reading reports filed by others, utterly powerless. The consequences had a clear, sharp outline: professional oblivion and personal failure. She would have failed to protect Katie, failed to finish what she started with Tobias, failed to be what she was. She looked down at the folder in her hands, the plain manila cover offering no clues, then back at the closed, polished wood of the director's door. She could still see the ghost of her reflection in the dark, glossy surface. "You keep believing that, Robert," she thought, the words cold and clear in her mind, a silent vow. "You believe the dragnet will catch him. You believe this will all be a footnote." The elevator at the end of the hall chimed, a soft, melodic tone. She turned on her heel, her shoes making no sound on the dense gray carpet as she walked toward it, her stride purposeful. The folder was a shield, a ticket, a cover story. "But I'm finding him first. I have 6 weeks to find him before the review, before the desk, before he gets to her. This New Jersey case is a delay. A complication. But it's not the mission." The elevator doors slid open with a muted sigh. She stepped inside, the folder held tightly against her, a piece of someone else's nightmare. The doors closed, sealing her in the silent, mirrored box. "The mission is Tobias. And I will find him." Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. The morning light was thin and gray, leaching the color from the manicured lawns and brick facades of Arlington as Katie pulled her sedan to the curb. Nina's house was a neat, 2-story colonial with black shutters, usually a picture of understated order. Today it looked staged. The walkway was swept clean of the last fallen maple leaves. The porch light was off despite the gloom. Every blind was drawn to an identical, precise height. It was a house holding its breath. Katie killed the engine, the silence of the suburban street pressing in. She hadn't even unbuckled her seatbelt when the front door opened. Nina stood in the doorway, already in her travel suit, a charcoal gray pantsuit that was all sharp lines and authority. Her wheeled carry-on stood upright and ready beside her, handle extended. She'd been waiting, watching. "Right on time," Nina said. Her voice was a cool, calibrated model of professional composure, devoid of sleepiness or surprise. She didn't step out. She held the door, an implicit command to approach. "Let's go." It was the speed of it that caught Katie's attention. The readiness. There was no fumbling for keys, no last-minute check of the stove. It was the deployment of a soldier who'd been packed and standing by for hours. Katie got out, the chill of the morning seeping through her jacket. The air smelled of damp earth and distant wood smoke. She climbed the 3 porch steps, her boots sounding too loud on the painted wood. As she reached the doorway, Nina stepped aside to grab her wool coat from the hook. The movement granted Katie a full view into the living room. The space was tidy, almost aggressively so. The books on the floor-to-ceiling shelves weren't just orderly. They were regimented, hardcovers aligned to the very edge of the shelves, paperbacks sorted by height. A stack of professional journals on the coffee table formed a perfect right angle to the table's edge. The navy throw blanket was folded with military precision over the arm of the sofa, corners sharp enough to cut. The air inside carried a faint, layered scent, lemon-scented wood polish, the ghost of yesterday's coffee, and beneath it, Nina's familiar jasmine perfume. But one thing was off. A heavy ceramic vase, a piece Katie had always noted for its deep, cobalt blue glaze and its permanent, centered place on the mantel, now sat on the floor. It was tucked against the wall near the hallway entrance, as if it had been placed there hastily and forgotten. A single, long-stemmed silk orchid that usually resided in it lay beside it on the hardwood, looking like a casualty. The mantel itself was bare, a strip of dust-free oak that seemed strangely accusatory in its emptiness. Katie's analyst brain cataloged it instantly: displacement. Something had happened in this room that required the removal of a heavy object from its usual station. A cleaning frenzy. A fit of pique. An obstacle cleared during a restless night. The vase was too intentional for an accident, too out of place for routine. "Flight S at 10:15, Katie said, her eyes coming back to Nina, who was shrugging into her coat. She kept her tone neutral, logistical. "Director Vance said the local PD in New Brunswick has the scene secured. They've taped off the staff parking lot and the immediate area." "Good," Nina's reply was a bullet. "Efficient." She turned the deadbolt on the front door with a solid thunk, then tested the handle. Her movements were economical, each one serving a clear purpose. In the harsh, diffuse light filtering through the overcast sky, her makeup was more pronounced than usual. It was expertly applied, foundation blending seamlessly at her hairline, mascara defining her lashes, but there was a density to it along her jawline and the left side of her chin. A slight mismatch in texture, a shade too matte compared to the natural sheen of her forehead. It wasn't a cosmetic choice. It was coverage. Concealer, layered and set, masking something beneath. Katie reached for the upright bag. The handle was still warm from Nina's grip. She hefted it, and the weight was surprising, solid. "You pack bricks for a 2-day trip?" she asked, the question light, an offered piece of normalcy. "Just the essentials." Nina's smile was a brief, practiced curve of her lips that didn't disturb the careful architecture of her makeup. It appeared and vanished in the same second, never reaching her eyes, which remained a focused, cool gray. She turned, her profile sharp against the dark door, and descended the 3 porch steps to the flagstone walkway. Katie watched the descent. Nina's left foot found the first step, then the second with sure, even pressure. As her right foot hit the pavement of the walkway, however, her breath hitched. A tiny, sharp, almost silent intake of air through her nose. Her body stiffened, a full-body flinch contained and compressed into the line of her shoulders, and the sudden clutch of her core muscles. It lasted less than a heartbeat. Then she smoothed her stride, the neutral mask back in place, her pace unwavering as she walked toward the car. Katie said nothing. The observation was filed, a data point joining the vase and the makeup. She maneuvered the wheeled bag down the steps, feeling the solid thump-thump-thump of the wheels on each wooden stair. At the car, she popped the trunk. The interior light blinked on, illuminating the empty, gray-carpeted space. She lifted the bag, it had to be close to 40 pounds, and grunted softly with the effort. It wasn't just clothes. It felt like a case file box, or maybe a small piece of gym equipment. She settled it in the trunk, arranging it squarely, her mind turning over the contents. Essentials. For Nina, that could mean anything from a ballistic vest to a pharmacopoeia of prescription sleep aids. She closed the trunk with a soft thud, the sound final in the quiet street. Through the passenger window, she saw Nina was already in the seat, not leaning back but upright. She had her briefcase open on her lap and was extracting a file, her movements crisp, her attention already sealed away from the world outside the glass. Katie slid into the driver's seat, the leather creaking under her. She pulled the door shut, sealing them in a sudden, intimate silence. The car filled with the competing scents. The top notes of Nina's jasmine perfume, the underlying, acrid hint of chemical cleaning spray from a recent wipe down, and the old, familiar smell of Katie's own car, coffee spills and sun-warmed vinyl. She slotted the key, turned it. The engine rumbled to life, the dashboard lights glowing a soft green. She adjusted the vent, her fingers precise on the dial. The silence between them was not quite comfortable, not quite strained. It was a specific, dense quiet, the silence of things noticed and deliberately unmentioned. It was the sound of two people reading each other's tells and agreeing, without words, not to acknowledge the reading. Katie pulled away from the curb, the tires crunching over a few stray gravel bits. She glanced in the rearview mirror at the receding house. It looked like a model home again, empty and perfect. They reached the end of the street, the stop sign a bright red hexagon. Katie signaled, though there was no other car in sight. The habit was ingrained. She looked left, then right, then left again. The ritual of safety. The victims are hospital and care home staff, Nina said, her voice cutting the quiet. She hadn't looked up from the file. Her eyes tracked lines of text, her index finger resting lightly on the page as a guide. A physician from the general hospital, a nurse from a long-term palliative care facility. The connection is the broader healthcare system, not a specific unit or department. We'll start with personnel records across both sites. Look for terminated employees, grievances, disciplinary actions that span both institutions. Any overlap could be a thread. Understood, Katie's response was automatic, professional. She turned onto the wider residential avenue, lined with similar colonials and sprawling oaks. She glanced over at Nina. Nina was a study in focused composure. Her posture was perfectly erect, not touching the seatback, her spine a straight line from tailbone to skull. One hand held the file steady on her briefcase, the other was poised to turn a page. But there was a tightness around her eyes that spoke of a concentration beyond the case file. A slight pinch at the inner corners. A faint, persistent tension in the muscle along her jaw, visible just below the careful layer of makeup. It was the look of someone holding a pose against a constant, low-grade current of pain or fatigue. She wasn't just reading, she was maintaining. Katie returned her gaze to the road. A yellow school bus was stopped ahead, its red lights flashing, stop arm extended. She eased to a halt, her hands resting at 10 and 2 on the wheel. In the side mirror, she watched a child in a puffy blue coat disembark and scamper up a driveway. The bus's lights went off, and it pulled away with a diesel grumble. Katie accelerated, the movement smooth. She thought of the vase on the floor. The deliberate, almost violent relocation of a decorative object. Had it been thrown? Had she swung it at something? At someone? The image was incongruous with the woman beside her, all control and crisp linen. She thought of the careful makeup. The layered coverage along the jaw wasn't for a blemish. It was too strategic, too localized. It was for a bruise. A fresh one, maybe from last night. The foundation was a wall, a professional necessity. Nina Shaw could not show up to a crime scene looking like she'd been in a fight. She thought of the controlled wince. The hitch of breath so quickly swallowed. A injury to the right side then. Maybe the leg, maybe the hip. Something that protested under weight. This wasn't about the job. The job was the distraction, the all-consuming focus that allowed you to ignore everything else. Nina had been doing this a long time, this specific calculus of concealment. The assembling of a front. The careful construction of a persona that was impenetrable, capable, untouchable. Katie knew the shape of it, the weight of it. She de-built her own versions, thinner and less expert over the years. You presented the intact shell. You never let them see the cracks, because once they saw one, they'd go looking for all the others. She just didn't know the source. What or who had caused the crack in Nina's shell this time? It wasn't the mugger from the alley, that was Katie's burden. This was separate, private, and recent. They reached the access road for the highway, a 2-lane strip of asphalt lined with auto shops and storage unit facilities. The sky was beginning to lighten from iron gray to a pale, sickly white. Traffic was building, a steady stream of headlights flowing toward the on-ramp. The first responder's initial report is sloppy, Nina said, turning a page. The sound was a dry whisper in the quiet car. Contradictions on the timeline, missing log entries from the patrol officer who secured the perimeter. We'll need to reconstruct it from scratch. I want you to take the lead on that. Get the officer's body cam footage if it exists. Cross-reference radio logs with their GPS timestamps. Assume nothing they wrote down in the first 2 hours is reliable. I'll start as soon as we land, Katie said. She signaled, checked her blind spot, and merged into the right lane, the car accelerating to match the flow. The engine's hum deepened. Nina gave a single, short nod, her eyes still on the file. She reached into her briefcase and pulled out a pen, clicking it once. She made a small, precise note in the margin. Her movements were definitive, each one asserting control over her immediate environment, the file, the pen, the space around her. Katie guided the car onto the highway on-ramp, the curve leaning them gently to the left. The vast expanse of the interstate opened before them, 4 lanes of asphalt streaming north, already clogging with the morning commute. She merged, finding a slot between a lumbering box truck and a sedan with a bike rack. The last 10 minutes, the staged house, the displaced vase, the concealed bruise, the hidden pain, might as well have not happened. They were sealed in the capsule of the car, hurtling forward. The highway stretched ahead, a gray ribbon under a gray sky, dotted with red brake lights. The case was waiting in New Brunswick, a puzzle of death and motive. It was a clean, professional problem. It demanded everything. And for now, that was a relief. Katie adjusted her grip on the steering wheel, settling in for the drive to the airport. In her peripheral vision, she saw Nina finally close the file, lay it flat on her briefcase, and stare out the passenger window at the blur of pine trees and sound barriers. Her reflection in the glass was a ghostly double, the makeup perfect, the expression unreadable, a portrait of a woman traveling light, carrying only the essentials. In Chapter 6. In Chapter 6. In Chapter 6. The sedan hummed toward Dulles International, the case file a stiff, cold rectangle in Katie Ford's lap. The air conditioning was set too high, a dry, artificial chill that raised goosebumps on her arms. Nina Shaw handled the wheel, her focus on the road absolute, her posture so rigid she seemed part of the car's machinery. Outside, the neat, green sprawl of Virginia suburbs began to give way to the utilitarian gray of airport infrastructure. Warehouses, rental car lots, long fences topped with razor wire. Katie's hands were steady on the manila folder, but her mind was back in the driver's seat of her own car, parked at the curb outside Nina's house an hour before. She had sat there, engine off, the silence of the morning broken only by the distant sound of a lawnmower. She delifted the file from the passenger seat, feeling its weight. It was standard issue, the tab labeled with a case number and nothing else. No names. Just digits. Her process was methodical, born of a brain that sought architecture before decoration. She hadn't read it, not truly. She had scanned. Her eyes moved over the header sheets, the administrative summaries, skipping the blocks of text to find the shapes they made on the page. Long paragraphs indicated narrative reports. Bullet points were evidence logs. Isolated lines in bold were likely cause of death pronouncements. She noted the pagination, the distribution list, the chain of custody stamps. She was looking for the skeleton. Who had touched this, in what order, and what had they prioritized? The pattern of attention told its own story. Only after she'd mapped that did she allow herself to glance at the first photograph. It was a wide shot of a parking lot, a small car, a figure blurred by distance, and the pixelation of a nighttime digital capture. She had closed the folder then, placing it carefully back on the seat, her fingers lingering on the cardboard edge. The dread was a low, familiar hum. She knew what was inside now, not the details but the essential truth. Violence, reduction, a life ended and then documented. She had taken a long, slow breath, the kind meant to settle something deep in the chest, and then Nina's front door had opened. "You're quiet," Nina said now, her gaze cutting sideways for a second before snapping back to the highway. The tone wasn't accusatory, but observational. Clinical. Usually, you've already found something I haven't. You're usually 5 steps ahead, verbally mapping the terrain. The silence is notable. Katie dragged her attention from the window, where a jet was climbing steeply into a hazy sky. "Just absorbing," she said, and it was partly true. The other part was the conscious decision to hold her cards closer, to not let her first, racing thoughts become spoken words until they'd been vetted. She de-promised herself no more holding back, but that didn't mean vomiting up every half-formed notion. It meant offering finished work. She opened the folder in her lap, the paper giving a soft crackle. The text was dense, bureaucratic. Victim 1, Paula Strickland. 29. Employed as a licensed practical nurse at Pineview Manor Nursing Home. Discovered at 6:15 a.m. in her compact car in the staff lot. Single stab wound, lower left quadrant abdomen. The weapon was not recovered. Cause of death, manual asphyxiation. Time of death estimated between 1:00 and 3:00 a.m. Photos, Nina instructed, her voice cutting through Katie's reading. It wasn't a request. Katie turned the page. The crime scene image was clinical and brutal, the flash bleaching color from everything but the central horror. A woman, Paula Strickland, slumped against her headrest, her face a mottled palette of deep purple and blue, her mouth slightly agape. Her eyes were open, clouded. Around her neck, cinched so tight it vanished into the swollen flesh of her throat, was a narrow, crimson tube. It looked like rubber or plastic, something flexible but strong. One end was tucked neatly, almost fastidiously, under the opposite coil. Katie's breath hitched, a small, involuntary sound in the quiet car. Her eyes wanted to skate away from the image, to the margins of the photo, the car's dashboard, a fuzzy dice hanging from the rear view, a coffee cup in the holder. She forced them back to the tube. It was the brightest thing in the grayscale picture. A message, she murmured, more to herself than to Nina. Keep going, Nina's command was a nudge, keeping her moving before the horror could root and paralyze. Katie turned the page, her fingers feeling slightly numb. Victim 2, Dr. Alan Cutler. 52. Attending physician, Department of Internal Medicine, New Brunswick Medical Center. Body located in the staff parking area, adjacent to his vehicle. Same pattern, a single, deep abdominal puncture, then strangulation. A second red tube, identical in description, found lodged partially in the hypopharynx, the upper airway. The medical examiner's note speculated it had been forced into his mouth post-mortem. Signatures consistent, Katie said, looking up from the page and out at the blur of a highway sound wall. The consistency was a relief and a terror. It meant a mind was at work, not chaos. A mind could be understood. The link is their profession, she added, echoing the obvious. Healthcare workers. A nurse, a doctor. Nina stated it flatly, but Katie heard the question buried in the statement. So what? Katie leaned back, closing her eyes for a second, constructing the scenes in the dark space behind her lids. The file details superimposed themselves on imaginary parking lots. First victim was ambushed in her vehicle. She was probably sitting in the driver's seat, maybe just gotten in or was about to get out. The attack happened right there. She opened her eyes, looking at Nina's profile. The second, the report says the body was adjacent to his vehicle, not inside it. There's a mention of scuff marks on the asphalt, drag patterns. The body might have been moved. Slight variance in the staging. Or a struggle that began at the car and ended a few feet away, Nina countered, her hands flexing on the wheel, a subtle adjustment of grip. We need the scene. The file gives us the what, the scene will give us the how, and the how gets us closer to the why. The tubes, Katie said, flipping back to the photos. She stared at the garish red against Strickland's skin, then at the description of the one found in Cutler's throat. Could they just be accessible? Something he grabbed on sight? Medical tubing is everywhere in those environments. No, Nina's tone was final, leaving no room for debate. It was the voice of 3 decades of seeing patterns repeat. He brings them with him. They're part of his kit. He leaves them deliberately. It's part of his script. Your job is to read the script, not to explain away the props. Katie nodded, the motion small. Chastened. She felt the correction like a physical tap on the shoulder. Pay closer attention. She focused on the method. The strangulation, it's hands-on. A personal. He's not shooting them from a distance. He's not using a rope. He's using a flexible ligature, which requires getting close, maintaining pressure, feeling the life go out of them. It's intimate violence. What does that tell you about him? Nina asked, sliding into the left lane to pass a slow-moving truck. The car accelerated, the engine's hum deepening. Katie ran through the mental archive, the catalog of weak men who used tools to simulate strength. A male. Likely not physically powerful, or at least not confident in his raw power. He uses the knife to control them, to incapacitate or terrorize, because he can't dominate them with his hands alone. The tube is a force multiplier. It lets him exert ultimate control from a position of technical advantage. She paused, considering the abdominal wounds. The stabbing comes first. It's a shock tactic. It takes the fight out of them, makes them compliant for the main event. Probable, Nina conceded, a slight tilt of her head acknowledging the reasoning. Now why these two? Random or chosen? They both worked in the same regional healthcare system. The New Brunswick network. That's a tangible link. Could be a grudge from a patient, someone who blames the system for a loss. Or a colleague, a disgruntled orderly, a fired resident, a rival. Both are viable hypotheses, Nina said. But we're guessing. We're connecting dots because they're the only dots we have. What's the one question we can't answer yet? The one that keeps you up at night with a case like this. Katie scanned the file again, not reading the words but feeling the gaps between them. The victims were different, a young female nurse, an older male doctor. Different locations, though both were staff parking lots. Different shifts, likely. The connection was professional, but the targeting felt specific yet indiscriminate within that category. Then it clicked. Who's next? She said, the words dropping into the space between them. With victimology this broad within the category, age, gender, specific role, predicting the next target is a blind shot. Is it another nurse? A surgeon? A pharmacist? A janitor in the hospital? The pool is massive. We can't put resources on every healthcare worker in Central Jersey. Exactly, Nina's voice was grim. The lack of a sexual element, the lack of robbery, the precision of the method, this is ideological. He's making a point. He's punishing a category. Until we understand the point, until we hear the sermon in his violence, we're just waiting for him to strike again. And he will. The interval between Strickland and Cutler was 11 days. We're already on day 9 since Cutler. The math was a cold splash. Katie closed the folder, the click of the cardboard a definitive sound. She sealed the horrors inside, but they pulsed through the cover, a dark energy against her thighs. The promise she'd made to herself solidified. No more holding back, no more self-editing for Nina's approval. The stakes were written in those photos. First stop in New Jersey is Cutler's scene, Nina said, as a sign for the airport terminal loomed ahead. The local PD has it taped off, but it's gone cold. We need to hear what the place tells us that the report can't. The light, the sight lines, the smell of the asphalt. Understood. Katie held the folder with both hands, her thumbs rubbing against the coarse grain of the cardboard. The other worry, the one that had been gnawing at her since she saw Nina's face that morning, finally pushed its way out. She kept her voice level. What did Director Vance say about Campbell? A fraction of a second of pure stillness, Then Nina's knuckles tightened on the steering wheel. The leather grip creaked under the pressure. The tendons in her hands stood out like cables. She didn't look away from the road. "He benched us. Officially. Says the manhunt is compromised by our personal investment. Thinks we'll make reckless decisions." Her jaw worked, a muscle flickering beneath the expertly applied makeup. "It's another team's problem now. A fresh team with no history." "That's a mistake," Katie said, the words leaving her mouth before she could weigh them. A cold, hard knot formed in her gut, twisting tight. Tobias Campbell was a ghost, a predator who had looked directly into her soul and smiled. Handing him off to a team, reading a file, was like handing a live grenade to someone who thought it was a paperweight. "I know it is," Nina's voice was low, strained. "But orders are orders. He's the director. His logic isn't unsound from a managerial perspective. We are personally invested. Going after Tobias ourselves, with the history we have, is the most dangerous thing we could do. Emotion clouds judgment. Vance sees the cloud. His job is to clear it." Katie watched the airport signs grow larger, more frequent. The flow of traffic thickened, families in minivans, businessmen in sedans, all funneling toward the departures level. A reckless idea, which had been a vague, shadowy shape in the back of her mind since she'd heard the word benched, now took solid, terrifying form. It was less a thought and more a visceral impulse, a forward lunge against the leash. She tested the words in her head, then let them out, keeping her tone neutral, almost casual. "What if we didn't strictly follow that order?" The silence that filled the car was profound. It wasn't just an absence of speech. It was a vacuum that sucked out the hum of the engine, the hiss of the tires, the murmur of the radio they hadn't been listening to. Katie could hear her own pulse drumming in her ears, a rapid, percussive beat in her temples. She didn't look at Nina. She watched the road, the lines flashing by, giving Nina the space to process the mutiny she'd just proposed. Nina's expression, from Katie's peripheral vision, was unreadable. A stone mask. Her breathing was so controlled, it was almost undetectable. A full 30 seconds passed, marked only by the clicking of the turn signal as they moved into the right lane for the airport exit. "I've followed orders for 3 decades, Nina finally said, her voice so low Katie had to lean slightly to catch it. It was stripped of all its usual authority, just raw statement. "Through bad calls, through politics, through cases that kept me awake for years. Never stepped a toe out of line. Not once. Because the system only works if the chain of command holds." She paused, her throat working as she swallowed. "And the director's logic isn't flawed. Going after Tobias ourselves, off the books, is the most dangerous thing we could do. For the case and for us. It could end everything. Careers. Freedom." Katie waited, the knot in her stomach now a laid weight. She had overstepped. She had misread the room, the car, the woman. She braced for the shutdown, the icy reprimand. "But," Nina continued, and the single word hung in the air, charged. A sharp, new edge entered her tone, one Katie had never heard before, a kind of furious, liberated resolve. "Danger is the job. We signed up for it. And sometimes the chain of command protects the institution more than it serves the justice. Campbell is my failure. My unfinished business. Letting another team fumble in the dark while he's out there, watching, planning, that feels like a bigger betrayal than bending a directive." She finally glanced at Katie, a swift, cutting look. "So maybe it's time I learned how to color outside the lines. Carefully. Precisely. Deniably. A surge of fierce adrenaline shot through Katie, so potent it was tinged with nausea. Her skin prickled. Her fingers clenched on the file folder, the edges biting into her palms. It was the dread of stepping off a cliff mixed with the electric thrill of the fall. This was the pact, made not in the safety of a living room but in the moving car with the airport, a symbol of sanctioned, orderly travel, looming ahead. They were choosing the unsanctioned path. "I'm with you," she said, and the words were a vow. There was no hesitation in them. Nina gave a single sharp nod, her eyes back on the road. The turn signal clicked again, a metronome of their new reality, as she guided them into the dim, cavernous mouth of the airport parking complex. The air grew cooler, shadowed. Rows of concrete pillars flashed by, marked with numbers and letters. Katie closed the folder in her lap, the action final. She placed it on the floor between her feet, as if putting the official case away to make room for the unofficial one. The terminal signs glowed ahead, white on blue, pointing the way to ticketing, baggage claim, gates. The pact with Nina sat in the air between them, no longer a live wire but a settled, humming circuit. It was closed. The decision was made. They would work the red tube case with their left hands and hunt Tobias Campbell with their right, and they would do it all under the director's nose. The weight of it was immense, a gravity that pressed Katie back into her seat. She looked at Nina's profile, the hard line of her jaw, the unblinking focus in her eyes. In that moment, Katie saw not just her partner, but a co-conspirator. The thought was as terrifying as it was necessary. As the car slowed, searching for a parking spot in the vast, echoing garage, the memory of the mugger's grip on her shoulder, the phantom smell of Tobias's cologne from a past confrontation, flashed through her mind. This was the answer to that threat. This was the fight back. It started here, in this silent car, rolling to a stop on the cold concrete. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The hospital staff parking lot was a sealed rectangle of asphalt under a harsh midday sun that felt like a physical blow. Katie Ford stepped onto the curb, the heat rising in visible, rippling waves that distorted the distant hospital buildings. The air smelled of hot tar and baked concrete, undercut by the faint, ever-present hospital scent of antiseptic and exhaust from idling ambulances. A strip of yellow police tape, strung between light poles and the side mirrors of parked cars, formed a fluttering, inadequate perimeter. It snapped and popped in the dry breeze, the sound like small, impatient hands clapping. Behind her, Nina Shaw finished a low-voiced call, the tension in her posture visible even from the back. Her shoulders were a straight, rigid line, her free hand clenched into a loose fist at her side. Katie's eyes tracked from the main hospital entrance, a wall of reflective glass that threw the sun's glare back like a challenge, to the taped-off scrub line 50 yards away, where scraggly bushes and a line of young, spindly trees separated the lot from a service road. The scene was too open, too exposed. The automatic doors of the distant ambulance bay glinted, a silent witness. Anyone could have walked out. A nurse on a smoke break, an orderly, a doctor. The killer had gambled and he'd won. She could feel the enormity of the risk in the pit of her stomach, a cold knot tightening beneath the heat. "First thoughts?" Nina asked, joining her. The sunlight caught the careful layers of makeup along Nina's jaw, turning them into a subtle, textured map of something she was trying to hide. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were already scanning, measuring, dissecting the space. Katie took a slow breath, the hot air scraping her throat. "He wasn't hiding," she said, her voice flat, factual. She swept a hand toward the expanse, her gesture taking in the blank windows, the open sightlines. This was a gamble in a house with 1,000 windows. He either knew the shift change patterns cold, or he didn't care if he was seen. He wanted this spot specifically. Bold or stupid, Nina muttered, her own gaze calculating sightlines, assessing the scant, stubby shadows cast by the light poles at this high noon hour. She squinted against the glare. Bold, a new voice cut in, firm and carrying the weight of local authority. A man in a crisp police uniform, shirt strained across a solid chest, approached from beside a cruiser parked just outside the tape. His face was lined from sun and stress, his hair a close-cut gray fuzz. His hand was already extended, not in welcome, but as a challenge, held out like a barrier. Chief Ira Larkin. You're the feds. Introductions were made, names exchanged like currency. Larkin's grip was punishing, a test of mettle. He held Katie's hand a beat too long, his eyes appraising her with a blunt, unimpressed scrutiny before releasing her to do the same to Nina. His palm was dry and calloused. Chief Larkin, Katie said, keeping her tone neutral, letting her own hand fall back to her side. She resisted the urge to flex her fingers. Body's gone, but we've kept it tight, he said, hooking his thumbs in his belt. His eyes never quite settled on them, darting between the agents and his officers milling near the tape. He had the look of a man holding a perimeter against an encroaching force. Got the call around 2 a.m. Wife was worried when Dr. Cutler didn't come home. A night nurse, coming out for her break, found him back there in the bushes. Said she saw a shoe first, thought it was trash. How did it look when your team arrived? Katie asked, pulling a small notebook from her jacket pocket. The leather felt hot to the touch, almost sticky. Contained, Larkin said, with a note of pride that didn't reach his wary eyes. Blood pool by the foliage, car locked up clean. No obvious drag marks. Seems the whole thing went down off the pavement, in the dirt. No shell casings, no dropped wallet. Professional, he said the last word as if daring them to contradict him. So he was led there, Nina said, not looking at the chief but at the precise spot where the asphalt met the soil, a jagged line of oil stains and grit. Or he walked there under his own power, with someone he didn't perceive as a threat. A colleague, maybe. Someone asking for a word in private. The unsub, Katie clarified for the chief, whose brow furrowed slightly at the term, deepening the sun-creased lines on his forehead. Unknown subject. Larkin nodded, though the jargon clearly grated. He shifted his weight, his utility belt creaking. A doctor. Cutler was on nights. His clock-out time from the ICU was logged just after midnight. Coroner puts time of death around 12:30. So whatever happened fast once he left the building. Or it started before he left, Katie said softly, more to herself than to them. She walked to the edge of the tape, the heat from the blacktop seeping through the soles of her shoes, a persistent, radiating warmth. She studied the dark, rust-colored stains on the packed dirt and the concrete curb. They were a chaotic bloom, not a neat pool. Movement had happened here. A struggle, a fall, a crawl. She glanced back at the gleaming automatic doors, a quarter-mile away. Someone could have walked out those doors at any moment. Or driven in. This isn't a blind spot, it's a stage. Ambulance bay only, Larkin said, following her gaze, his voice taking on a defensive edge. Quiet at that hour, but not dead. We get traumas, heart attacks. Could be a 5-minute window with no traffic, could be 20. Brass ones to take that chance. He shook his head, a gesture of grim professional respect mixed with disbelief. Katie turned to the lone vehicle inside the tape, a silver Toyota Camry. It sat under the sun, innocent and ordinary, its paint job gleaming. And his. Registered to Alan Cutler, MD. Dusted it ourselves. Clean so far. No prints that shouldn't be there, no signs of forced entry. Keys were in his pocket. Larkin rocked back on his heels. A car's clean. A scene's clean. Man was targeted. With a pair of nitrile gloves snapped from her pocket, the sound sharp in the still air, Katie approached the car. The exterior was spotless, not even the fine layer of pollen that coated the other vehicles in the lot. It had been recently washed, or the night dew had beaded and run clean. She crouched, feeling the immediate pull in her thighs, the familiar twinge from the mugging bruises that were still a dull ache beneath her clothes. The rough asphalt bit through the fabric of her pants at the knee. She checked the tires, running a gloved finger along the treads. Nothing embedded. The valve stems were intact, their black plastic caps in place. She leaned lower, peering at the undercarriage. Shadows, dust, the normal grime of a daily driver. No cuts to break lines, no obvious tampering, no fresh scrapes. Then her gaze caught on a thin wedge of something pressed against the concrete, nearly invisible under the shadow of the rear axle. Not dirt. It had a straight edge, a manufactured line. She shifted her weight, her knee protesting, and leaned in closer, her nose filling with the smell of hot rubber and oil. She snagged it with her fingertips, careful not to push it further into the gap. She stood, her joints complaining, and held it up to the light. It was a splinter of wood, about 4 inches long, pale and dry as old bone. One side was coated in flaking white paint, the edges rough and fibrous where it had been snapped or torn, not cut. She turned it over. The unpainted side was smooth, worn silky from handling. A sticky, dark residue coated one end, old glue, maybe, or sap that had collected grit. "What is that?" Nina called over, stepping closer, her shoes crunching on the gravel-strewn asphalt. Came from under the car, right by the tire. Katie pinched it, feeling its weightlessness. Weird place for it. It wasn't kicked there, it was pressed flat. As if something was wedged, or someone dropped it and it got pinned. Nina took it, her gloved fingers careful, turning it over as Katie had. She held it to her own eye line, then handed it to Chief Larkin, who accepted it gingerly, holding it between thumb and forefinger like a dead insect. Forensics. Bag it. Could be from a tool handle, a piece of furniture. A signpost, even. Maybe he tried to jam it in the wheel well, or a door jamb. A hasty sabotage that failed. Larkin nodded, his lips pressed thin. He signaled to a waiting evidence tech with a jerk of his chin. We'll run it. But it's probably nothing. Lots full of debris. When the chief walked off to confer with the tech, his voice a low rumble, Katie moved closer to Nina, her voice dropping. This feels off, Nina. Disjointed, she gestured with her chin toward the pristine car, then the violent, chaotic bloodstains. The scene is too clean for a violent strangulation and stabbing. The car is untouched, no fingerprints, no struggle inside or on it. But this, she pointed to the wood splinter now being slid into a paper evidence bag. That's hasty. That's messy. It's emotional. Like we're looking at 2 different puzzles, or 2 different halves of the same one that don't match. The planning versus the execution don't align. Nina pocketed her own notebook, her expression grim, her eyes fixed on the bagged splinter. She stared past it to the bushes where Alan Cutler had died, the leaves still dark in places. Agreed. Why lure him into the bushes? Why choose a spot with potential witnesses, but no cameras covering this angle? Why no screams heard? A tracheal crush isn't silent. She finally looked at Katie, her eyes dark and unblinking. And why the wood? If it's his, what was he carrying? A clipboard. A picture frame. If it's the unsubs, what does it mean? We're profiling a ghost who leaves a splinter. A ghost who gets sloppy with a piece of trash but perfect on a murder. The bodies will have more to say than this asphalt, Katie said, the certainty in her voice feeling thin. Let's go hear them. The drive to the Middlesex County Medical Examiner's office was tense and quiet, the kind of silence that was thick with unprocessed images. Katie drove, her hands at 10 and 2 on the rental car's wheel, the plastic cool under her grip. The air conditioning was on too high, a mechanical chill that blew directly on her wrists and didn't reach the deeper cold settling in her gut. Beside her, Nina stared out the passenger window at the passing strip malls and residential streets, but her reflection in the glass showed eyes that were focused on nothing in the present landscape. Katie replayed the parking lot in her mind. The flapping tape, a sound she knew she'd hear in her sleep. The arrogant exposure of the crime scene. The bizarre, out-of-place splinter. It was a note of chaos in a composition that otherwise suggested control, patience, knowledge. Was the killer losing his cool? Was this a stress response a mistake? Or was that splinter a message they couldn't read yet, a deliberate breadcrumb from a mind that thought in symbols? Nina shifted in her seat, the leather creaking loudly in the sealed quiet. She didn't turn from the window. Larkin's hiding something, she said, the words measured. What? Not about the case. About us. The handshake was a power play, but the eyes, he's resentful. Thinks we're here to steal his collar or blame him for a slow response. He's proud of his contained scene. We need him, but we can't trust him to give us everything up front. He'll filter what he thinks is important. Katie nodded, watching a truck merge ahead of them. It was a familiar song, just a different verse. We'll lean on the evidence. That's impartial. And we'll see what the bodies say. He can't filter a corpse. The ME's office was a low, modern brick building set back from the road, surrounded by patches of manicured, mournful grass and young trees that offered no real shade. It looked like a quiet library, not a repository for the violently departed. Inside, the world changed. The air was refrigerated, heavy with a layered smell that hit Katie in the face as the glass doors sighed shut behind them. The sharp, clean bite of antiseptic, the underlying, sweet metallic hint of blood and preservative, and a top note of lemon-scented cleaner that failed to mask the rest, instead creating a nauseating, artificial citrus bouquet of death. The lighting was a relentless, shadowless fluorescent glare that made the pale walls look greenish and everyone in the empty lobby look slightly ill. A harried assistant with tired eyes and a permanent frown directed them down a tiled hallway, her voice a monotone as she peered over half-moon glasses. Dissection 3. Dr. Morrow is expecting you. Gowning station on your left. Sign the log, please. She pushed a clipboard across the counter without looking up. They suited up in light blue paper gowns, the material rustling like dry leaves, adding gloves and paper shoe covers that slipped on the polished tile. The ritual of it, the rustle of the paper, the snap of the latex against their wrists, felt like preparing for a descent into a silent, sterile underworld. The hallway floor was a chill that seeped through the thin paper covers, a constant, grounding cold. Dr. Jonas Morrow met them at the door to the dissection room, pulling off a clear plastic face shield. He was a man in his late 50s, with a neatly trimmed salt and pepper beard and lively, intelligent eyes that seemed out of place in the death room. He had the energetic, almost cheerful demeanor common to veteran pathologists, a necessary dissociation from the daily work. His scrubs were immaculate, a deep navy blue. "Agents Shaw and Ford, I presume," he said, his voice carrying easily in the tiled space, bouncing off the stainless steel. "Chief Larkin said you'd come. Dr. Alan Cutler is right here. Just finished my second pass on him. I have the preliminaries for Paula Strickland as well." He gestured them in with a gloved hand. He moved to a wall of stainless steel doors, each bearing a numbered tag. With a solid, practiced pull, he slid a gurney from its slot. The sound was a hollow, metallic rumble. The body, zipped into a dark blue plastic pouch, was wheeled to the center of the room under the bright, unforgiving surgical lights. Morrow unzipped the bag with a practiced, respectful slowness, the sound a long, tearing sigh. The body was pale, waxy, the color of old candle wax. Katie made herself focus on the facts, not the man. She noted the muscular build of someone who might have used a hospital gym, the scattering of dark chest hair going gray at the edges. The face was slack, mouth slightly open as if in mild surprise. He had been handsome, in a weary, scholarly way. Fine lines at the corners of his eyes, a strong jaw now gone soft. Now he was a specimen. She saw the faint, purplish bruising encircling the neck, a necklace of violence, and the darker, angry puncture wound low on his abdomen, already sutured from the autopsy. Cause of death was asphyxiation due to tracheal crush, Morrow began, using a pen as a pointer without touching the skin. He traced an invisible circle in the air above the bruising. "The hyoid bone is fractured here. Classic in manual strangulation." The abdominal stab wound, while serious and undoubtedly painful, was not immediately fatal. It pierced the small intestine but missed the major vessels. It would have immobilized him, caused tremendous pain and shock, but he would have bled out slowly over many minutes. He turned to a large digital monitor on the wall, tapping the keyboard with a knuckle. The screen flickered to life, bringing up a series of scans and charts in cool blues and grays. "But here's the anomaly that made me look twice, and then a third time." He pointed to a graph showing lung volume measurements, a spike that looked all wrong. Lung inflation is double the norm for a man his size and weight. That doesn't happen from a single, sustained strangulation. In a typical asphyxiation, the lungs are actually underinflated at death because the airway is blocked. These lungs are overinflated. Strained. Nina took a step closer to the screen, her arms crossed tightly over her paper gown, the material crinkling. Her gaze was locked on the aberrant graph. "Explain the mechanism. How does that happen?" "It happens when the process is repeated," Morrow said, his professional cadence never wavering, though his eyes grew more intent, focused on delivering a terrible truth with precision. "The victim is strangled to the brink of unconsciousness, or beyond, then released. The body, in a panic, gasps, drawing in huge, desperate breaths. The lungs hyperexpand, trying to store oxygen for the next assault. Then the pressure is reapplied. It's a cycle. A cycle of suffocation and reprieve. Each time the lungs stretch a bit more, like overinflating a balloon. I've only read about this pattern in contexts of systematic torture or interrogation. It takes time. And it takes intent. You don't get this by accident. You get it by design." The room seemed to grow colder. Katie felt the chill climb her spine, raising goosebumps on her arms beneath the thin gown. She became acutely aware of the hum of the refrigeration units behind the steel walls, a low, constant drone that vibrated in her teeth. Her own breath felt shallow, inadequate. She looked from the clinical, damning graph back to the pale, still body on the gurney. Several minutes. Conscious for most of it, aware of the cycle, feeling his own lungs burning and straining against his ribs, knowing the darkness was coming back, and then being granted a searing, insufficient breath. The cruelty of the interval was what stuck in her throat. He played with him, Katie said, the words leaving her mouth like stones, heavy and final. For several minutes, yes, Morrow said quietly, clicking off the monitor. The screen went dark, reflecting the harsh lights of the room and their own ghostly, gowned figures. The abdominal wound was likely the opening move. Incapacitating. A shock to the system. Then the cycles began. Death was anything but quick. The medical tube you found at the scene was placed post-mortem. Symbolic like a tag. The real signature was in the physiology. In the suffering. The cruelty of it was a physical weight in the room, pressing down on Katie's shoulders. She had to steady herself with a hand on the cool stainless steel counter, the metal so cold it almost burned. The image was in her head now, unshakable. A man in the dark dirt, trying to draw a breath that was repeatedly stolen from him, the world narrowing to the pressure on his throat and the frantic, firework burst of oxygen when it briefly lifted. She saw the connection click in Nina's eyes too, a hardening, a darkening, a shudder coming down behind her gaze. This wasn't a random act of violence born of rage or opportunity. This was deliberate, drawn-out torment. A process. An experiment. Show us the first victim, Nina said, her voice tight, stripped of all inflection, a command that brooked no delay. Morrow nodded, a quick, understanding dip of his head. He rezipped the body bag over Alan Cutler's face with a finality that felt merciful, the zipper's teeth closing with a soft, plastic chatter. He slid the gurney back into its wall slot with a soft, metallic sigh that echoed. He moved to another door, another tag, his movements efficient but slower now, weighted by what came next. Paula Strickland. Received her 3 days ago. My findings are preliminary but conclusive on the major points. They are notable. He wheeled out another draped form. This time, he went straight to the monitor, calling up the autopsy photos and reports without unveiling the body. The first image that filled the screen was a clinical, close-up shot of the femoral artery puncture on the inner thigh. It was a small, neat incision, precise as a surgeon's mark. Precision strike, Morrow said, using a laser pointer now, a red dot hovering over the image. A scalpel or an extremely sharp, thin blade. Sliced clean through the artery. She'd lose consciousness in under 30 seconds, bleed out internally into the thigh and abdominal cavity in 60 to 90. Rapid exsanguination. A efficient if brutal kill. He switched to an image of the heart, removed and sectioned on a black pathology tray. It looked shriveled, dark-streaked, a piece of tough, overworked leather. But her heart tells a different, more disturbing story. It shows extreme stress morphology. The muscle fibers are torn, frayed, and severe dehydration of the tissue. This organ kept beating, and beating hard, long after her blood volume was critically depleted. It was running on empty, tearing itself apart in the process. It's a heart that worked itself to death. How? Katie asked, though she was already dreading the answer, the pieces starting to form a horrifying, grotesque picture in her mind. Her mouth had gone dry. Toxicology, Morrow said, bringing up another report, a list of chemical names and concentrations. I found a chemical cocktail in her system. Morphine, a significant dose, enough to induce euphoria and analgesia, to blunt pain and fear. Epinephrine, pure adrenaline, a massive jolt. And concentrated electrolytes, potassium, sodium. And there's this. He zoomed in on a photo of the chest, the skin pale and marbled. The red dot settled on a tiny, almost invisible puncture mark just below the left collarbone. A needle track. Deep, aiming for the subclavian vein, a direct line to the heart. The injection site. He let that hang in the cold, antiseptic air. Katie's stomach turned, a real physical lurch. She could see Nina's jaw working, a muscle flexing and tightening beneath the careful makeup, her hands now clenched at her sides. My theory, Morrow continued, his voice now barely above a whisper, as if the walls themselves shouldn't hear the blasphemy of it. He cuts her femoral artery. She starts to fade, the world going gray, cold. Then, as she's slipping away, he injects this cocktail directly near her heart. Morphine to keep her calm, maybe even euphoric, detached from the horror. Adrenaline and electrolytes to shock her system back online, to jumpstart the failing engine. He restarts the engine while the tank is dry. Her heart goes into overdrive, pumping nothing, while she continues to bleed out internally. Consciousness would have been a fluctuating nightmare, waves of dizzying weakness, then surges of artificial, chemical alertness, clarity even, as her body consumed itself. Then, when he was done, when the experiment was over, he finished the job with the tube around her neck. That was the period at the end of the sentence. The final, contemptuous signature. The cruelty of it was no longer just a weight. It was a vacuum, sucking the air and warmth from the room. Katie had to look away from the screen, focusing on the speckled pattern of the floor tiles, counting the gray dots to anchor herself. She felt a cold sweat bead on her brow and upper lip. This was hatred made manifest in clinical, deliberate steps. This was punishment meted out with a scientist's eye. This was a message written in pain and physiology. I am in control. Of your body, of your death, of the very moments in between. She saw the same understanding solidify in Nina's posture. The older woman had gone very still, a statue in a paper gown, her eyes fixed on the horrific image of the shriveled heart. Not in avoidance but in total absorption, committing every detail, every implication, to the relentless, unforgiving ledger of her mind. When she finally spoke, her voice was husked out rough. He's not just killing them. He's demonstrating something. Proving a point. With Cutler, it was about air, about breath, about the fundamental rhythm of life. With Strickland, it was about the pump, the engine. He's isolating systems. Our profile is wrong, Katie said, the words tasting like ash. She forced herself to look back at Morrow, to meet his knowledgeable, weary gaze. This isn't a crime of passion or a serial killer operating on a compulsive fantasy. This is personal. This is hatred with a purpose. It's surgical. It's pedagogical. He's teaching them a lesson as they die. Nina gave a slow, grim nod, finally breaking her gaze from the screen. She turned to Dr. Morrow, her professional mask back in place, but it was cracked, the horror visible in the tightness around her eyes. Thank you, Doctor. This was exceptionally clear. We'll need all files, all photos, your full report, sent to Chief Larkin's office with a copy to our field server. Immediately. Of course, Morrow said, beginning to power down the equipment, the screens winking out one by one. The light in his lively eyes had dimmed somewhat, The sharing of such horrors, the articulation of this specific malevolence, took a toll, even on him. "I'll have it all couriered within the hour." In the hallway, they stripped off the gowns and gloves, the paper tearing as they pulled it over their heads. They dumped the crumpled mass into a bright red biohazard bin, the lid swallowing the material with a soft whump. The sterile lemon sent from a wall dispenser did nothing to cleanse the images seared into Katie's mind. The hyperexpanded lungs, the shriveled heart, the calm, scholarly face of Alan Cutler. She rubbed her hands over her face, as if she could scrub the visions away, but only succeeded in pressing them deeper. They walked back toward the lobby, the sound of their footsteps, hers a measured tread, Nina's a sharper click, echoing in the empty, tiled corridor. The normal world felt miles away, unreachable. Nina's phone chimed, a sharp, intrusive sound in the heavy quiet. She checked it, her face illuminated by the cold blue glow. The light carved hollows under her eyes. "We're cleared to see Dr. Cutler's widow," she said, already picking up her pace toward the exit, her movements urgent, driven. "She's at home with a family liaison. Now, let's go." Katie followed, matching her stride, pushing through the heavy doors back into the wall of heat and noise. The world outside the ME's office. The blinding sun, the roar of a lawnmower somewhere, the smell of cut grass and gasoline, felt surreal, like emerging from a deep, dark dive into black water. But the cold core of the case was now inside her, a frozen, crystalline truth. Every other concern, the ghost of an escaped serial killer, the threatening, watchful presence of an ex, the unopened box from her father sitting like a silent accusation on her floor, was burned away, incinerated by the focused, white-hot purpose that now filled the void. They had to find the monster who did this. A monster who didn't just kill, but who conducted orchestras of suffering, who composed symphonies of agony. Nothing else mattered. Nothing else could. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The house in the upscale New Jersey neighborhood was a monument to quiet wealth, all stone and glass and timber set back from the street by a deep, emerald lawn. Katie Ford killed the engine, taking in the manicured flower beds, the three-car garage with its doors sealed tight, the absolute stillness. No news vans, no curious neighbors on the sidewalk. The silence felt purchased. Nina Shaw was already unbuckling her seatbelt, her movements efficient, her eyes scanning the upper windows as if expecting a curtain to twitch. They walked up the flagstone paths. The front door was heavy oak, stained a dark espresso with a polished brass knocker. Before Katie could reach for it, the door swung inward. Sarah Vance stood in the shadow of the foyer, one hand braced against the frame. She was dressed in dark yoga pants and a wrinkled Princeton sweatshirt that swam on her. Her blonde hair, usually, Katie imagined, sleek in a ponytail or blowout, was pulled into a messy knot at the nape of her neck, strands escaping to cling to her damp temples. Her eyes were red-rimmed, the skin beneath them puffy and bruised-looking. She didn't speak, just stepped back in a slow, yielding motion, granting them entry as if the effort of blocking the threshold was beyond her. "Mrs. Vance," Nina began, her voice calibrated to a softer, lower register than her usual clipped tone. "I'm Agent Shaw. This is Agent Ford. Thank you for seeing us." Sarah nodded once, a mechanical dip of her chin. She led them through a vaulted foyer with a cold marble floor, past a curved staircase, and into a sunken living room. The air here was different, still and heavy, smelling of lemon-scented polish, and the underlying, sweet-trot scent of despair. The room was a showpiece. High ceilings, a wall of windows overlooking a pristine patio and pool, furniture in creams and grays. A cashmere throw was tangled on a pristine white sofa, as if someone had tried to burrow into it and then given up. 2 empty wine glasses, each bearing a faint lipstick smudge the color of dried roses, stood sentinel on a vast marble coffee table. A third glass, half full with flat, amber liquid, sat on the floor beside the sofa leg. Sarah sank onto the sofa, pulling the throw into her lap and worrying a corner between her fingers. She didn't offer them a seat. Katie took a wingback chair opposite, its upholstery stiff and unwelcoming. Nina remained standing, a subtle tactic to avoid looming, but to maintain a presence of official business. "What do you need?" Sarah asked, her gaze fixed on the tangled weave of the throw. Her voice was hoarse, scraped raw. "We need to understand your husband's world," Nina said, moving to lean against the arm of Katie's chair, a posture of collaborative attention. His routine, his state of mind in the days and weeks leading up to Tuesday night. Sarah's shoulders lifted in a shallow, exhausted shrug. His routine was the hospital. He left at 6:30 a.m. He came home whenever. Sometimes 8, sometimes midnight. Sometimes he'd sleep in the on-call room, and I wouldn't see him for 36 hours. She finally looked up, her eyes glassy. His state of mind was tired. He was always tired. But it was a good tired, you know. The kind you earn. Katie let Nina continue to draw her out, using her own gaze to profile the room. Her eyes drifted over the built-in bookshelves flanking the fireplace, more art books and curated objects dart than actual books. Then to the mantel. It was a gallery of a life's validation, polished wood and brass plaques. Top Doctor, Northeast Region, 2021. St. Anne's Medical Center Service Excellence Award. Physician of the Year, New Jersey Medical Association. A small, tasteful crystal trophy for a charity golf tournament. A life of calibrated achievement, of acknowledged skill and respect. Ended in a dirty parking lot between a dumpster and a scrub pine. The dissonance was a physical ache behind Katie's ribs. Nina was asking about his relationships at the hospital, his demeanor. Sarah's answers were clipped, delivered in monotone bursts. He worked too much, but he always had. He was dedicated. He cared too much, which sometimes that made people angry. Patients' families. They want miracles, and when you can't deliver, she trailed off, her fingers still plucking at the cashmere. Did that anger ever escalate? Nina pressed gently. Any specific threats? Ongoing conflicts? Sarah shook her head slowly, then reached for the half-full glass on the floor. She took a sip, made a faint face at the taste, and set it back down. He saved lives. That was his whole job. That's what he did. He wasn't a mobster. He didn't have enemies. The interview was circling the drain, yielding nothing but the generic portrait of a good man in a hard job. Katie knew they needed a lever, a way to crack open the shell of fresh grief and reach the details underneath. She decided to push, to introduce a new, alarming variable. "A Mrs. Vance," Katie said, leaning forward, her elbows on her knees to bring herself closer to Sarah's eye level. "We believe the person who killed your husband may have killed before. We're investigating another murder with similar hallmarks. We're looking for a connection between the victims." Sarah's head snapped up. The movement was sudden, sharp, like a marionette jerked on its strings. Her eyes, dull a moment before, widened, the pupils dilating. A sharp intake of breath hissed through her parted lips. Before. Who? The hoarseness was gone, replaced by a strained urgency. Was it someone from the nursing home? The shift was jarring. The word nursing home landed in the quiet room with the weight of a dropped stone. Nina, who had been still as a statue, subtly straightened her posture, her attention narrowing to a laser point. Katie felt her own pulse kick up a notch. "What nursing home, Mrs. Vance?" Nina asked, her voice carefully neutral. Sarah blinked as if surprised by her own words. She looked from Nina to Katie and back, her hands now clasped tightly in her lap, knuckles white. "Pineview Manor. It's a palliative care facility over in Morristown. He went to some retreat thing with them a few months back. In the spring. A caregiver wellness weekend or something." He thought it was silly, but the administration strongly suggested it. "Team building," she said the last two words with a faint, bitter twist of her mouth. "And after this retreat," Katie prompted. Sarah's gaze drifted back to the middle distance, over Katie's shoulder toward the bright, empty patio. "He came back quiet. Changed. Not depressed, just distant. Preoccupied. He'd just stare sometimes, out a window, at the TV, not really seeing it. Like he'd seen something he couldn't unsee." She shook her head slowly. "I asked him about it. He said it was nothing. Just heavy conversations. But the fire, the drive he always had, it dimmed. I told myself he was just burning out. That maybe it was time to think about cutting back his hours." A single tear escaped, tracing a path through the faint powder on her cheek. She didn't wipe it away. She stood abruptly, the motion unsteady. The throw fell to the floor. She took 2 steps toward the bookshelf, her hand reaching out, fingers brushing the spines of books before settling on a simple silver frame. She pulled it from the shelf, stared at the photo within for a long 3 count, her expression unreadable. Then she turned and thrust the frame at Katie, not at Nina, as if delegating the burden of it. Katie took it. The glass was cool and clean. The photo showed a group of 8 people, smiling, squinting against bright sunlight. They stood on a wooden dock that jutted into a sparkling blue lake, pine trees crowding the shore behind them. It had the slightly stiff, arranged quality of an official group photo. In the center, wearing a navy polo shirt and a relaxed smile, was Robert Vance. To his immediate right, beaming at the camera with a vibrant, open-faced warmth, was Paula Strickland. Katie's own breath caught, a silent hitch in her chest. The nurse from the file. The first victim. The connection was no longer theoretical. It was here, captured in glossy 4x6. Nina leaned in, her shoulder pressing against Katie's. Katie felt the slight tension in Nina's arm, saw the way her eyes scanned each face in the photo, committing them to memory. "Who are the others, Mrs. Vance?" Nina asked, her voice low. Sarah had collapsed back onto the sofa, her energy spent. She waved a limp hand. "Mother staff, I think. From Pineview. I don't know their names. Robert never said. He just put the picture on the shelf and never mentioned it again." She drew her knees up to her chest, a defensive, childlike posture. "After that weekend, he just lost the fire. He'd just stare. Like he'd seen something." Katie studied the other faces. 2 older women, one with kind eyes and a floral scarf. A bald man with a gentle smile. A younger man with a beard, looking slightly away from the camera. A woman with severe glasses and pulled-back hair. Another man, taller, standing at the edge of the group. 8 lives linked by a weekend. 2 were already dead. "We'll need to borrow this," Nina said, her tone leaving no room for objection. She didn't reach for it, she waited for Katie to hand it over. Katie did, their fingers brushing. Nina took the frame, holding it by its edges, studying it once more before sliding it carefully into her leather portfolio. "We'll return it as soon as we can." Sarah nodded vaguely, her attention already retreating inward, back to the private, soundless movie of her grief. "Keep it," she murmured, not looking at them. "I don't want it." There was nothing more to ask, no more levers to pull that wouldn't be cruelty. Nina gave a slight, professional nod. "Thank you for your time, Mrs. Vance. We'll see ourselves out." Sarah didn't respond. She had picked up the throw again, pressing its softness to her cheek, her eyes closed. They let themselves out, the heavy oak door clicking shut behind them with a sound of finality. The bright afternoon sunlight was a shock after the dim, tomb-like interior of the house. Katie blinked, taking in a deep gulp of air that didn't smell of lemons or lost hope. Back in the rental car, Nina started the engine and cranked the air conditioning. It blew stale, cool air that slowly began to fight a losing battle against the greenhouse heat, building through the windshield. The photo frame, now a piece of evidence, lay on the console between them. Katie picked it up again, her fingers tracing the cool metal edge. "Our profile's wrong," she said, the words forming as the thought crystallized. This isn't some random act of rage by a disgruntled patient or a stranger. They knew each other. Or at least they shared a space, a context. This retreat. Or someone knew them, Nina said, pulling the car smoothly away from the curb. She glanced in the rearview mirror, her eyes hard. That photo isn't just a link between two victims. It's a potential hit list. We need names for every face in that picture. One of them could be next. Or, she let the implication hang, one of them could be our guy. Katie's mind raced, overlaying the details of the two murders. The calculated, intimate brutality, the specific medical knowledge, the horrific, impossible revival, onto this new context of a caregiver retreat. This MO, it's not just functional. It's theatrical. Sadistic. It's about control, about demonstrating power, about prolonging suffering. It feels personal. Not a crime of passion, but a punishment. A statement. Nina was about to respond when her phone rang, the vibration a harsh buzz against the console. She glanced at the screen, and her expression, already focused, turned to stone. She answered, putting the call on speaker. "Sure." The voice on the other end was male, tense, spitting static and urgency. Katie caught fragments. Incident during medical transport, multiple casualties, subject is escaped. Nina's replies were terse, clipped. Location confirmed, a pause. Casualty count, another longer pause. Her knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Understood. I'm en route to Newark. ETA 90 minutes. Keep the scene logged. I want every frame of traffic cam footage from a 5-mile radius within the hour. She hung up without a goodbye. The silence in the car was suddenly thicker, hotter, charged with a different kind of dread. Katie already knew. The cold knot that formed in her stomach was a familiar, hated presence. "Tobias?" she asked, the name leaving her lips like a stone dropped into still water. Nina's jaw was set, a muscle ticking along its edge. She stared straight ahead at the road. "He's in the wind. 2 hours ago. Killed 2 armed transport guards and a civilian nurse when he broke out of the ambulance." The details, clinical and brutal, painted the scene in Katie's mind. How? She heard herself ask, her voice strangely detached. The hospital was locked down. Maximum security wing. He faked a seizure. Or something close enough to convince them. Slowed his heart rate to a crawl, monitors showed near arrest. Protocol dictated emergency transport to a facility with a full neuro unit. They loaded him into an ambulance with 2 guards. Somewhere on the Route 95 connector, he overpowered them. Used his restraints as a weapon. Took their sidearms. Nina delivered the facts like she was reading from a report, but the flatness of her tone couldn't mask the fury beneath. The cold knot in Katie's stomach twisted, sharp and sickening. A specific technical detail rose to the surface of her mind, unwanted, damning. The armpit trick, she whispered. Nina's head turned a fraction, her eyes slicing toward Katie. What? He told me about it once. During an interview. You press a hard, rounded object, a bar of soap, a roll of coins, deep into the axillary artery here, Katie said, her own hand moving automatically to press against the side of her chest, high up under the arm. It compresses the artery against the humerus. It can mask the radial pulse at the wrist. Makes it seem like your heart has slowed or stopped. The words tasted like ash, like bile. Her visits to him, her strategy of conversational engagement, the fragile rapport she'd tried to build to glean insights about other killers, had she handed him the tool? Had her curiosity, her professional detachment, provided the key he needed to paint a convincing medical picture? Had her presence in his life, even as his interrogator, given him the focus, the reason, to plan an escape this audacious? 3 people are dead, Katie said, the weight of it crushing down on her lungs, making her breath shallow. 2 guards, a nurse, because I got too close. Because I gave him a puzzle to solve, a challenge. He's always needed an audience. I became it. No, Nina's tone was a whip crack, sharp and final in the confined space. She didn't look at Katie this time, her gaze fixed on the highway ahead, but her voice carried absolute authority. They are dead because Tobias Campbell is a monster. A sophisticated, patient, and deeply violent monster. He was planning this, or something like it, long before you ever walked into that prison. He's been studying guards, procedures, weaknesses for years. Your job right now isn't to flagellate yourself with hypotheticals. It's to focus on the killer who is still active, who is still out here hunting. The one we have a chance to stop. She finally glanced over, her eyes fierce. So I need to know, Ford. Are you on this case, or are you in your own head? The question hung in the air, mingling with the blast of the AC and the hum of the tires. Katie looked out her window, seeing nothing of the blur of suburban streets, strip malls, and merging traffic. Instead, she saw 2 distinct shadows. One, a ghost from their past, violent and personal, now loose and undoubtedly coming for them. The other, a shadow in the present, methodical and enigmatic, leaving a trail of medically precise corpses. 2 killers, 2 different kinds of dread. The guilt was a leaden coat she wore, but Nina was right. It was a luxury she couldn't afford, not with another life potentially ticking down on the clock of that group photo. She forced a breath, deep and deliberate, pushing the image of Tobias's smug, knowing face from her mind, the face that had watched her, learned from her, perhaps even played her. She boxed the guilt, the horror, the personal fear, and shoved it into a mental compartment. It wouldn't stay shut forever, but for now it had to. She turned back from the window, meeting Nina's waiting, assessing gaze. Her voice, when it came, was low but clear, steadier than the turmoil she felt. I'm here, she said. Then, with a resolve that felt forged in the hot, guilty silence of the car, one monster at a time. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The man on the bench watched the morning light catch the glass of the office tower across the river. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet earth and the faint, oily scent of the water below. He drew it in slowly, filling his lungs until they ached with the unfamiliar purity of it, then let it out in a long, controlled plume of visible breath. 16 years of processed air, of sweat and bleach and the metallic tang of fear, and now this. The sheer volume of it was a physical pressure against his skin, a buzzing in his ears. It was almost too much. He kept his eyes narrowed to slits, letting the world bleed in as refracted light and blurred movement, a defense against the sensory assault. His hands, resting on his knees, were clenched into loose fists, the knuckles pale. The traffic on the bridge was a low, constant roar, and beneath it, the rhythmic slap of water against the concrete piers. He focused on that sound, using it as an anchor, counting the intervals between each wet impact. The world had gotten soft. He walked for miles after the handoff, his hood pulled up, the coarse collar of the stolen jacket turned high against his neck. He'd moved through the waking city as a ghost among the living, and what he saw was a species in decline. A woman in a business suit had walked directly into a street lamp, her eyes glued to her phone, never breaking stride as she rubbed her forehead with a wince she instantly forgot. A man at a bus stop had laughed at nothing, at a screen in his hand, his face a mask of vacant joy, the sound sharp and empty in the morning air. Every last one of them was staring at a little rectangle, hypnotized. Their awareness was a thin, brittle shell. He tested it. In a brightly lit convenience store, the fluorescent tubes humming, he'd lingered by the rack of snacks, the plastic packages cool under his fingertips. A young security guard in a too-big uniform was leaning against the counter, his own phone propped up against a display of lighters, watching a video with tinny, repetitive audio. The man had made eye contact, held it for a slow 3 count. The guard's gaze slid away, drawn back to the glowing screen like iron to a magnet. He'd then slowly, deliberately, his movements smooth and unconcealed, pocketed 3 granola bars and a plastic bottle of water. He'd made a show of zipping the jacket pocket closed, the sound loud in the quiet store. The guard had yawned, scratched his neck, and looked right through him, his pupils reflecting the dancing pixels. It was pathetic. It was perfect. The bars were still in his pocket now, their crinkling wrappers a quiet testament to the world's inattention, a comforting weight against his thigh. His people had done their job. The van ride from Vermont to the capital was a blur of dark roads and the low murmur of the 2 men up front. They hadn't spoken to him, hadn't turned around. The only light came from the dashboard, painting their profiles in weak green. They'd handed him a backpack in the pre-dawn gloom behind a shuttered auto body shop, the corrugated metal door streaked with rust. One of them, a man with a thick scar bisecting his eyebrow, had given a single, curt nod, his breath fogging in the cold. "List S inside," the man had said, his voice gravelly. "First one's clean. Don't stay anywhere more than 2 nights." The van door slid shut with a final metallic clang, and he was alone in the silence. He'd crouched in the alley, the asphalt gritty under his shoes, to check the contents. A stack of cash, mostly 20s, bound with a tight rubber band. 4 cans of beans, cool to the touch, a cheap can opener, a burner phone still in its plastic blister pack, a folded map of the city, and a short list of addresses scrawled on a grease-stained napkin. He'd run his thumb over the handwritten numbers, memorizing the first, then secured the cash in an interior pocket, feeling the solid, promising weight of it against his chest. He had what he needed to start. They would be hunting him, of course. The FBI wouldn't waste time on a trial if they found him. A bullet in a ditch would be their preferred outcome. He'd seen the way they operated, the cold efficiency behind the badges. He knew he couldn't run forever. The face from the news alerts would be on screens in airports, in bars, maybe scrolling along the bottom of cable news. Someone would spot it. A cashier, a bartender, a bored housewife glancing up from her television. But hiding in a hole, jumping from one stinking safe house to the next, was just another kind of cell. It was a larger prison with a changing view. He had things to do. A purpose that required movement, not just survival. The first safe house had been a basement apartment that smelled of cat urine and damp drywall. He'd spent the night there listening to the footsteps of the tenants above, mapping their routines by sound, but he hadn't slept. He was done with waiting in rooms that smelled of other people's decay. She was the reason he was here. Not the old woman who'd put him away. That was a different kind of accounting, a debt on a ledger that would be settled in time. This was personal, in a way the old woman could never be. Katie Ford had walked into his cell voluntarily. He remembered the precise quality of the light that day. Flat, fluorescent, leaching the color from everything, casting hard shadows under her eyes and the line of her jaw. It hummed overhead, a sound he'd learned to ignore but which she would have noticed immediately, a constant, irritating frequency. The smell was always the same, industrial cleaner over a base note of mildew and despair, with the faint, coppery undertone of the guard's sweat by the door. She had sat across from him, the scarred metal table bolted to the floor between them. She'd placed her hands on its cold surface, palms down, fingers slightly spread, not fidgeting. No wedding ring. Her nails were short, clean. She'd asked him to teach her. Not to confess, not to explain, not even to describe. To teach. Her voice had been calm, low, devoid of the revulsion or the theatrical curiosity he usually got from agents and academics. She looked at him not like a monster, but like a subject. Like a source of data. The arrogance of it. The presumption. It had ignited a cold fire in his gut. She met his gaze and held it, her eyes, a clear, focused gray, tracing the lines of his face as if memorizing a diagram, cataloging the scars, the pores, the set of his mouth. She looked at him the way a student looks at a professor on the first day of class, expecting a lecture, believing she was entitled to the secrets he'd carved out of the dark with his own hands. That was the insult. It wasn't fear or hatred, it was academic interest. She believed the world was knowable, that monsters could be cataloged and understood, that someone like her, with her neat files and her quiet voice, could sit across from someone like him and walk away with anything more than a new kind of fear. She thought she could take a piece of him and put it under a microscope. That was an insult he could not let stand. He remembered the exact curve of her lips, not quite a smile, as she'd opened her notebook. The way she'd uncapped her pen, a simple click in the quiet room, ready to transcribe his darkness. The memory made his jaw tighten, a slow, pleasurable tension spreading up into his temples. Nina Shaw would be dealt with. Shaw was a function, an obstacle, a representation of the system that had caged him. Dealing with her was a duty, a necessary step in the machinery of his response. But Katie Ford was a pleasure. A specific, intimate project. She had invited him in. She had sat in his world and asked for a piece of it. He would give her more than she'd ever asked for. He would become her only professor, and the curriculum would be written in a language she didn't yet know she could scream. He would teach her what it meant to be truly seen, to have the clinical distance she prized so much shattered into a million glittering, cutting shards. The lesson would be personal. It would be hers alone. He stood up from the bench, the joints in his knees popping softly. He turned his back on the river and the glass tower, and began to walk, the granola bars whispering in his pocket with every step. He had a list. He had a purpose. And he had a student waiting for her first real lesson. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Katie moved through the sterile corridors alone, having divided the witness list with Nina. The air smelled of industrial cleaner, and the faint, sweetly sour undercurrent of sickness that no amount of disinfectant could erase. The interviews had been a wash, 15 people, 15 variations on doctor. Cutler was a saint, delivered with the same shell-shocked politeness. She, Dee, stood in break rooms smelling of burnt coffee, leaned against nursing stations littered with sticky notes, and got nothing but a collective, dazed shrug. The last one, a respiratory therapist with a coffee stain darkening the thigh of his green scrubs, had just rubbed his red-rimmed eyes and shrugged helplessly. He was here, then he was. I clocked out at 11. I don't know what else to tell you. Dee looked past her down the hall as if Cutler might still round the corner. Frustration was a low hum in her veins, manifesting as a tight cord of muscle between her shoulder blades and a habit of pressing her thumb hard into the pad of her middle finger until the skin blanched white. She let herself into his office, a space left respectfully empty, the door clicking shut behind her with a soft, definitive sound. The room was small, dominated by a large window overlooking a service alley cluttered with dumpsters and a single leafless tree. The light was a flat, gray midday glare that did no favors to the worn, beige carpet or the metal bookshelves sagging under the weight of thick medical journals. The desk was a landslide of paperwork, patient charts with curled corners, insurance forms stamped urgent, printed journal articles with passages highlighted in a fading yellow. A photo of Alan Cutler and his wife, Sarah, smiled from a simple wooden frame beside a cold coffee mug, the ceramic ringed with overlapping brown stains. The chair, when she sat, gave a protesting squeak that echoed in the quiet. Katie started with the drawers, methodically sliding each one open. The top right was a jumble of patient files, their tabs a rainbow of colors. She lifted stacks out, setting them on the desk with soft thumps, her fingers sorting through referral slips, prescription pads, dried-up pens that rolled away from her touch. The middle drawer held office supplies, boxes of staples, paper clips tangled together like metallic nests, a half-empty bottle of ibuprofen, a tube of hand cream. The bottom left drawer was heavier, sticking on its tracks. She tugged it, the metal rasping in complaint, and saw more files, these older, the folders faded. She was about to push it shut when her fingers, probing the deep space at the very back, brushed against something cool and coiled, tucked behind a hanging folder rod. She pulled out a tarnished silver chain. It was simple, lightweight, the links fine. Dangling from it was a small, worn charm, the shape of a rabbit's foot, the faux fur rubbed almost completely away to reveal the dull pewter beneath. It sat in her palm, cool and oddly heavy for its size. The door opened with a soft click. A woman in blue scrubs blinked through thick, plastic-framed lenses that magnified her tired eyes. She had a harried, pinched look, her graying hair pulled into a messy bun with strands escaping around her temples. To go. Sorry. She stopped, her eyes taking in Katie, the open drawers, the files spread across the desk like a paper explosion. Her gaze lingered on the badge clipped to Katie's belt. FBI, Katie said, setting the necklace down carefully on the green blotter. It made a faint, metallic tink. Agent Ford. I'm reviewing Dr. Cutler's effects. The FBI. Good. The nurse's shoulders dropped a fraction, a release of some private tension. She moved past Katie to a supply cabinet against the far wall, her sneakers squeaking on the linoleum. We're all jumping at shadows since what happened to Alan. Just needed some gauze packs. My cart's running low. She opened the cabinet door, revealing neat rows of supplies, and began loading flat, plastic-wrapped boxes into her arms, stacking them precariously against her chest. Did you work closely with him? Katie asked, leaning back in the chair, giving the woman space but keeping her in her line of sight. She noted the woman's hands, capable with short, clean nails, a faint tremor in the fingers as she balanced her load. 15 years. The nurse didn't turn around, her voice muffled slightly by the cabinet door. He was one of the good ones. Old school. Made rounds himself, knew the patient's grandkids' names. Cared too much sometimes. She said the last part like it was a diagnosis, a known occupational hazard. She turned, her arms full of white boxes, and her gaze landed on the necklace Katie had left on the desk. Her expression shifted, a subtle tightening around her mouth and a slight narrowing of her eyes behind the thick lenses. Katie nudged the necklace with the tip of a pen, turning the charm over. Any idea about this? The nurse glanced from the charm to Katie's face and back again, as if weighing her answer. Know that. Alan's rabbit's foot. Morbid, if you ask me. She hitched the boxes higher. One shifted, threatening to topple, and she steadied it with her chin. How so? Katie kept her voice level, conversational, but she didn't look away from the nurse's face. Belonged to a patient. Neil Barrow. Sweet old man, terminal. Pancreatic cancer. Was here for months. Alan practically adopted him. They play chess in the sunroom on Tuesdays. Neil gave him that the week before he died. She adjusted her grip, the plastic crinkling. Then a rookie nurse screwed up his meds. Killed him. There was a whole ugly thing. Inquiry, lawyers, the family screaming in the hall. Alan got the kid canned. Kept the necklace after. Said it reminded him to be vigilant. She said the word vigilant with a quiet, bitter emphasis, as if the reminder had ultimately been a futile charm against the darkness. A cold thread pulled taut in Katie's mind, connecting the charm on the desk to the body in the parking lot. A keepsake from a dead patient. A fired nurse. Her own breathing felt suddenly very measured. The nurse who was fired. Do you remember a name? The nurse shook her head, the messy bun bobbing. Lord, no, young guy. Tall, skinny as a rail. Had these dead fish eyes. Never smiled. Just watched. Like he was studying us, figuring out how we worked. Creeped me out, to be honest. A box tumbled from the top of her stack, hitting the floor with a plastic clatter. She sighed, a sound of profound weariness, bent awkwardly with her load to retrieve it, and restacked them with practiced irritation. The HR might have the paperwork. If anyone kept it. Kelly no Sienna. Sienna Rowlands. She handles the messy stuff, the terminations. Her office is a graveyard of bad hires. She'll know. Katie was already on her feet, the chair rolling back to bump against the bookshelves. Where? Second floor, West Wing. Administration block. Can't miss it. Door says Human Resources in big, depressing letters. The nurse juggled her boxes toward the door, using her hip to push it open. She paused in the frame, looking back. Good luck. Hope you find the bastard. For Alan. The door side shut behind her. Katie stood for a moment in the silent office, the rabbit's foot gleaming dully under the harsh fluorescent light. She picked it up, the chain slithering through her fingers. A reminder to be vigilant. She dropped it into a small evidence bag from her pocket, sealed it, and labeled it with a Sharpie. Then she left, pulling the door closed on the ghost of Alan Cutler's desk. She found the office exactly where described, at the end of a hallway that smelled faintly of photocopier toner and microwaved lunches. The carpet here was a slightly nicer grade, a muted blue. Through the slatted blinds in the glass door, she could see a small, cluttered room. A blonde woman in a crisp, cream-colored blouse was typing at a computer, a framed photo of a grinning golden retriever on her desk blotter. Katie knocked 2 sharp raps. The woman looked up, her expression shifting from focus to professionally neutral curiosity. She waved Katie in. Sienna Rollins, she said, standing and offering a hand across the desk. Her grip was firm, brief, dry. You're with the FBI. Her voice was tired but direct, the voice of someone who spent her days navigating other people's failures and grievances. Agent Ford. Katie took the offered seat, a padded chair that was slightly too low, forcing her to look up. She placed her credentials on the desk between them. I need information about a former employee. A nurse fired after a patient death under Dr. Cutler's care. It's about a year ago. Sienna Rowland's polite, ready-to-help smile vanished. It didn't crack or fade, it was simply switched off, replaced by a blank, careful stillness. Her eyes flicked to her closed door, then back to Katie, assessing. She sat down slowly, her chair creaking. That's a sensitive personnel matter. There were legal proceedings. Settlements. Non-disclosures. A man is dead, Ms. Rowlands. Murdered. Strangled outside this building. This could be a direct motive. Katie leaned forward slightly, resting her forearms on the edge of the desk. I'm not interested in HR policy or liability. I'm interested in a potential killer. Anything you can tell me is protected under federal investigative authority. Sienna studied Katie's face, her own a mask of conflicted duty. She tapped a manicured nail, French tip, flawless on her desk blotter, next to the golden retriever's happy face. The clock on the wall, a plain white circle, ticked loudly in the silence. Finally, she let out a long, slow sigh that seemed to deflate her shoulders. Off the record. You didn't get it from me. I have a department to run, and the legal team has aneurysms when we breathe about this case. Understood. This stays between us. Sienna stood, the wheels of her chair scraping, and walked to a gray, 4-drawer filing cabinet in the corner. She unlocked it with a small silver key from her pocket. She thumbed through hanging folders, her movements efficient, her back to Katie. She pulled a thin, unremarkable folder from near the back. It's not thick. The juicy legal stuff is with the county courthouse. She returned to her desk and opened the folder, turning it so Katie could see the top sheet. A termination form filled out in neat, bureaucratic handwriting. Trevor Walsh. 26. Hired as a trainee nurse, assigned to Alan's wing. Clean background check, decent grades from his community college program. About a year ago, they had a terminal patient, Neil Barrow. Prognosis was a year, maybe more with good palliative care. He died in 6 weeks. Family was devastated, demanded an inquiry. Sienna's finger with its perfect nail traced a line on the page. The internal toxicology report showed massive morphine levels. Far, far beyond palliative care guidelines. A lethal dose. Katie's pulse kicked, a single hard thump against her ribs that she was sure was visible. Morphine. The quiet killer. The tool of angels of death, of mercy killers, of murderers who hid in plain white shoes and sympathetic smiles. She kept her face still, a mask of professional interest. Walsh administered it. CCTV from the med's room and the automated dispensing logs confirmed he was the one who checked out the morphine sulfate that shift. The patient's chart had no order for an increase. None. Walsh claimed it was a mistake during a chaotic night, said he grabbed the wrong vial, misread the concentration. Sienna's mouth thinned into a pale line. No one bought it. Not for a second. The concentration was different. The labels are distinct colors, bold print. It went to criminal court. Alan testified against him, very forcefully. Said there was no conceivable medical error that could account for it, that it was either gross, criminal negligence, or intentional. She closed the folder with a soft whap, as if sealing a tomb. Walsh was fired, obviously. His license was suspended pending the trial. I have no idea where he landed after the verdict. He didn't list us as a reference. We sent his final check to a PO. Box. Was he violent? Did he make threats? Any strange behavior noted before the incident? Katie pressed. Sienna leaned back, folding her arms across her chest. Her gaze went distant, accessing the memory. She looked past Katie at the slatted blinds. Off the record. He was a creep. That's the technical term we used in here. A faint, humorless smile touched her lips and died. Not violent that I saw. Never got into a shouting match. But lazy. A sullen. Never engaged with the team. The other nurses complained he'd just stand at the nurses' station and watch sometimes, not helping, not answering call lights. Just off. Everyone felt it. Getting rid of him was a relief to the unit, even before the Barrow thing. Afterward, it felt like we'd dodged something worse. Like we'd found a rotten board in the floor before the whole house fell in. Did he have any particular fixation on Dr. Cutler? Any conflicts documented? Not that was written up. Alan was his supervising nurse for clinical rotations. I think Alan tried to mentor him at first, took him on extra rounds, but gave up after a few weeks. The feeling was mutual, I'd say. Walsh seemed to resent authority, especially competent authority. Alan was the epitome of that. Katie absorbed this, fitting the pieces together. The profile was sketching itself in dark strokes. Resentful, socially disconnected, blamed for a career-ending mistake, publicly humiliated and ruined in court by the victim. It was textbook. Thank you. This is extremely helpful. Sienna slid a business card from a brushed metal holder on her desk. My direct line. If you need anything else, discreetly. I liked Alan. He didn't deserve this. Katie took the card, nodded and stood. The hallway felt different when she stepped back into it, charged with a new, specific energy. The information was a live wire in her hand, buzzing with potential. Trevor Walsh. She had a name. She needed to run it, see if Walsh had a sheet beyond this, see if he'd popped up anywhere since his dismissal. She found a relatively quiet alcove near a fire exit, a small nook with a window looking out onto a rooftop HVAC unit. The hum of machinery vibrated through the glass. She dialed Chief Larkin. The phone rang 3 times, each tone stretching longer in her ear before he picked up. Larkin. His voice was brusque, swallowed by the background noise of the precinct. Phones ringing, overlapping voices, the squawk of a radio. It's Ford. I need a deep dive on a name, Trevor Walsh. Date of birth unknown, but probably mid to late 20s. Former nurse at New Brunswick Medical Center, fired for negligent homicide of a patient about a year ago. Dr. Cutler was the star witness against him in court. I want priors, current address, employment, the works. And see if you can pull the court records from Middlesex County. She heard the immediate, familiar clack of a keyboard, Larkin's breathing close to the receiver. You think this is our grudge? The fired employee. His tone was skeptical but engaged. It fits the pattern perfectly. A direct, personal, public humiliation leading to professional ruin. Find him. I want to know where he was night before last, and I want to know if he owns a car, an apartment, if he's got a parking ticket. Everything. The typing continued, a steady staccato. Then it stopped abruptly. Larkin was silent for a beat too long. The silence stretched, filled only by the muffled chaos of his office, a distant shout, a drawer slamming. And Chief? Katie prompted, the skin on the back of her neck tightening. I'm sending you something, he said, his voice oddly flat, all the earlier gruffness gone. Look at it now. A prickle of apprehension traveled down Katie's spine, a cold trickle. She shifted the phone to her other ear. What is it? And just look. The line went dead for a second, then her phone chimed with an incoming email notification, loud in the quiet alcove. She opened her email, thumb tapping the screen with more force than necessary. She opened the attachment from Larkin. It was a scanned document, slightly crooked, the header from the Middlesex County Superior Court Clerk's office. A case summary. Her eyes scanned the text, looking for Walsh's name for the charges. And found it. State of New Jersey versus Trevor Walsh. Case number 492217. The charges, negligent homicide, reckless endangerment. The outcome, dismissed with prejudice. Reason for dismissal, defendant deceased. Date of death, 4 months ago, December 18. A copy of the death certificate was attached behind the summary. Trevor Walsh, age 27. Cause of death, blunt force trauma and thermal injuries due to motor vehicle accident. His car, a 2008 Honda Civic, had hit a guardrail on the New Jersey Turnpike near Exit 9, flipped and burned. No other vehicles involved. Toxicology showed a BAC of 0.03, below the legal limit. The investigation ruled it an accident, likely driver fatigue. Her breath caught in her throat, a sharp, involuntary intake that felt like ice in her lungs. The live wire in her hand had just gone dead, leaving her holding a useless, cold strand. She'd already called the freight depot on Market Street while Sienna Rowlands was talking, a routine check Larkin had requested earlier on another angle. A manager had confirmed a Trevor Walsh had clocked in for the night shift at 11:15, had taken a lunch break at 3 a.m., had clocked out at 7. The depot's external cameras would confirm a physical presence. He was real in their investigation, a ghost with a time card and a punch-in code. But the document glowing on her phone screen was the reason why he couldn't be their guy. A ghost couldn't strangle a man in a parking lot. A ghost didn't drive to work. Which meant someone was using his name. His identity. Someone who knew the story, knew the grudge, knew the details well enough to pass a casual employment check. Someone was wearing Trevor Walsh's skin like a mask, and had been for months. The implications crashed into her, one after another, a wave of cold realization. This wasn't a simple revenge killing by a disgruntled ex-employee. This was a performance. A carefully staged play. The killer had researched Cutler's past, found a perfect patsy in a dead man, and was now walking around in his stolen identity. The arrogance of it was breathtaking. The danger of it was exponentially greater. This was planned, researched, and executed with a chilling patience. The killer wasn't just angry, he was smart. He was a ghost who clocked in for work. She hung up on Larkin, the phone still pressed to her ear for a moment after the click, and then she broke into a run. Her shoes slapped hard against the buffed linoleum, the sound echoing in the wide, bright hallway. She dodged an orderly pushing an empty gurney, her shoulder brushing the cold metal, sidestepped a cluster of visitors studying a wall map with confused frowns. Her mind raced faster than her feet, scenarios unfolding and collapsing. Nina was interviewing staff on the surgical floor, 3rd floor, East Wing. They had to regroup now. They had to tear apart everything they thought they knew about Trevor Walsh. They had to find out who was hiding behind him, who had the knowledge and the motive to resurrect a dead man for murder. The elevator bank was too slow, the lights crawling between floors with infuriating deliberation. She shouldered through a heavy metal door marked SDAIRS, the push bar cold and unyielding for a second before it gave. She took the steps 2 at a time, her hand skimming the railing, the metal cool and vibrating faintly with the impact of her descent. The echo of her footsteps bounced off the concrete walls, a frantic drumbeat. The killer had a head start. He had a script, a cover, and a purpose. And if he was using Walsh's identity, he had access. He could be anywhere in this sprawling complex. He could be clocking in for a shift right now, walking these same halls, smiling with dead fish eyes at nurses who remembered the original and thought they were seeing a ghost. She burst out onto the main floor corridor, the door swinging shut behind her with a crash. She scanned the flow of people in scrubs and lab coats and visitor badges, her eyes searching for Nina's tall, purposeful figure. The investigation had just pivoted on its axis, swinging from a known path into a dark wood, and they were standing on the wrong side of the turn. She had to find Nina. Now. Every second the ghost walked among them was a second he could disappear or choose his next move. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Nina Shaw leaned against the wall outside the maternity ward, the scent of antiseptic and baby powder doing nothing to improve her mood. It was a cloying, hopeful smell that felt like a lie in a place where she'd just spent the last 40 minutes hitting a professional wall. Her own interviews had been a masterclass in futility. A charge nurse with the weary eyes of a veteran, a pair of residents still bright with textbook idealism, a janitor who'd only seen Dr. Alan Cutler in passing. All of them had sung the same sterile hymn. A dedicated physician. A family man. A loss to the community. Robert Vance, their first victim, was a goddamn saint according to everyone she'd spoken to. Not a single affair, gambling debt, or shady business partner. Clean victims were the worst. They left no trails to follow, just a void where a motive should be. She watched their faces as she asked the harder questions, the ones that implied shadows. The charge nurse's lips had pressed into a thin, disapproving line. The residents had exchanged a glance that was equal parts confusion and offense. The janitor had just shrugged, the motion saying clearer than words that men like Cutler didn't live in a world that intersected with his. Nina had thanked them, her voice flat, and stepped back into the hallway to wait. The polished linoleum floor reflected the harsh fluorescent lights, and the distant, tinny cry of a newborn felt like a needle in her ear. She was running a thumb over the edge of her phone, feeling the grit of inaction, when the commotion broke the hallway's calm. Hurried footsteps, not the steady clip of hospital staff but a sprint, echoed from the direction of the main elevators. Nina looked up, her body tensing automatically, hand drifting toward her hip out of habit. Katie Ford rounded the corner, her blazer flapping, a look of intense focus hardening her features. She was breathing hard, a faint sheen of sweat at her temples. "Shaw," Katie said, the word coming out on a short exhale as she skidded to a halt. She braced a hand against the wall, catching her breath. "I've been calling. No service in here." "Dead zone," Nina said, pushing off the wall. She took in Katie's posture, the coiled energy, the sharpness in her eyes. This wasn't just a brisk walk. "You look like you found something that bit you." "I did," Katie straightened, pulling her phone from her pocket. Her fingers moved quickly, pulling up a note. From HR. Cutler was involved in a trial last year. A wrongful death civil suit that turned criminal. He testified as an expert witness against a nurse who killed a patient with a morphine overdose. Guy's name is Trevor Walsh. Finally, a thread to pull. It was dirty, it was motive, it was human. A convicted. Pled to manslaughter. Served 18 months. Katie paused, letting the significance hang between them. Her eyes held Nina's. "Got out," she said, the words deliberate, "exactly 2 weeks ago." Nina felt a familiar, grim satisfaction settle in her chest. It was a cold, solid thing. She gave a single, slow nod. "That's a motive. A direct, personal, violent motive. Let's go." "It's better," Katie said, her voice dropping. She swiped on her phone again, her thumb smudging the screen. "The chief sent over the trial transcript summary while I was driving. Look who else gave testimony for the prosecution." She held the screen out, turning it toward Nina. Nina squinted, leaning in. The small text blurred for a second before her vision snapped it into clarity. The second name listed under Witnesses for the State jumped out as if highlighted. Paula Strickland, RN. Victim number 2. A connection that wasn't just theoretical, it was documented, legal, and public. "Well, hell," Nina breathed, the satisfaction warming into something closer to certainty. "That's our link. Not just a hospital. A courtroom. Address for Walsh. Already have it. Last known is an apartment, but his parole officer confirmed he's working. 6 miles out, at a freight depot on Market Street." "Then we're done here." Nina was already moving, her heels clicking a rapid tempo on the linoleum as she fell into step beside Katie. They moved through the hospital corridors, a unified force cutting through the slow river of visitors and orderlies. The automatic doors hissed open, releasing them into the damp, gray afternoon. The air outside was cool and carried the distant sound of traffic, a welcome change from the recycled, hopeful air inside. They drove in silence for the first few minutes, Katie navigating the city streets with efficient turns. The sedan's interior held the faint, permanent smell of stale coffee and vinyl. Nina stared out the window, watching the orderly facade of the medical district give way to auto shops and wholesale suppliers. A mercy killer, she said, thinking aloud. Takes one life, gets caught, does his time. Gets out and goes after the two people who put him away. Oh, it's neat. Almost too neat. It's linear, Katie agreed, her eyes on the road. Vengeance is a straight line. But the method doesn't fit. Strangulation with a tube. That's intimate, it's slow. A guy burning with a grudge after prison, I'd expect a blitz attack. A knife in a dark lot. A gun. This feels different. Maybe he had time to think in his cell. To plan something more poetic. Nina didn't believe it as she said it. The crime scene photos flashed in her mind, the careful placement, the specific ligature. It wasn't rage. It was ceremony. They reached the industrial edge of the city, where the buildings grew blocky and functional, painted in faded grays and rust reds. The freight depot on Market Street sprawled behind a 20-foot chain-link fence topped with razor wire. It was a landscape of concrete and steel. Long, low warehouses, loading docks with orange safety stripes, and the constant, growling echo of semi-trucks maneuvering in vast lots. The smell of diesel fuel and wet asphalt was thick in the air. Katie pulled up to a security booth, a prefab plastic hut beside a rolling gate. She flashed her badge at the uniformed guard inside, who nodded and made a phone call. Before they could even get out of the car, a man in a neon yellow high-visibility vest emerged from a side door of the nearest warehouse, a clipboard clamped under his arm. He was middle-aged, with a weary, competent air, his face lined from years of squinting under industrial lights. He approached the driver's side as Katie rolled her window down. "Agents." "Got your call from the office," the man said, his voice raised slightly over the idling rumble of a nearby truck. He didn't offer his name. He tapped the clipboard. "Trevor Walsh. He's on the inbound logistics team. Clocked in at 10 p.m. Sharp both nights you're asking about, Sunday and Tuesday. Didn't clock out until 6 a.m. The following mornings. 8-hour shifts, full attendance." He looked from Katie to Nina, his expression neutral, professional. "We've got cameras on all the bay doors, the employee entrance, the smoking area. Digital, time-stamped, archived for 90 days. He never left the premises during his shifts. I can pull the footage if you need to see it, but the system logs any door propped open for more than 30 seconds. There were no exceptions for his badge on those nights." Nina got out of the car, the door thudding shut behind her. She came around the front, her posture relaxed but her eyes scanning the depot's facade. "You verified the footage yourself after our call." The manager met her gaze, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. "I did." Fast-forwarded through the relevant windows for his badge ID at the main entrance. He goes in at 9:58 p.m. A Sunday. Next time he appears is 6:02 a.m. Monday, exiting. Same pattern for Tuesday into Wednesday. The man was here, working. Sorting invoices and coordinating dock assignments. We run a tight ship. As he spoke, a figure appeared at the depot's glass interior door, about 50 yards away. A man in a clean, pressed blue shirt and a company vest, his hair neatly trimmed. Trevor Walsh. He stood with one hand on the door handle, staring out at the FBI sedan parked by the security booth. His face was pale, his features sharp under the interior fluorescent lights. His eyes, wide and dark, scanned the car and then locked with Katie's through the windshield. The recognition was instant, and it was laced with a pure animal fear. It was the look of a man who knew exactly why the FBI would be there, and who had spent every day since his release waiting for this moment. For 3 long seconds he held that stare, his body rigid. Then, as if a switch had been thrown, he blinked, turned on his heel, and retreated back into the warehouse gloom. He moved quickly, without running, disappearing between towering stacks of palletized goods wrapped in clear plastic. Katie watched him vanish, the image of his frightened face imprinting itself behind her eyes. She looked back at the manager. "He just saw us." The manager glanced over his shoulder at the empty door. "He's on his break. Probably getting coffee." "Look, agents, I'm not saying he's a choir boy. I know his history. But the facts are the facts. He was physically here, under constant surveillance, during the windows you're interested in. He couldn't have been in New Jersey. We'd like a copy of that footage and his personnel file," Nina said, her voice leaving no room for debate. "Sent to this email," she handed him a card. He took it, nodding once. "They'll have it on it." Back in the car, Katie put the sedan in drive, the tires crunching on the gravel lot as she pulled a U-turn. The depot gate slid open for them. "Clean alibi," Nina said flatly, buckling her seatbelt with a sharp click. She slumped back in the passenger seat, a wave of frustration tightening her shoulders. She waved a dismissive hand toward the receding warehouse. "Rock solid. That's exactly what a guilty man would have arranged." "He's not our guy," Katie said, her own frustration a tight knot in her stomach as she merged back into the sluggish industrial traffic. The promising lead, the first real thread that had felt like a rope, had dissolved in under 2 minutes, leaving nothing but frayed ends. She gripped the steering wheel, her knuckles whitening for a moment before she forced herself to relax. "He's a red herring. A gift-wrap distraction." "So we're back to a link with no suspect," Nina said, staring out the window at the passing blur of warehouses and truck lots. The gray sky seemed to press down on the landscape, leaching it of color. 2 victims connected by a trial, but the only other person directly connected to that trial, the one with a violent history, and a motive is sitting in a warehouse 2 states away with a digital leash on his ankle. It's a closed loop. The trial's not the only link, Katie said, her mind clicking back through the pages of the case file, the interview notes. She navigated onto the highway on-ramp, the engine humming as they accelerated. The retreat. Sarah Cutler mentioned it. Pineview Manor sent staff to that wellness thing, reclaiming balance or whatever it was called. Cutler went. Strickland went. It was for hospital staff dealing with burnout. Who else was on that guest list? Nina turned from the window, her eyes sharpening. You think our guy might be in the group photo Sarah had? Someone who was there, who shared that, what mindfulness session with them? It's the only other thread we have, Katie said, holding up a finger. 1, they worked together. 2, they testified together. 3, they attended a voluntary, off-site retreat together. That's 3 points of contact. Someone who was there, who knew them both in that context, not just as colleagues, but in a setting designed to be personal, reflective. You let your guard down at those things. You share. You bond. Nina pulled out her phone, the screen illuminating her face in the dim car. I'll have Larkin get the full retreat roster from Pineview's HR. A list of every attendee and every staff member who facilitated it. Names, departments, contact info. And that photo, Katie insisted, glancing over. We need to see every face in it. Not just the ones Sarah pointed out. Everyone. Someone standing in the back on the edge. Someone who maybe didn't belong. Nina was already typing a text to Larkin, her thumbs moving swiftly. On it. He'll bitch about the paperwork, but he'll do it. The car fell into a familiar, focused silence, broken only by the rush of road noise and the soft tap of Nina's phone screen. The urban industrial zone gave way to the wider highway, the landscape opening into sparse trees and fields waiting for spring. Katie replayed the brief sight of Trevor Walsh at the glass door, the stark fear, the immediate retreat. A man who had practiced killing for mercy, who had crossed that ultimate line once, now clocking in and out under the unblinking eye of camera surveillance. He had a motive, a history, and the knowledge of how to end a life. But he wasn't their killer. The real one was still out there, connected to Cutler and Strickland by something softer than vengeance, something more insidious than a grudge. Something like a weekend in the woods. A retreat like that, Katie said, thinking aloud as she kept her eyes on the taillights of the truck ahead. It's about forced community. Shared experience. Vulnerability. You do trust exercises. You talk about your fears, your failures. You see people differently outside the hospital hierarchy. You see their cracks. Or they see yours, Nina replied, her voice low. She stopped texting and looked out at the bleak scenery. And they decide your particular crack is a flaw that needs to be excised. That you need to be cut out of the picture for the greater good. It's a different kind of judgment than a court S. It's a moral judgment, Katie said. The word felt right. Not legal. Immoral. For a few miles, neither spoke. Katie's mind sifted through the details. The red tube. The lack of struggle. The positioning of the bodies. It wasn't an attack, it was a procedure. Nina scrolled through the preliminary report on her phone, rereading the timeline. The retreat was 8 months ago, Nina said finally. Why wait? If something happened there, why wait 8 months to act? Maybe it wasn't an event. Maybe it was a realization, Katie offered. Something he learned about them there. Or something they represented. It festered. He planned. He waited for the right moment, or for Walsh to get out to muddy the waters. Or he's just getting started, Nina said, the implication hanging cold in the air. And the list from that retreat is his roster. Katie felt a chill that had nothing to do with the car's climate control. She thought of the rabbit's foot charm in Cutler's desk, a hidden token. She thought of the meticulous order of Strickland's car, the single, violent disruption. She thought of the retreat photo, a frozen moment of smiling faces in a sunny clearing. One of those faces was looking back at the camera, or at Cutler and Strickland standing nearby, and seeing something else entirely. Seeing a problem that needed to be solved. We need that list, Katie said, her voice firm. And we need to pull every incident report, every patient complaint, every internal memo from Pineview Manor for the last year. If our guy is filtering his victims through some kind of moral purity test, there might be a paper trail of his grievances. I'll task Larkin's team with it, Nina said, already drafting another message. It'll take time. Time they might not have. Katie didn't say it. She just pressed down slightly on the accelerator, the sedan surging forward, carrying them back toward the temporary command post and the waiting wall of evidence. The connection was there, woven through a courtroom and a forest retreat. They just had to find the pattern in the weave and the hand that was pulling the thread tight. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. He nursed a lukewarm coffee at a corner table in Uncle Joe's diner, the aftermath of his work humming pleasantly in his veins like a low-grade electrical current. The ceramic mug was warm against his palm, the coffee inside thin and bitter. He took a small, deliberate sip, letting the heat spread across his tongue. Around him, the low murmur of the other patrons was a soundtrack to his satisfaction. Every hushed mention of the recent deaths, every worried speculation, was a private tribute to his success. What they feared he had authored. He could pick out the threads of conversation from the clatter of plates and the hiss of the grill. Strangled right in the hospital lot, they say the police have nothing. Each fragment was a sweet, confirming note. He sat perfectly still, absorbing it. The hesitation that had plagued his planning was a distant memory, replaced by this clean, sharp energy. His hands, resting on the Formica tabletop, were steady. No tremor. His gaze, when he lifted it to scan the room, was focused and calm, taking in the details. The cracked vinyl of the booth opposite, the slow drip of condensation from a chrome milkshake machine behind the counter, the weary slope of the short-order cook's back. This wasn't just payback anymore, it was a revelation. A correction. He felt taller sitting here, his spine straight, his breathing even and deep. The world had been out of balance, and he was the counterweight. A man at the counter, a bulky guy in a flannel shirt nursing a piece of pie, looked over, and for a second his pulse jumped, a quick, involuntary thud against his ribs. Did he know? Was there something in his face, in the way he held himself, that gave him away? The fear was quickly smothered by a colder, more potent feeling. It rose from his gut, a solid, icy certainty. He met the stare, his own eyes flat and unblinking. He didn't look away, didn't offer a polite smile or a neutral nod. He held the man's gaze until the other man's eyes flickered, darted down to his plate, then back up, and finally away, a faint crease of discomfort between his brows. He wasn't a man to be pitied or suspected. He was the reason they locked their doors. The reason they glanced over their shoulders in parking lots. The knowledge settled in him, warm and solid. His gaze drifted to a waitress, refilling a syrup dispenser. Brown hair pulled into a messy but practical bun, a kind, tired face, a smudge of what might be ketchup on her apron. She moved with an efficient, weary grace, topping off the glass bottle, wiping the neck with a rag. She could be next. The idea had a chaotic appeal, a diversion. An unscripted moment of pure, reactive violence. He let the fantasy play out before dismissing it. He saw it in crisp detail. Following her out to her car after her shift, the surprised O of her mouth in the dim light of the employee lot, the satisfying resistance of her throat under his hands. It would be so easy. So loud in its own way. But he had a list. Straying from it would be a disservice to the purpose. It would be messy. Undisciplined. He was an artisan, not a brawler. He gave a small, internal shake of his head and looked back out the rain-beaded window. Her face, pale against the hospital pillow, anchored him. The memory wasn't a blur, it was a high-definition reel he could play at will. The waxy texture of her skin, the blue veins tracing delicate maps on her eyelids, the slow, rasping draw of breath through the oxygen tubes. The smell of antiseptic and decay. He had held her hand, the bones so prominent it felt like clutching a bundle of twigs. The promise he'd whispered into the sterile quiet was a debt, and he was collecting with brutal interest. I'll make them see. I'll make them feel it. He hadn't been talking about pain, not exactly. He'd been talking about consequence. About the long, slow, indifferent cruelty they called medicine, and the bill that finally came due. 2 accounts settled. 2 remained. The numbers were a mantra, a countdown to completion. As if summoned by his thoughts, movement across the rain-slicked street caught his eye. The old man emerged from the grocery store, a solitary figure under the buzzing neon sign of a pharmacy. Harrison Wells. He looked more diminished than in the surveillance photos, shoulders stooped under the weight of a single paper bag. The bag seemed heavy, pulling his whole frame to one side. He wore a beige raincoat, buttoned wrong, so one side hung lower than the other. Predictable. Lonely. Perfect. The killer's breathing shallowed. This was no longer theory or memory. This was the next line item, walking into position. From the diner window, he watched the agonizingly slow ritual unfold in the dreary evening light. Wells shuffled to the driver's side of a silver sedan parked at a meter. He set the bag down carefully on the wet pavement, a hand going to his pocket. The fumble for keys was protracted, the old man patting his coat, then his trousers, a look of mild panic crossing his features before he found them in the other pocket. He unlocked the door, opened it, then bent stiffly, a hand going to the small of his back to retrieve the grocery bag. He placed it on the passenger seat with excessive care, as if it contained explosives. Then he straightened, closed the door, and walked around the front of the car, his progress halted by a passing car whose driver didn't slow. Wells stood there waiting, a patient ghost in the drizzle. A flare of impatience burned in his chest, a hot, sudden twist behind his sternum. His fingers tightened around the coffee mug. Hurry up. The thought was a snarl in his mind. Move. Just get in the car and go. Didn't the fool know he had an appointment with history? That his name was on a sacred ledger. The old man's mundane caution, his fragile, time-consuming routines, were an insult to the significance of what was about to happen. The killer forced his grip to relax. He took another sip of the now-cold coffee. Patience was part of the craft. He had watched for weeks. He could wait a few more minutes. Finally, Wells lowered himself into the driver's seat. The sedan's interior light glowed briefly, a yellow square in the gray twilight, then went dark. The engine coughed to life. The killer left a few bills on the table, including a tip, a gesture of his current magnanimity, a joke only he understood and stood. He pulled on his own plain, dark jacket, zipped it up, and stepped out into the damp evening. The air was cool and smelled of wet asphalt, exhaust, and the distant, greasy aroma from the diner's vents. Rain fell in a fine, misting spray, beating on his jacket. His car, a 4-year-old gray sedan, nondescript and meticulously clean inside and out, was parked half a block down. He got in, the door closing with a solid, muffled thud. The interior was spotless. No receipts, no discarded cups, the floor mats vacuumed to a neutral gray. He started the engine. It purred to life, well-maintained and quiet. He pulled out just as the silver sedan passed his position, falling into the stream of traffic 2 vehicles behind, a perfect, natural interval. The route into the quiet, tree-lined suburbs was familiar from his weeks of preparation. He had driven it at different times of day, noting traffic patterns, stop signs, the rhythm of the streetlights. He knew which houses had dogs, which driveways were empty during the day, the schedule of the neighborhood security patrol. Now he drove with relaxed attention, one hand on the wheel, the other resting on his thigh. He allowed a gap to open as Wells signaled and turned onto a busier avenue, then closed it smoothly at the next light. a predator matching the pace of its prey without appearing to give it any thought. He didn't tailgate. He didn't linger in the blind spot. He was just another commuter heading home. On the avenue, he let a minivan slide between him and Wells's sedan. The van's windows were plastered with family stickers: a mom, a dad, 2 kids, a soccer ball. He looked at it with detached contempt. Such loud, oblivious happiness. It was a shield they thought was armor. He knew better. Turning onto the winding lane that led into Wells's neighborhood, he lost sight of the silver taillights for a moment as the road curved, a calculated risk. He didn't need to see him. He knew the destination. The houses here were set back on generous lots, shrouded by mature oaks and maples. Porch lights were beginning to wink on in the deepening gloom. He drove past the well-kept bungalow with its neat, winter-brown lawn and the single porch rocker, just as the old man was wrestling his front door open, the grocery bag clutched to his chest like a child. The killer didn't slow, didn't stare. His eyes tracked the scene for no more than 2 seconds. The hunched figure, the glow from the hallway spilling onto the wet front step, the door swinging shut. The image was filed away, a final snapshot of a life in its last moments of normalcy. He felt nothing. It was data. A quarter-mile down the road, the parking lot of the Oak Barrel Tavern was packed, a sea of glistening vehicles under the orange glow of sodium vapor lights. Music and the roar of a crowd bled from the building's walls. He slid his car between a pickup truck with a dented fender and a large, dark SUV, another anonymous vehicle in the crowd. He turned off the engine and sat for a moment in the sudden quiet, listening to the rain patter on the roof. He checked his face in the rearview mirror, ordinary, unremarkable calm. He ran a hand through his hair, then got out, locking the car with a soft chirp. Inside, the noise was a physical wall. A football game dominated several large-screen TVs, the commentary a frantic buzz. The air was thick with the smell of beer, fried food, and the damp wool of crowded jackets. Glasses clinked, men shouted at the screens, laughter erupted in sharp bursts. He stood just inside the door, letting his eyes adjust, feeling the energy of the place wash over him. This would be his cover for the next 2 hours. Perfect. He would be a ghost in the machine of their collective distraction. He found an empty stool at the far end of the bar, near the hallway to the restrooms. It gave him a good view of the room and the main entrance without putting him in the direct flow of traffic. The bartender, a burly man with a tattooed forearm, nodded at him. "What'll it be?" "A draft." "Whatever's on tap," he said, his voice neutral, blending into the ambient noise. The beer arrived in a frosty mug. He took a slow drink, the hops bitter and cold. He set the mug down on a cardboard coaster, already soggy with condensation. Around him, the conversations were a tapestry of mundane worry and sports debate, but he could weave the threads he wanted from it. "Crazy, right? 2 of M. My wife won't let the kids wait for the bus alone now," a man in a baseball cap said to his friend. "It's some sicko. They'll catch him." "Will they?" "Doesn't seem like it." He took another sip, a small smile touching his lips. They had no idea. Their fear was a general, shapeless thing. His was specific, and he was sitting among them, listening to them give it voice. It was intoxicating. He let his mind drift back to the weeks of preparation for Wells. It hadn't been difficult. The old man was a creature of habit. Tuesday and Friday grocery trips. The Thursday night laundry at the Suds, end dries on maple. The long, solitary walks with that ancient, wheezing terrier. He had watched from his car, from a park bench, once from the grocery store itself, pushing a cart with a few items in it, close enough to hear the old man's reedy voice asking the butcher for a smaller cut of steak. He had learned the rhythm of the house. Lights on at 6 p.m., off in the living room by 10:30, the bedroom light on for another hour, then darkness. No visitors. No family cars. Just the slow, quiet winding down of a solitary life. It was almost a mercy, what he was going to do. He would give that meaningless routine a devastating, permanent end. It would mean something. The fantasy about the waitress returned, unbidden. Not as a serious consideration, but as a mental exercise. He imagined her walking to her car, keys in hand. He'd approach, ask for a light, his voice friendly. He saw the moment of hesitation in her eyes, the social conditioning to be polite warring with a deeper, primal caution. He'd strike before that caution won. In the fantasy, her kindness was the flaw he exploited. It was always the flaw. People who believed in the basic goodness of others were so beautifully, tragically vulnerable. He let the scene play out to its grisly, satisfying conclusion, then dismissed it again. Focus. The list was the scripture. Wells was the next verse. He finished his beer and caught the bartender's eye for a second, shaking his head slightly when the man gestured. He needed a clear head. He sat back, watching the game, listening to the crowd groan as a pass was intercepted. He was a statue of calm amidst the tumult. When the tavern was at its loudest, a commercial break leading to a roar of concurrent conversations, he'd slip out. He checked his watch. Another hour. The old man's house would be quiet, dark, and waiting. He would have finished his meager dinner. He might be watching television, or reading, or simply sitting in his chair, thinking about a life that was mostly behind him. He would hear a noise at the back door, perhaps. The bump. He'd call out hello, his voice thin with age and hope. He'd get up, maybe pick up a fireplace poker, his heart beginning to hammer against his brittle ribs. Number 3. He would make this one last. Not out of cruelty, but out of respect for the debt. Wells had been on the care team. He had signed the forms, nodded in sympathy, offered the empty words. He had been part of the machine. His payment would be exact, deliberate, and final. The killer took a deep breath, the noise of the tavern receding in his mind until it was a distant ocean. He was already there in the quiet dark of the house, moving down the hallway, a shadow with a purpose. He was already watching the understanding dawn in the old man's eyes. He was already feeling the profound, silent rightness of it. He waited, perfectly still, a patient spider in a web of his own making, counting down the minutes until he could go to work. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The gray walls of the task force room absorbed the fluorescent light, leaving no shadow. Katie Ford preferred it that way. The air smelled of old coffee grounds, the sour tang of spilled creamer, and the faint, acrid dust that collected in government tissue air vents. The only sound was the low, persistent hum of the overhead lights, a sterile white noise that sealed them in. No windows, no distractions. Just the case files for Dr. Alan Cutler and Paula Strickland, laid out like autopsy subjects on the scarred metal desk. Its surface cold to the touch, the edges worn smooth by a decade of elbows and folders. Katie set her phone face down on the desk, the glass cool against her palm. She took a slow breath, letting the quiet settle into her bones, a deliberate calibration. The room was right for thinking. No windows, no ambient noise, just the geometry of the problem laid bare under the unforgiving glow that turned everything the same flat shade of institutional beige. She ran a finger along a deep gouge in the desk's surface, a tactile anchor. The door opened with a soft click of the latch and a sigh of air from the corridor. Nina Shaw walked in, the set of her shoulders telegraphing frustration before she spoke. She moved with a tight, contained energy, her footsteps a sharp, precise tap-tap on the linoleum. She dropped her leather satchel onto the floor with a thud that echoed in the small space before she sank into the chair opposite Katie. The chair legs scraped against the linoleum with a sound like a gasp. "Walsh's alibi is airtight," she said, her voice flat, drained of inflection. She didn't look at Katie, instead staring at the blank wall as if the answers were written there in invisible ink. Her hands came up to rub at her temples, her fingers pressing hard. Time-stamped work logs, security camera footage at the warehouse showing him clocking in and out for his entire shift, 2 coworkers who vouched for his presence all night. He never left. "We're at 0. A perfect fucking 0. Katie had expected it, but the confirmation was a physical weight, a sinking sensation in her gut that pulled her shoulders down a fraction. She felt the muscles along her neck tighten. She let out a slow breath through her nose, watching the dust motes dance in the light above Nina's head. "I figured," she said, the words tasting like ash. She picked up a pen, clicked it once, then set it down precisely parallel to the edge of a file folder. The connection was too neat. A released convict targeting the people who put him away. It's a movie plot. Real killers aren't that obliging. So we dig deeper. Nina opened her laptop, the screen flaring to life and casting a blue pallor across her face, deepening the shadows under her eyes. But her gaze fixed on a point somewhere beyond the screen, hollow and distant. Her fingers rested on the keys without typing, poised but inert. Katie watched her. The dead end with Trevor Walsh wasn't just a professional setback. It was a delay in the only thing that truly mattered to Nina right now, finding Tobias Campbell. The escaped killer was a ghost haunting the space between them, souring the air with a tension that crackled like static. Every minute spent on this case was a minute Campbell had to vanish deeper, to shed another layer of his old identity. Katie could see the calculation in the tight line of Nina's mouth, the impatient tap of her index finger against the edge of the laptop, a rapid, silent drumbeat of frustration. Nina's jaw worked, a muscle flexing beneath the skin. "Nina," Katie said, keeping her voice level, careful. She leaned forward slightly, resting her forearms on the cool metal of the desk. The chill seeped through the sleeves of her blouse. "You all right?" Nina's eyes snapped back into focus, sharp and defensive. They locked onto Katie's, and for a second, Katie saw the raw, jagged edge of the obsession beneath the professional veneer, a flash of something feral and desperate before it was shuttered away. "We have 2 active predators and no solid leads on either," Nina said, her words clipped, each one bitten off. "One is a ghost from my past who specializes in making women disappear. The other is a stranger who leaves bodies in plain sight. Let's worry about the one we're paid to find, okay? The one with a file on our desk." She began typing then, a rapid, staccato dismissal, the clicks of the keys unnecessarily loud in the quiet room, a wall of sound. Katie let it go, the unspoken words hanging between them. She turned her attention back to the photos spread before her, a mosaic of death. She picked up the glossy print of Dr. Alan Cutler in the hospital parking lot, the harsh crime scene, lighting bleaching the color from the gravel, turning it a lunar gray. The dark pool near the bushes looked like spilled ink, its edges feathering into the dry soil. Next to it, Paula Strickland in her tidy living room, a domestic scene violated. A throw pillow neatly plumped beside her head, a faint dust pattern on the side table visible in the glare of the flash. Death in sterile and domestic settings. She'd memorized every detail, every spatter pattern, the angle of Strickland's head against the sofa cushion, the specific brand of the red tube around her neck. A common latex-free catheter extension, hospital issue. It told her nothing new. She set the photos down in precise alignment, side by side, and just looked at them, waiting for the silent conversation between the two images to start, for one to whisper a secret to the other. The silence stretched, broken only by Nina's aggressive typing and the relentless hum of the lights. "What's the status on the other staff from the retreat photo?" Nina asked without looking up from her screen, her voice devoid of inflection, a monotone of duty. Katie didn't glance over. She kept her eyes on the photos. The 4 still in state are all working overnight shifts at various facilities. Local PD has 2 units doing drive-bys on the care home where 2 of them work. "We'll interview them tomorrow morning, starting at 7. She waited for a nod, an acknowledgement, some sign the information had been received. None came. Nina just kept typing, her shoulders hunched. Katie swallowed the irritation, a hot, quick spike that she forced down, feeling it burn in her chest. She focused on the tactile feel of the file folder's cardboard edge beneath her thumb, the slight give of it. She tried the personal angle next, swiveling her chair with a soft squeak to face her own laptop. She pulled up the sparse social media profiles they'd compiled, the digital graves. Paula Strickland's life was a digital ghost town, a profile picture of a sunset over water, no posts, a handful of friends, most with generic names and no photos. Dr. Alan Cutler's online presence was a bland professional facade. A LinkedIn profile with endorsements from colleagues, a hospital biography page listing his credentials, and a generic, smiling headshot that didn't reach his eyes. Dead ends in cyberspace, mirrors reflecting nothing of the people who had lived behind them. She clicked through tabs aimlessly, the glow of the screen making her eyes ache. Her gaze drifted from the screen to the gray wall, unfocused. She was doing the thing she did with crosswords, with the Rubik's Cube she kept on her nightstand, with rooms she'd only been in once, holding all the pieces at the same distance in her mind, and waiting for the arrangement to declare itself. The case file had a shape, a pressure. She could feel it like a low-grade headache behind her eyes, a constant, dull throb. She just hadn't found the angle to look from yet. A Cutler. A Strickland. A hospital. Of a trial. Of a retreat. A therapist. No, that was speculation. Fragments orbiting a dark center of gravity, held together by nothing but proximity and violent death. Ford, Nina's voice cut through the hum, sharp as a blade. Katie blinked, bringing the room back into sharp focus. The gray wall resolved into pitted concrete. Nina was watching her, had stopped typing. Her head was tilted slightly, her eyes narrowed. You've got that look. The one where you're turning something over in your head, and it's making a noise. What did you find? Katie shook her head, a quick, dismissive motion. She ran a hand through her hair, feeling the slight grease at the roots from a long day. Too much noise, she deflected, gesturing vaguely at the sprawl of files and photos. Her hand swept over the desk, brushing against a cold paperclip. I feel like we're missing something obvious. Something sitting right in front of us, and we're looking at everything around it. She rubbed at her temples with her thumb and forefinger, the pressure building behind her eyes. The connection is the hospital. The trial is just a subset of that. But what about the hospital? What's the trigger? The trigger is a person with a grievance, Nina said flatly, finally closing her laptop lid with a decisive click. She leaned back, the chair groaning under her weight. Someone who thinks the medical system failed them. Or someone who gets off on killing caretakers. We've been over the profiles. I know, Katie said, frustration edging her own voice. But it feels surgical. The tube. The staged lack of struggle. The locations. It's not a rage kill. It's a performance. She looked at Nina, seeking engagement, but Nina's eyes were already drifting toward the door, toward the unseen specter of Campbell. A sharp, authoritative rap on the doorframe saved her from further explanation. Chief Ira Larkin leaned in, his bulk filling the doorway, blocking the light from the hall. He held a slim, manila folder in one meaty hand. Forensics finished with the vehicle inventory, he announced, his voice a gravelly baritone worn down by years of shouting and coffee. He stepped fully into the room, his shoes squeaking on the floor. The room suddenly felt smaller, warmer. Photos of everything in Dr. Cutler's car. They bagged and tagged the originals for chain of custody, but these are copies for your wall. He stepped forward and dropped the folder onto the desk with a soft slap. It landed between the two photos, a neutral buffer. How's it going in here? His eyes moved from Katie to Nina, taking in the tense silence, the carefully maintained distance between them. Don't ask, Nina muttered, not looking up, now studying her own fingernails as if they held profound interest. Her tone was a closed door. Larkin's mouth tightened into a thin line, but he took the hint. He gave a short, almost imperceptible nod to Katie, a silent communication of shared burden, and retreated, pulling the door closed behind him with a firm, final click that echoed in the quiet. The room settled back into its artificial quiet, the air still vibrating from the brief intrusion. Katie reached for the new folder, the manila paper cool and slightly rough under her fingertips. She opened it, the brass fastener making a small, satisfying pop sound. Inside were 24 glossy 8x10 photographs, the chemical smell of fresh printer ink faint but distinct in the stale air, a clean, sharp odor. She spread them out carefully, pushing the other files aside with the back of her hand to make space, the papers whispering against each other. The photos depicted a car's interior, a late-model sedan, clean but lived in. A close-up of a coffee-stained travel mug in the cup holder, the logo of a local radio station, faded from dishwasher cycles. A shot of wadded receipts, gas and fast food, stuffed in the driver's side door pocket like a paper nest. Another of the glove compartment, open to reveal the vehicle manual, a pack of spearmint gum, and a folded road atlas. Her eyes moved systematically from one image to the next, cataloging the mundane, poignant details of a life interrupted mid-stride. A gym bag on the passenger seat floor. A pair of prescription sunglasses in the center console. A pine tree air freshener dangling from the rearview mirror, brittle and brown. One photo showed the center console in detail. A stack of business cards, perhaps half an inch thick, held together by a thick black rubber band, sat in a shallow bin next to the gear shift. She pulled that print closer, holding it up to the light. The top card was slightly askew, its corner visible. She sifted through the subsequent close-ups forensics had taken of the individual cards after removing the band, each card laid on a numbered evidence mat. The first was for a plumber, Joe's Pipe and Drain, with a cartoon wrench logo. The next, a glossy card for a premium auto detail shop promising a showroom shine. Then a colleague from another hospital, Dr. Anya Desai, Cardiology, with an embossed seal. Standard professional detritus, the flotsam of a networked life. Then her fingers stilled, hovering over the next photo in the sequence. The image was crisp, the camera's flash highlighting the subtle texture of the cardstock, catching the edge of a watermark. It was a simple, elegant card with clean, serif typeface, understated and professional. Nathaniel Shaw, MSW, LCSW. New Brunswick Counseling Center. Individual and group therapy. Specializing in grief, trauma, and medical professional burnout. The name sparked a faint, insistent alarm in the back of her mind, a dull ping like a sonar echo in deep water. She'd heard it recently. Not in this room, not in these files. Somewhere else. The parking lot. The hospital hallway. The name floated, unmoored from context. She closed her eyes for a second, trying to place it, to drag it up from the murk of the last 48 hours. It slipped away, a fish glimpsed in dark water. Got something? Nina was suddenly beside her, leaning over her shoulder, her presence a shift in the air pressure. Katie hadn't heard her moves. The scent of Nina's perfume, something subtle and citrus-based with a hint of sandalwood, cut through the stale room air. Maybe. Katie tapped the photo with her index finger, the nail tapping on the glossy surface. Nathaniel Shaw. She said the name aloud, testing the sound of it, trying to jar the memory loose. It felt familiar on her tongue, a shape her mouth remembered forming, but the connection wouldn't form. Therapist. His card was in Cutler's car. In the stack. Nina peered at the photo, her expression skeptical. She straightened up slightly, crossing her arms. And so? Doctors collect cards like baseball cards. He probably referred patients for stress leave. Or got the card at a conference. It's a business card, Ford. They're designed to be distributed. Probably, Katie conceded, but the ping was still there, a persistent itch between her shoulder blades. She needed the context. The lack of it was a physical discomfort. Without a word, she lunged for the thick, printed trial transcript from Trevor Walsh's manslaughter case, the heavy binder thumping as she dragged it toward her. The pages rustled like dry leaves as her fingers flew through the tabbed sections, her eyes scanning the headers. She found the tab for Paula Strickland's testimony, the paper slightly dog-eared. She scanned the dense lines of Q and A, her eyes moving rapidly down the page, skipping the legal formalities, looking for a keyword, a phrase. She wasn't sure what she was looking for until she saw it, the name jumping out from a block of text as if highlighted. Question: Ms. Strickland, the death of Mr. Henderson was clearly a traumatic event for the staff involved. Have you sought any professional help to cope with the guilt or stress since the incident? Strickland: Yes. And I have. For about a year now. Question: And who is that? Strickland: My therapist. Nathaniel Shaw. He has an office near the hospital. The words seemed to pulse on the page, the typed letters gaining weight and dimension. Katie's breath caught in her throat, a sharp hitch. She looked up at Nina, holding the transcript open, her finger pressing down on the name so hard the nail bed turned white. Nina leaned in again, reading the lines for herself. Her lips moved silently. They shared a therapist, she said, her tone flat, deliberately unimpressed, a defense against premature hope. She straightened up, recrossing her arms over her chest, a barrier. So Cutler and Strickland both saw the same counselor. It's a coincidence. A small-town thing. New Brunswick isn't a metropolis. There are probably 3 therapists total who specialize in medical trauma. Doesn't make him a killer. It makes him a competent professional with a niche clientele. but the synapse fired, bright and clear, connecting two previously isolated points. Isha. The name was no longer just a card, it was a key, a fixed point. Katie spun back to her laptop, her chair rolling a few inches with the sudden motion, one wheel catching on a snag in the linoleum. Her fingers flew over the keyboard, typing Nathaniel Shaw, New Brunswick Counseling into the search bar. When we were at the hospital, she said, her voice tight with focus, each word measured. In Cutler's office, before the nurse came in, there was an open file on his desk. A patient death report or a follow-up? I saw it when I was looking for the rabbit's foot, just a glance. She closed her eyes, visualizing the document, the heading, the typed lines swimming in her memory. The patient's name was Marcus. Marcus Heroux. No, wait. She opened her eyes, the memory snapping into place with cinematic clarity. Marcus Shaw. The surname. I remember it because it was unusual, and it was right there, on a report Cutler had been reviewing. I thought it was a relative. A son, maybe. Nina's expression hardened, her brows drawing together into a severe line. Her posture went rigid. You read a confidential patient file? Her voice was low, edged with sharp professional disapproval. Katie, that's a line. The bright one. It was face up on the desk, Katie countered, her focus already on the search results pulling up Nathaniel Shaw's professional website. A headshot of a man in his 50s with thoughtful eyes and a gentle, practiced smile looked back at her from the screen. The site was calm, with soft blues and grays, images of serene landscapes. You said we needed to think differently. To look at everything, especially the things that don't seem to fit. You said that yesterday. She didn't look away from the screen, studying the man's face, the kind lines around his eyes, the neat haircut. A patient file with the therapist's surname on it, left open by a victim, is something that doesn't fit. Not by breaking HIPAA and jeopardizing a prosecution, Nina shot back, but the curiosity was there now, a live wire beneath the reprimand, overriding her initial disapproval. She moved to stand behind Katie again, leaning in to look at the therapist's benign photo. Her shadow fell across the keyboard. A patient with his surname. Could be a relative. A nephew. A cousin. It doesn't mean anything. Or his son, Katie said quietly, the possibility settling in the room like a cold draft. The pieces were tumbling, seeking alignment, clicking into a configuration that was undeniably a shape. A therapist connected to two victims. A therapist who might have had a son who died at the very hospital where one victim worked, under the care of the other victim's department. The grief, the proximity, the access. She found the business card photo again and picked up her phone from the desk, the device warm from her hand. Her thumb hovered over the screen. She needed confirmation, a thread to pull. She dialed the number for the hospital HR rep, Sienna Rowlands, from memory, the digits arranged in a pattern she'd forced herself to learn. The line rang 3 times, each tone stretching out before it connected. Agent Ford, Sienna sounded wary, tired, her voice thin. A faint echo suggested she was in an empty office or a tiled hallway. It's late. Is everything okay? I apologize for the hour, Sienna. I know it's inconvenient. Katie kept her tone even, professional, a mask of routine. Quick question for clarity, if you have a moment. Do you know a therapist named Nathaniel Shaw? He had a card in Dr. Cutler's effects. A long pause stretched over the line, filled with the faint hiss of the connection, the distant sound of a door closing. Katie could almost see the woman on the other end, sitting at her desk, deciding how to answer, weighing loyalties to a former colleague against the pressure of an FBI investigation. I do, Sienna finally said, her voice cautious, each word placed carefully. Why? What does he have to do with this? His name surfaced during our review of connections between staff, Katie said, the lie smooth and effortless. Routine elimination. We're mapping all professional relationships. Can you tell me about his relationship with the hospital? Another hesitation, longer this time. Katie heard the distinct creak of a desk chair, a sigh that was almost inaudible. This is off the record, Sienna said, her voice dropping slightly conspiratorial. Agent Ford, this is a small community. People talk. I understand. This stays with me. And Mr. Shaw was a contracted counselor for staff wellness. He had an office in the outpatient wing, 2 days a week. He is no longer affiliated with New Brunswick Medical Center. His contract was terminated. When did that end? Katie pressed, her grip tightening on the phone, the plastic case creaking slightly. About 18 months ago, I think. Maybe 2 years. The records would be exact. Why did it end? Was there a problem with his work? The silence this time was profound, a vacuum. Katie could hear Sienna's soft exhale, the rustle of fabric. There was a disagreement with administration. It wasn't about his work. His work was excellent. Everyone said so. Sienna's voice was carefully neutral now, each word measured as if reading from a script. It followed a personal tragedy. His son was a patient here. In the pediatric chronic care units. He passed away. She stopped as if she'd said too much, the words hanging in the digital space between them. That's all I can say. It's a private matter. A terrible private matter. Katie's pulse quickened, a sudden hard rhythm in her throat, a drumbeat of discovery. The confirmation was a physical jolt, a spark that traveled down her spine. A personal tragedy, a dead son, linking a therapist directly to the hospital. 2 of his patients, both hospital staff involved in high-stakes care, are now dead. The coincidence was now a pattern, and the pattern had a face on a website, a face marked by a loss that could curdle into something else. Thank you, Sienna. That's all I needed. I appreciate your discretion. Truly. She hung up, the plastic phone case warm and slightly damp in her hand. She placed it carefully back on the desk, the click of it hitting the surface final. The pieces locked together with an almost audible click, a mechanism engaging. She was out of her chair in one fluid motion, the chair wheels scraping loudly against the floor, pushing back to bang against the wall. We need to talk to him. Now. Tonight. Nina was already grabbing her jacket from the back of her chair, shrugging it on in one sharp movement. It's a link, not a lead, she cautioned, but she was moving, her earlier lethargy gone, incinerated by the new hot possibility. Her eyes were alive, calculating. A therapist isn't a strangler. The profile is wrong. This is organized, violent, physical. Shaw is a talker. A listener. A therapist who lost a son to the medical system, who then counseled 2 staff members from that system, who are now dead. Katie shot back, heading for the door, her hand already reaching for the knob. He's not just a link. He's a nexus. He knew their minds. Their guilt. Their fears. Their schedules. He knows how to ask the questions that make people open up. He'd know exactly where their pressure points are, Her mind was already racing ahead, constructing a profile. Grief twisted into vengeance. A profound sense of betrayal by the institution. Access to the deepest traumas of the people who represented that institution. The ultimate insider. A killer who didn't need to break in, he was invited. She didn't go to the chief's office. She went down the hall to the bullpen, her footsteps quick and loud on the linoleum. The larger room was quieter now, only a few detectives at their desks, the night shift settling in. Chief Larkin was at his central whiteboard, mapping something in red marker, the squeak of the tip against the whiteboard grating in the open space. He was drawing lines between names she didn't recognize. "Chief," Katie said, stopping a few feet away, her voice cutting through the low murmur of a radio. Larkin turned, marker poised, his expression one of weary inquiry. "It's on the card," Nina pointed out from behind her, her voice tight with impatience as she caught up. "The address is on the business card." "That's his clinic address," Katie said, not taking her eyes off Larkin. She could feel the seconds ticking by, each one a grain of sand falling. "It's almost 8 p.m. He'll be at home. We need to speak to him tonight at his residence." The urgency was a drumbeat in her chest, a visceral pull. If Shaw was their guy, every minute was a risk he was planning, or executing, or covering his tracks. If he wasn't, he might know who was. He held secrets, and secrets were the currency of their work. Larkin studied her face for a second, reading the intensity there, the focused certainty. He nodded once, a curt dip of his chin, and capped the marker with a definitive snap. He moved to a computer at a nearby desk, waving off a detective who half rose to help. His large fingers tapped the keys with surprising speed, the clicks rapid fire. The computer fan word to life, a higher pitch than the room's ambient noise. "Shaw Nathaniel, let's see. Here. 455 Hamilton Place. In the Highland Park area. Quiet street, older homes." He scribbled it on a canary yellow sticky note, the pen digging into the paper. He peeled it off and handed it to Katie. "You want backup? A patrol car to sit down the block." The numbers and street name imprinted themselves in her mind. 455 Hamilton. She took the note, the paper rough against her skin, the ink slightly smeared. "Not yet. We're just having a conversation. If we call for uniforms, he'll see them. He'll know." She folded the note once and slipped it into her jacket pocket. Thank you, Chief." As she turned, Nina was already at the bullpen entrance, a silhouette against the brighter hall lights, her face a mask of focused intensity, the earlier frustration and distraction completely burned away by the new, hot possibility. The ghost of Campbell was momentarily banished, not gone, but shoved aside by the flesh and blood prospect in front of them, a man with an address and a motive that was beginning to make a terrible kind of sense. "You coming?" Katie asked, already moving toward the exit, her hand patting the pocket that held the address. Nina fell into step beside her, matching her pace stride for stride. "Let's go," she said, her voice low and steady. "Let's go see what a grieving therapist has to say for himself when the FBI shows up at his door after dark." Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The car's headlights carved tunnels through the deepening twilight, the suburban streets sliding past in a blur of manicured lawns and darkened colonials. The dashboard glow painted the sharp planes of Nina's face in muted oranges and greens, her eyes fixed on the road with an unnerving stillness. Katie laid out the connection, organizing her thoughts aloud to make them solid, to give the flimsy thread some weight. Both victims had appointments. Paula Strickland's file listed him as her therapist. We found Dr. Cutler's card in his car inventory. A business card for Nathaniel Shaw, LCSW, with a handwritten date from 3 weeks ago. They shared the same shrink. It's the only tangible link we have that isn't the trial. Nina's fingers tightened minutely on the steering wheel, the leather creaking. She took a sharp turn, the tires whispering a protest against the asphalt as she swung around a slow-moving minivan. The son you mentioned. Run that by me again. Slower. Katie shifted in her seat, turning her body toward Nina. The seatbelt pulled against her healing shoulder, a dull reminder. Nathaniel Shaw's son, Marcus, died in the hospital about 18 months ago. I saw the condolence card and the records in Cutler's office. It was in a file of personal correspondence, not medical. The card was signed by the entire oncology staff. Cutler kept it, she paused, letting the implication hang. Maybe Shaw blames Cutler and Strickland. Or maybe therapy gave him access to their vulnerabilities, to the things that kept them up at night. It's a thread we have to pull, and it's the only one that isn't snapped clean through. It's thin, Nina said, her voice flat, a statement of fact devoid of inflection. It's all we have, Katie countered, hearing the defensive edge in her own tone. She took a slow breath, inhaling the stale, recirculated air of the rental car, forcing calm. Walsh is a dead end. The trial connection is a fact, but it's a public fact, a billboard. This is private. A therapist knows things no one else does. He knows where the cracks are. Nina was silent for a full block. Her fingers began tapping a slow, a rhythmic beat on the steering wheel, a staccato signal of her churning thoughts. The passing streetlights strobed across her face, illuminating the tight set of her jaw, the faint, almost invisible tremor at the corner of her mouth. All right, she finally said, the word exhaled like a concession. We pull it. But we do it smart. We go in hard, see what cracks. If he's just a therapist, we apologize for the door and move on. If he's more, she let the sentence hang, the implication clear in the way her eyes cut toward Katie, sharp and dark in the gloom. We don't give him room to think. We own the room from the first second. This is it, Nina said a minute later, her voice dropping as she slowed the car. She didn't need to point. The house announced itself. 455 Hamilton Place. Therapist pays well. The house was a sprawling colonial set back on a manicured acre, a monument to quiet, professional success. A circular crushed stone drive, pale gray in the security lights, framed a stone birdbath where water glimmered, black and still. More lights, mounted under the deep eaves, bathed the immaculate lawn in a sterile white glow that erased shadows near the foundation, creating a stark, theatrical stage. At the property's edge, where the artificial light gave way to the natural darkness of woods, Katie made out the shadowy shapes of a small stable block and a white fence. The air through the car's vent carried the damp, green smell of cut grass and freshly turned earth, undercut by a faint, sweet hint of blooming jasmine from a trellis near the porch. Crickets chirped a steady, indifferent rhythm from the surrounding blackness. Nina parked at the curb, not pulling into the drive. A statement. They exited the car simultaneously, the thud of their doors closing in unison, a sharp, definitive sound in the hushed neighborhood. The night air was cool and carried a hint of coming rain, a moisture that kissed the skin. Katie felt the prickle of unseen surveillance, imagining the red glow of lens covers tracking their approach from the corners of the eaves or from within the decorative black lanterns flanking the massive front door. They walked up the flagstone path side by side, their footsteps crunching softly on the gravel-flecked stone. The front door was heavy oak, stained a deep, warm walnut, with a polished brass lion's head knocker at its center. Katie knocked, the sound firm and authoritative, a dull thud against the thick wood. A light winked on in a room to the left of the foyer, spilling a yellow rectangle onto the closely trimmed lawn through a narrow gap in the heavy drapes. A silhouette shifted behind the fabric, a person peering out, a dark shape that froze for a 3 count before retreating back into the room. No one came to the door. Katie waited a count of 10, the silence stretching, broken only by the distant hum of a generator or pool pump from a neighboring property. She could feel Nina's impatience radiating beside her like heat from a coil. "And Mr. Ishaw, the FBI. We need to speak with you," Katie called out, pitching her voice to carry through the door without shouting. Her words were swallowed by the solid wood, producing no reaction from within. "He's ignoring us," Nina growled, low and certain. She stepped forward, her shoes scraping on the stone, and hammered on the wood with the side of her fist, 3 sharp, percussive blows that echoed in the portico. "The FBI. Open up." The light inside went dark, plunging the front of the house back into the uneven security glow. A muffled sob, then a sharp, hissed whisper, an argument they couldn't quite decipher, the tones urgent and fearful. Katie met Nina's eyes in the gloom. Nina's expression was set, her lips a thin line. She gave a single, tight nod. "Enough of this," Nina said, her voice dropping to a near whisper that was more menacing than a shout. "Do it." Katie tested the handle. It was a solid lever, cold brass. It didn't budge. It locked. She stepped back, gauging the distance, feeling the texture of the flagstone through the thin soles of her shoes. She ignored the protest in her healing side, the tight, hot pull of the stitches beneath her blouse. She focused on the spot just beside the lock plate, where the wood was weakest. She drew her leg back, balanced her weight, and drove her heel into the door, putting the full force of her body and a surge of frustrated momentum behind it. The impact jarred up her leg, a bright spark of pain lancing from her heel through her bruised hip. The frame splintered with a crack that was shockingly loud, a sound of violence that shattered the suburban quiet. The door shuddered, wood splintering around the deadbolt, then swung inward with a groan of stressed hinges, stopping halfway open against a thick, Persian-style rug in the tiled foyer. A small cloud of dust and paint chips settled in the hallway light. "The FBI. Mr. Shaw. Make yourself known," Katie called as they entered, Nina right behind her, their movements synchronized from long practice. They hurried down a tiled hallway toward the room where they'd seen movement, their shoes clicking on the polished marble. The air inside was warm, overly so, scented with lemon polish and the faint, cloying smell of lavender potpourri from a bowl on a console table. Katie tried the first door on the right. The handle turned smoothly but caught, locked from the inside. "What is the meaning of this?" a woman shrieked, her voice slicing down from the top of a curved staircase that swept up to the second floor. She clutched a silk robe closed at her throat, the fabric a deep emerald green. Her hair was wrapped in a turban-style towel, her face a mask of outrage and fear, her eyes wide and glittering. "You break into my home and demand things. I'll have your badges. I'll call the police right now." Her hand fumbled at the pocket of her robe, searching for a phone. Before Katie could formulate a reply, the locked door beside her flew open. A man with flushed cheeks and wild, bloodshot eyes filled the doorway. He was in his late 40s, with the softness of a sedentary life just beginning to settle around his middle. He wore expensive-looking gray slacks and a rumpled blue Oxford shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing forearms dusted with fine, dark hair. His hair was disheveled, as if he'd been running his hands through it repeatedly. "I'm right here. Who the hell are you people?" "What is this?" His voice was a roar, but it cracked on the last word, betraying a layer of panic beneath the anger. Katie braced, her weight shifting subtly to the balls of her feet, her center of gravity lowering. Her hand didn't go to her weapon, but her posture, shoulders squared, arms slightly away from her body, made the option clear, a silent communication of controlled threat. "FBI, Mr. Shaw," Nina stated, her voice a blade of cold authority. She held her credentials up, letting the shield catch the light from the hallway chandelier, the gold seal flashing. "We need to discuss Paula Strickland and Alan Cutler." "Now." "I have a client," Shaw barked, gesturing wildly behind him into the room, a study from the glimpse of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves and the corner of a large, leather-topped desk. A young woman in her 20s peeked out from behind a high-backed leather chair, wide-eyed, clutching a notebook to her chest like a shield. Her face was pale, her lower lip trembling. "You can't just, this is an outrageous violation of privacy, of ethics." "Do you have a warrant?" "Session S over," Nina cut in, not raising her voice but letting each word land with the finality of a judge's gavel. She took a step forward, closing the distance in the hallway. "We talk here, or we continue this conversation at the Wilmington field office." "Your choice." "But we are talking tonight." "Field office." "Have you lost your minds?" Shaw's anger was giving way to confusion, his eyes darting from Nina's impassive face to Katie's ready stance to his wife, who was now descending the stairs, one hand on the banister for support. "On what grounds?" "You break my door." "This is trespassing." "Assault." "Paula Strickland and Alan Cutler," Nina pressed, taking another half step, invading his personal space. He instinctively leaned back. "They were your patients, correct?" "That's confidential." "A privileged." "I don't answer to you." "I want a lawyer." He crossed his arms over his chest, a defensive barrier, but his gaze kept flicking to the broken door, to the splintered wood, as if unable to believe the violation. Shaw's wife rushed down the remaining stairs, the silk of her robe swishing with her hurried movement. She inserted herself between the agents and her husband, smaller than both but bristling with protective fury. She placed a hand on Shaw's arm, a calming gesture he shook off. Wait." "Just wait." She looked at her husband, her eyes searching his face, then back at the agents, the outrage in her expression clouding with dawning, sickening horror. Are you saying my husband is a suspect in those killings?" "The nurse and the doctor. I heard it on the radio this morning. They said it was awful." "Killings," Shaw's bluster evaporated. The high color drained from his face, leaving his skin sallow and waxy under the harsh hallway light. He sagged against the doorframe, his hand going to it for support as if his legs had weakened. His face went slack, the anger replaced by blank, uncomprehending shock. His mouth opened, then closed. "What killings?" The young client saw her opportunity. She sidled past them all, keeping her body turned away, her eyes fixed on the floor. She gave the broken door a frightened, wide-eyed look, hugged her notebook tighter to her chest, and scurried out into the night without a word. The sound of her quick, light footsteps on the gravel drive faded rapidly, swallowed by the chirping of the crickets. Shaw stared past them, into the middle distance of the hallway, his breathing audible now, short, shallow pulls of air that hitched in his throat. He blinked several times, slowly, as if processing data on a severe delay. The fight had gone out of him, leaving a man who looked suddenly older, the lines around his eyes and mouth deepening, and deeply, profoundly weary. He sighed, a long, shuddering exhalation that seemed to deflate his entire frame. "Fine," he whispered. Then louder, resigned, "Fine." In here, he turned without looking at them, his shoulders slumped, and walked into his study. The room was a classic therapist's sanctuary, a cocoon of quiet wealth. It was lined floor to ceiling with books in orderly rows, their spines a mosaic of muted colors and gold leaf lettering. The smell was a quiet, expensive blend of old paper, lemon oil from the polished wood, and the rich, subtle scent of leather from two deep burgundy armchairs facing a smaller, less comfortable client chair. A large, polished walnut desk dominated one end, its surface free of clutter save for a brass banker's lamp with a green glass shade, a closed silver laptop, and a crystal tumbler half full of water, condensation beading on its sides. The carpet was a thick, muted Persian in deep blues and reds that swallowed sound, making their entrance feel hushed, intrusive. Family photos in heavy silver frames were arranged on a shelf behind the desk. A smiling boy at various ages, from gap-toothed childhood to awkward adolescence. A wedding picture of a younger Shaw and his wife on a beach. A recent vacation shot of them both looking windswept and happy on a mountain trail. Shaw moved behind his desk and sank into the high-backed leather chair. It wasn't a power move, Katie thought, watching him carefully as she remained by the door. It was because it was the only piece of furniture that offered any semblance of a barrier, a fortress. Nina took one of the armchairs opposite, not the lower client chair, establishing a parity, a conversation between professionals. Katie leaned against the doorframe, crossing her arms, her body a silent block to the exit. Her side throbbed in a dull, persistent rhythm, a counterpoint to the tension in the room. He didn't look like a killer. He looked like a tired, well-off professional who just had his evening and his front door ruined. His hands, now resting flat on the dark wood of the desk, were clean, with short, neatly trimmed nails. No nicks, no scratches, no signs of recent violence or strenuous manual labor beyond the drywall dust he'd mentioned, which wasn't visible on his clothes. But Katie knew better than to trust appearances. Intelligence was the more dangerous weapon. His potential access to the deepest fears, the most shameful secrets of his patients, his possible motive wrapped in the suffocating shroud of personal loss, they all still fit a profile. She kept her expression neutral, observant, her eyes tracking the minute movements of his hands, the flicker of his gaze. "I genuinely don't know what you're talking about," Shaw began, rubbing his temples with his thumb and forefinger in slow, circular motions. He looked at Nina, then his eyes slid to Katie, his expression pleading for clarity for this to be a mistake. "A murders. You said killings. Paula and Alan, was it?" "Alan Cutler." "You haven't seen the news?" Katie asked, keeping her tone even, deliberately mild, a probe disguised as curiosity. "No one from the hospital called you. 2 of your patients are dead, violently, within a week of each other, and you didn't know." Shaw dropped his hand to the desk with a soft thump, a flash of genuine irritation crossing his features. "I've been buried. Back-to-back sessions for 3 days straight, and paperwork until midnight. I haven't looked at a paper or turned on the TV. My wife handles the news. She mentioned something this morning about a doctor, but I was rushing out the door for an early session. I didn't connect it." He shook his head, the defensiveness returning, a brittle shell over his confusion. "What happened? Just tell me." "Paula Strickland was found murdered in her car outside Pineview Manor a week ago," Katie said, her eyes locked on his, watching for the micro-twitches at the corner of his mouth, the unconscious tightening of the muscles around his eyes, the dilation of his pupils. "You knew her. You were treating her." Shaw's complexion turned ashen, a grayish pallor spreading beneath his skin. He leaned back in his chair as if physically pushed by the words, the leather creaking. Paula. My God. Oh, she's dead. Murdered, his hand flew to his mouth, fingers pressing against his lips, then dropped to the desk, fingers splaying wide as if bracing for a blow. His pupils dilated, the black swallowing the warm hazel of his irises in the soft lamplight. Katie filed the reaction away. It looked authentic, the sharp, audible intake of breath, the genuine shock widening his eyes, the slight recoil of his whole body. But she'd seen good actors. Shock could be faked. Grief could be performed, especially by a man trained in the theater of human emotion. Yes. Stabbed. The killer used a specific, prolonged method. He kept her alive, conscious for a while before finishing her. She didn't elaborate on the tube, on the mechanics. She wanted to see if he knew, if any flicker of recognition, of guilty knowledge, passed behind his eyes. Shaw held up a hand, palm out, a request for a moment for mercy. His breath hitched. He reached for the glass of water on his desk, his hand trembling just enough to make the ice cubes clink softly against the crystal. He took a slow sip, swallowing with visible effort, his Adam's apple bobbing. He set the glass down with a soft, precise click. I had nothing to do with that. Nothing. She was in profound pain. I was trying to help her find a way to carry it. Katie pressed on, not letting him settle into the role of the grieving confidant. Dr. Alan Cutler. Also your patient. Alan. No, Shaw's voice was a whisper, a breath of disbelief. He dropped his face into his hands, his elbows digging into the desk. His shoulders trembled, a fine, almost imperceptible vibration. When he looked up, his eyes were red-rimmed, the skin beneath them puffy. Not him too. Please tell me you're wrong. Found outside New Brunswick Medical Center parking lot, night before last, Nina said flatly, her voice devoid of comfort or condolence. It was a hammer driving a fact. A same method. How does that make you feel, Mr. Shaw? He looked at her, his eyes glistening with unshed tears that caught the lamplight. The anger was gone, completely burned away, replaced by a profound, weary sorrow that seemed to weigh down his very bones. It makes me feel sick. It makes me feel like I failed. They were good people. Troubled, carrying weights I could only help them shoulder for an hour a week, but good. He wiped at his eyes with the back of his hand, a rough, unself-conscious gesture that smeared moisture across his cheek. They trusted me. And now they're gone. We understand you had a professional relationship with the hospital, Katie said, shifting gears, moving from the emotional to the transactional. A contract for staff counseling. Why did it end? Shaw composed himself with visible effort, straightening his spine, pulling the mantle of professionalism around him like a familiar coat. He took another sip of water, buying a second, the glass now mostly empty. It wasn't a relationship in the way you're implying. There was no intimacy, no deep connection to the institution. I was an independent contractor they used on a referral basis. Doctors, nurses, even orderlies, they see terrible things, make impossible decisions with lives in the balance. The hospital HR would send them my way when the burden became too much. I ended the contract because my own private practice was full to bursting. I couldn't handle their volume on top of my existing caseload anymore. It was a straightforward business decision, made about 6 months ago. There was no drama, no falling out. I gave them 90 days notice, finished my existing caseload, and that was that. He spread his hands, palms up, a gesture of transparent, weary finality. Each answer was reasonable, deflating. They were sandbagging the investigation, filling the elegant room with plausible, innocent explanations that built a wall between them and any suspicion. The frustration built in Katie's chest, a physical weight making it hard to draw a full breath. She moved to the more sensitive ground, the one piece that didn't fit a neat business narrative, the raw nerve. "Your son," Katie said, her voice softening a deliberate degree, adopting a tone of respectful condolence. "A Marcus. He passed away in the hospital about 18 months ago." Shaw's composure cracked. His jaw clenched, a muscle ticking rhythmically in his cheek. He looked down at his desk, his breath shuddering as he exhaled. A single tear welled in the corner of his eye, gathered weight, traced a glistening path down his cheek, and dripped onto the polished wood with a tiny, dark spot before he wiped it away with a quick, angry swipe of his thumb. "He did," he said, the words thick, pushed out with effort. He said it to the desk, not to them. He was 22. It was a long illness. A degenerative condition. There was no cure, only management. He looked up and his gaze was distant, fixed on a memory only he could see. Only delay. "I'm sorry for your loss," Katie said, and she meant it. The grief in the room was palpable now, a thick, heavy air that seemed to muffle sound. It felt real, a raw and present thing. Was he under the care of either Alan Cutler or Paula Strickland? "No," Shaw said, his voice gaining a little strength, a firmness born of certainty. He looked up, meeting her eyes, and there was a rawness there that felt unfeigned, a parent's enduring wound. His primary was a pediatric specialist, a Dr. Alistair, over at Children's. Alan and Paula worked at New Brunswick General and Pineview, respectively. They had no connection to him, to his case, to his care. His death was written in his cells from the day he was born. It was inevitable, a genetic sentence. I harbor no blame toward the hospital staff. If anything, I'm grateful for the extra months they helped us secure, for the kindness they showed him. He said it with a quiet, exhausted conviction that rang true, that carried the weight of hard-won acceptance. Another potential motive evaporated, dissolving like smoke in the still air of the study. The thread was gone, leaving them holding nothing but air. The weight in Katie's chest grew heavier, a leaden disappointment. They had breached a door, terrorized a family, stirred up a well of genuine grief, and unearthed only sadness, not answers. Nina leaned forward, her elbows resting on her knees, a posture of relentless predatory focus. "Where were you on the nights of May 2nd and 5th, between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m.? Shaw's gaze drifted from her face to his bookshelves, as if searching for a calendar among the rows of titles. He blinked slowly, thinking. "And here? Both nights. I've been converting the basement into a secondary office, a soundproofed space for telehealth sessions. It's a mess of insulation and drywall. My wife can confirm I was down there both nights until after 1 a.m, covered in dust. She brought me coffee around midnight on the 5th, I remember specifically, because she complained about the drywall dust getting on the stairs." He offered a faint, pained smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Check our home security system logs. The exterior cameras will show my car never left the driveway after 6 p.m. either day. The motion-activated lights by the garage would have recorded anyone coming or going. You're welcome to the footage." Katie switched tactics. If he wasn't the killer, he was still a repository of information, a vault containing the psychological landscapes of 2 murder victims. She needed the content of those sessions, the hidden fears. What did Paula and Alan talk about with you? What was troubling them? Specifically, she held up a hand as he started to form a refusal, his mouth opening, the therapist's automatic defense. Confidentiality ends with their deaths if it helps us find their killer. You're not protecting them by staying silent, you're protecting whoever did this. You could be holding the key to why they were chosen. Shaw folded his arms across his chest again, a classic closed-off posture. He looked between them, conflict playing on his features, a lifetime of professional ethics warring with civic duty, and perhaps his own grief and desire for some meaning in their deaths. The silence stretched. A clock ticked softly from somewhere on the bookshelf, a measured, patient sound. They came to me separately, he began, his voice low, reluctant. Well, my wife suggested it to Paula. They worked together briefly on a hospital charity committee years ago. They were both struggling. Deeply. In ways that were structurally similar. With what? Katie insisted, her tone softening to a plea, an invitation to trust. She took a step away from the door, into the room, reducing the physical distance between them. We've seen the aftermath. Cutler's wife is drowning in a silent, perfect house. He kept mementos from patients he couldn't save, hidden in his desk like guilty secrets. Paula Strickland had no life outside that care home. Her entire world was those hallways. We need to understand what was haunting them. You might be the only one who knows. You might have the key to why someone wanted them to suffer, not just die. Shaw studied them for a long, silent moment. His eyes moved over Nina's hardened, unyielding resolve, then to Katie's expression, which she kept open, urgent, empathetic. He seemed to be weighing them, judging their capacity to hold the fragile, ugly truth. He took another slow drink, draining the last of the water, the ice cubes rattling. He set the empty glass down with a decisive click. All right, he whispered. Then stronger, all right. But this doesn't leave this room. This is clinical insight, not evidence. You understand. This is about the state of their minds, not about clues. Both agents nodded, a silent pact. Both of them suffered from the same condition, exacerbated to a pathological, debilitating degree by their professions. It's not in the DSM as a standalone diagnosis, but we see it in palliative care, in oncology, in long-term hospice. It's called recurrent anticipatory grief. Katie frowned, rolling the unfamiliar, heavy term in her mind. Explain it. In simple terms. What does it look like, feel like? Shaw steepled his fingers, his gaze turning inward, becoming clinical even as he discussed tragedy. It's the profound, cyclical anguish someone feels before a loss occurs. The relentless dread of an impending death, often a patience that they know is coming with absolute certainty. They don't just worry, they begin the process of mourning in advance, experiencing the full, crushing emotional weight of the loss. The sadness, the anger, the guilt, the helplessness, while the person is still alive, still talking, still there. For sensitive, empathetic caregivers who form genuine attachments, it becomes a relentless, punishing cycle. They grieve, the patient eventually dies, they grieve again in the traditional sense, then a new patient arrives, they attach, and the dread begins anew, layered on top of the last. Robert with his terminal oncology cases, Paula in a care home with a relentlessly high mortality rate, it was eating them alive from the inside. They were ghosts walking among the living, mourning people who hadn't even died yet. They called it the echo. You grieve, and the grief echoes forward onto the next person, and the next, until every face you see has a death mask superimposed over it. The room felt colder. Katie absorbed the explanation, the heartbreaking, claustrophobic logic of it. It painted a vivid, terrible picture of two people trapped in a private hell of their own compassion, a hell with no exit. She thought of the rabbit's foot in Cutler's desk, a charm for a luck that never came. She thought of Strickland's empty apartment. "We see death too," Nina remarked, her voice quiet but challenging, a counterpoint. "We deal with loss. It's part of the job. You build a wall." Shaw gave her a pointed, almost pitying look, the look of an expert confronted by a well-meaning amateur. "With respect, Agent Shaw, you see corpses and crime scenes. You see the aftermath of violence, of a life ended, usually abruptly. Your grief, when you feel it, is for a life stolen, for justice denied. Their trauma was fundamentally different. They formed bonds with living, breathing people, shared jokes, learned about their families, held their hands during painful procedures, then had to watch those people fade away, piece by piece over weeks or months. They had to provide comfort, to smile, to offer hope, while swallowing their own building despair. They had to walk out of a room after a final goodbye, close the door, and go write a clinical chart note. It's a chronic, soul-eroding trauma. It's death by 1,000 emotional cuts. Robert called it living in a permanent state of funeral weather. The phrase landed in the quiet room like a stone dropped into still water, the ripples spreading out, touching them all. Funeral weather. Katie could see it, feel it. The gray, unending drizzle of dread, the damp chill that never lifts, the sky always low and threatening. The explanation was devastating in its clarity. It was also a dead end. It gave a profound reason for their sadness, for their isolation, not for their murder. If anything, it made them more sympathetic, tragic figures, less likely to have inspired a vengeful killer. The last of Katie's investigative energy drained away, leaving a hollow, cold fatigue in its place. They had breached a door, terrorized a family, stirred a man's grief for his son and his patients, and unearthed only a profound, useless sadness. They were no closer to the killer. They were farther away, mired in another person's pain. Nina stood, her movement abrupt, breaking the spell of the heavy quiet. She pulled a business card from the inside pocket of her jacket and placed it on the desk, the white rectangle stark and alien against the dark, polished wood. "If anything else occurs to you, any detail, no matter how small, how insignificant it seems. Any other patient who expressed unusual interest in them, any strange contact." "Thank you for your time," Katie added, pushing off from the doorframe. Her side gave a sharp, warning twinge, a reminder of her own recent vulnerability. "We'll have your door repaired. Someone from the local field office will contact you tomorrow to arrange it." Shaw didn't look at the card. He just nodded, his eyes downcast, staring at the empty glass, lost in the private storm of his thoughts and his memories of two dead patients who had sat in this very room, carrying their own invisible storms. They walked out single file, their footsteps silent on the thick carpet, then loud and echoing on the foyer's marble tile. They stepped carefully over the wreckage of the splintered doorframe, back into the cool, cricket chorus night. The security lights felt accusing now, harsh and exposing, highlighting their failure, their violence against this peaceful facade. Back in the car, the exhaustion was total, a weight that pressed them both down into their seats. Katie closed her door, the sound a dull thud that sealed them in. The sky was fully dark, a deep velvet black bleached of stars by the suburban light pollution, the earlier hint of rain, now a damp, oppressive promise in the still air. The dashboard lights illuminated the tight, white line of Nina's mouth, the weariness carved around her own eyes, the faint sheen of sweat on her temple. Nina started the engine, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet. She didn't pull away immediately, just sat there, her hands on the wheel, staring at the Shaw house, its windows glowing like watchful, knowing eyes in the dark. "Hotel?" she asked finally, the word short-clipped. "Yeah," Katie murmured, leaning her head against the cool glass of the passenger window. She watched the house recede in the side mirror as Nina finally put the car in drive, its lights shrinking, then disappearing behind a curve of tall hedges. The dead ends were piling up, a labyrinth with no center, no monster at its heart, just endless, branching corridors of pain and loss. And with the night closing in tight and dark around the moving car, her own private dread, the one she carried always, the one about the sealed box in her apartment, about her father's secrets and his bloody end, about the man from the parking garage whose face she couldn't forget, began its familiar, cold ascent from the pit of her stomach, chilling her from the inside out, a funeral weather all her own. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The silver sedan pulled into the motel lot, its headlights cutting through the damp New Jersey night. The tires crunched over loose gravel, and a scattering of fast food wrappers caught in the glow, a flattened burger box skittering away from the tire's path. Katie killed the engine, and the sudden silence was a physical presence, heavy with the question she'd been carrying since they left the precinct. The only sounds were the ticking of the cooling engine, a syncopated metallic pinging, and the distant, lonely rush of highway traffic, a constant white noise hum from beyond the tree line. She kept her hands on the wheel for a moment, her knuckles pale in the dashboard light, gathering the nerve. The vinyl of the steering wheel was cool and slightly tacky under her palms. "We should bunk together tonight," she said, the words coming out in a rush, too loud in the quiet car. She winced internally at the lack of finesse. Nina was already unbuckling her seatbelt, the click of the release sharp in the confined space. She didn't look over. Her fingers worked at the clasp with a precise, automatic motion. Was about to say the same thing. She peered out her window, scanning the shadowed corners of the L-shaped lot, the rows of identical doors under flickering sconce lights that buzzed faintly and cast jumping, elongated shadows. Her eyes tracked from the dumpster enclosure to the dark mouth of the stairwell. And safer. Logistically smarter. Easier to watch each other's backs in one room, Katie added, needing to justify it, to make it sound tactical instead of what it was. A deep, unspoken fear of being alone with the dark and the thoughts it brought. She released her own seatbelt, the strap retracting with a whir. "One alarm. One door." "Exactly," Nina said, her voice flat. She pushed her door open, the interior dome light flooding the car with a harsh, yellow glow that made Katie blink. The humid night air, thick with the smell of wet asphalt and distant exhaust, rushed in. A one-room. One point of entry to secure. Half the variables. She swung her legs out and stood in one fluid motion, her silhouette blocking the light for a second before she moved away, leaving Katie in the relative dark again. Katie took a final breath of the car's recycled air, then followed. The gravel shifted under her shoes. She popped the trunk, the sound echoing in the quiet lot. They each retrieved their bags, Katie's wheeled suitcase, Nina's black tactical duffel, and the solid thunk of the trunk closing was like a full stop on the day's travel. The lobby was a fishbowl of fluorescent light, empty save for a young man slouched behind a high counter, scrolling on a phone he held in both hands. The air smelled of stale coffee grounds, industrial lemon-scented cleaner, and beneath it, the faint, sweet decay of old carpet. A humming vending machine offered bags of chips and sodas behind scratched plastic, its interior light a sickly green. Katie's wheels caught on a frayed edge of the lobby carpet as she approached. She slid her bureau card across the laminated countertop, which was sticky in patches. One double ground floor. preferably at the end of a row. The clerk, a kid with acne scattered across his forehead and a bored expression, didn't look at the card. He tapped on an ancient keyboard, the clicks loud and hollow. How many nights? His eyes didn't leave his phone screen, his thumb still scrolling. One, Nina answered from Katie's shoulder, her presence close and watchful. She had set her duffel down silently, and now stood with her arms loosely crossed, her gaze sweeping the lobby's corners, the closed door marked manager, the fire exit diagram on the wall beside them. The kid slid 2 keycards in paper sleeves across the sticky counter. Checkouts 11. Wi-Fi password S on the sleeve. Need help with your bags? His tone suggested the correct answer. Before Katie could speak, Nina shook her head sharply, a single, definitive motion that made a strand of her dark hair brush her cheek. We've got them. He shrugged, a barely perceptible lift of one shoulder, and was already looking back at his phone, his thumb resuming its mindless journey up the glowing screen. Katie hefted her own suitcase, the wheels rickety on the thin lobby carpet. She pushed through the glass door, holding it for Nina. The night air felt cooler now, or maybe it was just the contrast with the stifling lobby. Expecting trouble? She asked as they moved across the uneven pavement toward their room, her tone aiming for lightness and missing, landing somewhere between weary and wary. Nina shot her a look, her eyes catching the security light, hard and reflective like chips of obsidian. I'm always expecting trouble. It's the only way it doesn't surprise you. She adjusted the strap of her duffel on her shoulder. You stop expecting it, that's when it walks right up and introduces itself. Their room was at the far end of the ground floor. A box of beige walls and brown geometric patterned carpet worn thin in front of the door to a matted, grimy patch. Katie used the keycard, sliding it in and out of the slot. The light flashed green with a beep that sounded absurdly loud in the sleeping lot. She pushed the door open, letting it swing inward, and stepped to the side, letting Nina enter first. A professional courtesy that was also a tactical pause, allowing the first person in to clear the visible space. She followed, pulling her suitcase in over the threshold, and letting the door swing shut behind her with a solid, hollow thud. The deadbolt was heavy, a solid steel throw. She engaged it immediately, the mechanism sliding home with a satisfying, final clunk. The room was a museum of anonymity. Katie had lost count of how many identical spaces she'd slept in over the last year. 2 double beds with mustard yellow bedspreads that felt vaguely damp to the touch, a dark wood laminate desk and dresser unit with cigarette burns along the edge, a flat-screen TV bolted to the wall at an angle that would strain the neck. The art was a generic, blurry print of a sailboat at sunset in a warped plastic frame. If the FBI ever asked for a report on America's interior design, she could write a dissertation on the psychology of generic motel art. Its purpose was not to please, but to be forgotten, to provide zero distraction or memory. The air was cold and carried the underscent of mildew, and the fake floral plug-in air freshener stuck in an outlet by the door, fighting a losing battle. She dumped her bag on the bed closer to the bathroom door, a habit born of 100 such rooms. Control the access point. The bedspread exhaled a puff of dust motes into the slice of light from the bathroom, where Nina had flipped the switch. Her nerves had been running hot since Delaware, a chronic low-grade alertness she'd stopped trying to switch off. It manifested in the tightness across her shoulders, a band of tension that made her want to roll her neck. It was in the way her eyes kept tracking to the thin gap in the heavy, burgundy curtains, and the constant, subconscious inventory of sounds. The low hum of the mini fridge, the rattle and shudder of the air conditioning unit under the window as it kicked on, the creak of a floorboard from the room above, followed by the muffled thump of something being dropped. Nina kicked off her low-heeled boots, lining them up neatly beside her bed, toes pointed toward the wall. "You a snorer?" she asked, her voice matter-of-fact as she peeled off her blazer and laid it over the back of the room's single upholstered chair, smoothing the wrinkles with a pass of her hand. The question was so mundane it was almost jarring. Katie unzipped her suitcase, the sound loud in the quiet room, looking for her own sleep clothes. Her fingers brushed against the folded cotton of her leggings. "I have a patented anti-snoring maneuver. Untested but theoretically sound. Involves strategic pillow placement and sheer force of will." She pulled out the clothes, a bundle of dark fabric. A faint, almost imperceptible snort came from Nina's side of the room. It might have been a laugh. "A lucky me. I come as is. Consider yourself warned." She didn't bother with modesty or retreating to the bathroom, simply turning her back and changing out of her slacks and into a pair of gray sweatpants and a faded black t-shirt right there. The movement was efficient, unself-conscious, the fabric whispering as she pulled it on. Katie turned away, fumbling with the zipper on her own bag, giving her partner the privacy she hadn't asked for. She found her things and changed quickly with her back to the room, the carpet rough under her bare feet. The air conditioning vent was directly above her, blowing a stream of cold air onto the back of her neck. "7 okay?" Katie asked, nodding toward the digital clock on the nightstand between the beds. It glowed 11:24 p.m. in angry red numerals, the colon blinking with a steady, pulse-like rhythm. Nina was already under her covers, lying on her back, staring at the textured ceiling as if reading lines in the stippled plaster. "It's the only time that exists," she replied, her voice devoid of inflection. "Set the alarm. So I'll wake up before it anyway. I always do." Katie picked up her phone, her thumb finding the clock app. She set an alarm for 6:45 a.m., allowing 15 minutes of buffer. The soft digital chime of the interface was alien in the grim room. She placed the phone back on the nightstand, screen down, the case making a soft tap on the laminate. She ran through her standard security check, a silent ritual born of training and paranoia. She started at the door, testing the deadbolt again, putting her weight against the door to feel its solidity. Then she checked the flimsy chain lock, judging its tensile strength with a practiced eye. It was thin, the kind that would snap with one good kick. She hooked it anyway. A delay was a delay. She moved to the window, parting the heavy curtains just enough to create a narrow slit. The fabric felt stiff and dusty. It was a sliding model, locked with a simple latch that was nothing more than a bent piece of metal. She checked that it was fully engaged, then looked out at the view. Their parked sedan, a lone island under a buzzing sodium vapor light, the empty lot, a strip of weedy grass littered with cigarette butts, and the dark wall of trees beyond the property line. No easy cover for an approach. She noted the distance to the ice machine, glowing under a corrugated plastic canopy, 20 paces. A potential blind spot. She checked the bathroom window next, a small, frosted pane set high in the wall that didn't open. One point of entry. One point of exit, unless you wanted to go through glass and draw a lot of attention. Satisfied, or as satisfied as one could be, she walked back to her bed. She plugged in her charger, the cord a familiar white tether snaking across the brown carpet to the outlet behind the nightstand. Then she lay down on top of the bedspread, the material scratchy and synthetic against the skin of her arms. She didn't get under the covers. It felt too much like committing to vulnerability, like being tucked in. She kept her socks on. The room was cold and the floor felt perpetually damp. Sleep was a distant country, its borders closed. Her brain was a map with too many red pins, connections drawn in frantic, overlapping lines. Cutler. Strickland. Shaw. The trial. The tube. The boy with the rare disease. How far was Maine from here? 6, 7 hours by car if you drove fast and didn't stop, sticking to the highways. Could Tobias be that close already? A shadow moving north through the darkness on back roads, drawn toward the last name on his list like a shark to a scent trail. Or was he smarter, holed up in some rented room just like this one, maybe 20 miles away, planning his approach with the glacial, terrifying patience that had defined him for 16 years? The patience of a man who collected shoes and watched women hang themselves from picnic benches, who sat and talked with them for 12 minutes before they stepped off into the void. The pillow was too warm, holding the heat of the day and the imprint of 1,000 other heads. It smelled of bleach and something else, something sour. She flipped it over to the cool side. It didn't help. The new side was just as lumpy. She needed water, or air, or just to move, to prove to her own body that she wasn't trapped in this beige box. After 10 minutes of staring at the red glow of the clock, watching the numbers flip to 11, 34, then 11, 35, she slid out of bed, her feet finding the coarse carpet silently. She felt her way to the bathroom in the dark, not wanting to break the room's fragile equilibrium with a light. She pushed the door until it was almost shut, then flipped the switch. The fluorescent bar above the mirror flickered to life with a harsh buzz, bleaching everything in a sterile, blue-white light. She squinted against it. She ran the tap, cupped cold water to her face, the shock of it sharp on her skin. She drank from her hands, the water tasting faintly of chlorine and metal. She looked at her reflection. Pale, shadows like bruises under her eyes, the fading yellow-green mark on her cheekbone from the mugging a stark contrast against her skin. She looked exhausted. She was exhausted. She turned off the light, plunging herself back into darkness, and waited for her eyes to adjust before opening the door. When she returned, a pale blue glow emanated from Nina's bed. In the faint, directionless light, Katie saw Nina's go bag, a sturdy black tactical duffel, open on the floor beside her bed. It was a jumble of dark clothes spilling out, folded t-shirts, a pair of jeans, socks rolled into tight balls. Neatly packed, then hastily rummaged through, perhaps for the phone charger now plugged in next to Katie's. On top of the pile, having fallen from an interior pocket or been placed there for quick access, was a small orange prescription bottle. The plastic was the distinctive, child-resistant type used for controlled substances. Not the kind for a recent work injury or a short-term antibiotic. The label looked worn, the paper softened at the edges and slightly faded, as if it had been carried in a pocket or a bag for months, maybe years, the ink being slowly rubbed away by friction and time. Something older. A maintenance medication. Katie's gaze lingered for a half-second too long, her mind automatically trying to parse the tiny print from 6 feet away in the dim glow. She caught the shape of a name, Shaw, and the tail end of a dosage instruction, daily as needed. She looked away sharply, her eyes dropping to her own hands, before Nina could feel the weight of her attention and turn her head. She filed the observation away, a cold, clinical note in her mental ledger. Prescription medication. A long-term. Worn label. As needed. This was the third thing she'd filed about Nina in 2 days, following the displaced vase and the layered makeup. They were disparate data points, but they sketched the edges of a profile. A woman maintaining a facade of absolute control, carrying private weight, managing something chronic. It wasn't judgment, it was reconnaissance. In the field, you profiled your partner, too. You needed to know what they were carrying. Did I wake you? Katie whispered, slipping back into her bed, the springs groaning under her weight. The phone light didn't waver. Nina's thumb continued its slow scroll. Wasn't sleeping. Nina's face was lit from below by her phone's screen, casting her features in stark, dramatic shadows that hollowed her cheeks and darkened her eye sockets. She looked like a statue carved from something unforgiving, immobile save for the slight movement of her thumb. Catching up. Larkin's team finished the preliminary canvass of the routes out of Sussex. She paused, her thumb stopping. There's nothing. He's a puff of smoke. No hits on any traffic cameras, toll booths, or private security feeds for 10 miles in any direction from the prison from the time of the escape until noon the next day. Not a single blurry image. Not a glimpse. Katie sat on the edge of her bed, the news landing not as information but as a physical weight on her chest, compressing her lungs. She wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly colder. How is that possible? In this day, with all the cameras, all the doorbells, all the dash cams, a man just vanishes from a maximum security facility into thin air. It isn't possible, Nina's voice was flat, iron certain. She lowered the phone to her stomach, the glow illuminating the ceiling now, painting it a watery blue. He's a man, not a spirit. He has mass. He needs calories. He'll have to eat, sleep, move, interact. He'll surface. She finally turned her head on the pillow, her profile a sharp cutout against the light. He has to. Because he wants something. Men like him always do. The wanting is what makes them visible. It leaves a heat signature. The darkness of the room felt thick and intimate, like a confessional booth. The hum of the AC was a constant drone, a white noise that seemed to amplify the silence between words. There was a history here, a wound Katie had only seen the edges of in case files, and in the brittle tension that corded Nina's neck whenever Campbell's name was mentioned. It was a live wire, and they were both standing in the water. Katie knew she had to touch it. The question had been burning in her since she saw the case file, since she sat across from Tobias in his cell and felt the vacuum of his presence. Nina, she started, her voice quiet, barely above the sound of the air conditioner. She cleared her throat, the sound dry and rasping. Will you tell me about it? The first time. With him. Not the file version. The space between them vibrated with the question. Katie could hear Nina's breathing, a slow, controlled rhythm in, hold out. The phone light did not come back on. The blue glow from the ceiling faded as the screen timed out, plunging them into a deeper, more complete darkness. It took a full minute for Katie's eyes to readjust to the faint ambient light seeping around the curtains. You want the story, Nina said. It wasn't a question. It was an assessment, a weighing of motives. Her voice came from the blackness, neutral. Yes, Katie didn't elaborate. She just waited, pulling her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. The bedspread scratched her chin. The bed springs creaked, a long, complaining sound, as Nina shifted her weight. She didn't sit up. Her voice came from the darkness, detached at first, a clean recitation of facts as if reading from an invisible report held at arm's length. 2001. A late fall. A town called Milford in Nebraska. Farm country. Population 9,000 and falling. We got called about a cluster. Suicides. Women, found in wooded areas around the county, hanged. 4 of them in 18 months. Different ages, different backgrounds. A waitress, a bank teller, a homemaker, a college student home on break. No connection on paper. No shared friends, clubs, gyms. Nothing. Katie held her breaths. She knew the broad strokes from the cold, sanitized pages of the digital case file she'd reviewed. But files didn't have a voice. They didn't have the texture of memory, the smell of the place, the quality of the light. Files were skeletons. This was the flesh. The local theory was some kind of environmental contaminant in the water table, a shared depression. A copycat phenomenon. Small-town gossip that turned into a low-grade panic. People started locking doors they'd never locked before. Then there was a fifth. A high school biology teacher. Well-liked. Married. And this time, there was a security camera on a maintenance shed at the edge of a city park. Grainy black and white. The timestamp put it at 3:17 a.m. Nina paused. The AC unit cycled off with a final shudder, and in the sudden, ringing quiet, Katie could hear the faint, persistent drip of the bathroom faucet she hadn't fully turned off. A plink. A plink. A plink. A metronome marking the seconds. The footage showed two people under a big oak tree, the one with the tire swing. A woman sitting on a picnic bench, her shoulders slumped. And a figure standing beside her, in a long, dark coat and one of those old plague doctor masks, the long bird-like beak. You could see it clearly, even in the grain. They sat and talked. For 12 minutes. It looked calm. Conversational. He'd gesture with a hand. She'd nod. Then the woman stood, moved slowly like she was in a trance. She put the noose, it was just a rope, looked like clothesline, over a thick branch and stepped off the bench. He just watched. He didn't help her. He didn't adjust the rope. He didn't stop her. He watched until she stopped moving, until the twitching stopped. Then he turned and walked out of the frame. Slow. Unhurried. Like he was finishing a stroll. A cold knot tightened in Katie's stomach, a visceral clench of dread that made her press her fist into her abdomen. The clinical description made it worse. The calmness of it. The domesticity of the clothesline. The sheer, terrifying patience of those 12 minutes. That's when we knew it wasn't suicide. It was delivery. We called him the executioner in the case files. The press never got that name. They went with the plague doctor for a while, but it didn't stick. It took 4 years to find his place. 4 years of dead ends and false leads. A tip finally came from a trapper about odd lights deep in some private timberland, a place no one had any reason to go. A shack half buried in a hillside, like something out of a fairy tale. The wrong kind of fairy tale, another pause longer this time. Katie could almost see the memory playing across Nina's eyes in the dark, could hear the change in her breathing, a slight hitch on the inhale. So I went in alone. My partner, Carl, was circling to cover the back in case he bolted. The door was unlocked. It just opened. Katie had read the inventory list. Seeing it now through Nina's memory was a different, more terrible thing. It was no longer a list of evidence. It was a curated museum of death. It was all there. Proof for more murders than anyone wanted to admit. Driver's licenses, student IDs, jewelry in little Ziploc bags labeled with a date and a location. Photographs. Polaroids. Some of the women were alive in them, looking confused, scared. Others were not. Nina's voice remained steady, but it had dropped to a near whisper, each word carefully enunciated. And then shoes. A whole pile of women's shoes, heels and flats and sneakers, just tossed in a corner by a rusty wood stove like they were trash. They weren't arranged. They were dumped. They smelled of mildew and feet, that sour sweet smell of worn leather and sweat. That's what I remember most. That smell mixed with kerosene. He'd already doused the place. I could taste it in the back of my throat, sharp and chemical. Katie's own throat constricted. She swallowed hard, but the dryness remained. She didn't speak, didn't dare break the spell of the memory. He was waiting in the trees just outside. He took me down from behind, a forearm across my windpipe. No warnings. Just pressure and the smell of pine sap and unwashed clothes. Dragged me back outside into the cold air. Told me my backup was too late, that he could hear the car stuck in the mud a quarter mile down the fire road, spinning its wheels. Nina's voice didn't waver, but it grew quieter, forcing Katie to lean forward slightly, straining to hear over the sound of her own heartbeat in her ears. He made me light the match. He had my service weapon. He pressed it to my temple, right here. A rustle of fabric, she was probably touching the spot. The metal was cold. He said, "You brought the fire. You should light it," so I did. I struck the match on the box he held out. My hands were shaking. The flame caught, and I dropped it onto the kerosene-soaked floorboards just inside the door. I had to watch it all burn, every piece of proof I'd just found, every name, every face. The shoes. The whole history of it, going up in black smoke. The heat was incredible. It blew back out the door at us. The image was horrifically vivid. The young agent, on her knees in the dirt, the intense heat of the blaze washing over her face, the cold, insistent circle of the gun barrel against her skin, the roar of the fire consuming the only ledger of the dead. My partner showed up then, finally, crashing through the brush. Took him without a fight. Campbell just dropped the gun into the mud and put his hands behind his head. He just surrendered. Because he knew he'd already won. The fire left nothing but ash and twisted metal and a few melted lumps of plastic. At the trial, the defense said the head injury. He'd pistol-whipped me after I lit the match, split my scalp open, made me imagine the scale of it. That the concussion caused me to see a vast collection where there was just clutter. The hoarder's shack. That no serial killer could have that many victims in the modern age without leaving a trace. That I was an overzealous agent seeing monsters in the dark, building a career on a phantom. A dry, humorless sound escaped her, not quite a laugh. The Bureau sent me to a therapist who suggested the same thing. Gently. That maybe the trauma of the attack had caused me to conflate things. To see a collection where there was just clutter. To need there to be a monster because the alternative, random, senseless violence, was somehow worse. His name, Katie said into the heavy silence that followed, her own voice rough, as if she'd been the one breathing smoke. Tobias Campbell. A name he gave when he was booked at the county jail. Might be real. Might be something he liked the sound of. We never found a single record of his life before that shack. No social security, no taxes, no school records, no military service. No family came forward. No childhood friends. He was a blank page that only wrote in blood. And now he's out. Nina's voice finally gained a current of something hot and fierce beneath the ice. And he's writing again. He's picking up the pen. The guilt rose in Katie's throat then, sharp and acidic, a bile of self-recrimination that made her stomach turn. Her hands, resting on her knees, curled into fists so tight her knuckles ached, her nails biting crescent moons into her palms. The physical pain was a welcome anchor. "This is because of me," she whispered, the words tasting like ash. I poked the bear. I went to his cell, I played his game, I let him get a read on me. I gave him a face to focus on besides yours. I handed him a reason to break out, a new project. My father's file, it was a trigger. I handed him the trigger. The bear was never asleep, Nina cut in, her tone firming, losing its distant quality and becoming present, immediate, a blade being unsheathed in the dark. The bed springs creaked again as she turned onto her side, facing Katie. Katie could feel the intensity of her gaze, even through the blackness. "He's been in his cage, rattling the bars at me for 16 years. Letters. Requests for interviews. That creepy, placid stare during my annual visits to verify he was still breathing. This was always going to happen. The door was always going to open someday. You just turned the key a little sooner." She let that hang for a beat, the truth of it settling in the room like dust. "And listen to me, that's not a bad thing. In his cell, he had rights. Appeals. 3 meals a day. A roof. A routine. Out here," she let the implication hang, a vast and terrible permission. "Out here, he's just a fugitive. A body moving through space that we can stop. And you're with me now. Whatever crap is in the rear view, the second guessing, the guilt trip, the what ifs, it stays there. You look forward. You look at me. We're a unit. That means the mistakes are shared, and the wins are shared, and the target on our backs is shared. Understood." The simple, fierce declaration worked on the knot of anxiety in Katie's chest like a skilled hand, loosening a tight strap. It didn't erase the guilt, but it framed it, contained it as a shared burden rather than a solitary failing. It was tactical, but it was also profoundly human. The exhausting weight of the day, the early flight, the sterile morgue, Sarah Cutler's gutted grief, the dead end at the hospital, the long, silent drive in the dark, finally crashed over her, a wave of leaden fatigue that made her bones feel heavy, her muscles like wet sand. The bed, which had felt like an enemy, now seemed like the only possible sanctuary. She slowly unclenched her fists, feeling the blood rush back into her fingers with a faint, prickling sensation. "Understood," Katie said, her voice thick with fatigue and something else, gratitude maybe. She lay back, the pillow finally accepting the shape of her head. The scratchy bedspread was now just texture, not an irritant. "And same goes. I've got your back. No questions. No hesitation." "I'm counting on it," Nina said, and there was no irony in it, just a stark statement of fact, a contract sealed in the dark. "Now shut your eyes. Tomorrow's a blank page too. We get to write on it first. We get to decide what the story is." In the renewed dark, Katie reached for her phone. She didn't turn on the screen, just felt for it on the nightstand and brought it under the covers with her, cupping her hand around the glow to contain it. The light was blinding in the little tent she made. She texted her roommate, Chloe, her thumbs moving by memory over the smooth glass. "Double-check the deadbolt tonight. All windows. Call if anything feels off. Anything at all." She sent it, then stared at the screen, the letters blurring slightly. She added no explanation. "Just do it. Please." Chloe would be annoyed, might text back a question mark or a grumpy emoji, but she knew the drill. She lived with Katie long enough. She'd do it. She'd get up and check the locks, muttering to herself, but she'd do it. Katie placed the phone back on the nightstand, screen down, the last of the glow dying instantly. She closed her eyes, and this time, the map of red pins in her mind began to blur at the edges, the lines between them softening into the static of near sleep. The last thing she was aware of was the sound of Nina's breathing, steady and even in the dark, a rhythm she decided to match, in and out, breath for breath, until her own breathing deepened, slowed, and consciousness finally, mercifully, slipped away into a dreamless, heavy void. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Harrison Wells filled his glass to the brim, the deep red liquid catching the last of the afternoon light slanting through the bay window. The crystal decanter clinked softly against the rim. Retirement's greatest luxury was the freedom to start drinking before sunset and nobody to judge him for it. He took the first long swallow right there at the wet bar, feeling the familiar, welcome burn in his throat, the immediate warmth spreading through his chest. He poured another inch, not bothering with the coaster, and carried the glass across the Persian rug, his slippers whispering on the dense weave. The worn leather armchair sighed under his weight, a sound of permanent acceptance, the cushions molding around him like a familiar, if indifferent, embrace. The television droned in the corner, a game show with too much laughter and flashing lights. He used the remote, thumbing past channel after channel. A cooking show, a reality program about storage lockers, a rerun of a legal drama. He skipped past the news networks entirely. He'd seen the headlines about the doctor and the nurse on his tablet over breakfast, the stark black text against the white screen. Physician slain in hospital lot, second medical worker found dead. A shiver, unrelated to the room's temperature, passed through him, tightening the skin on his forearms and raising the fine hairs. He was glad to be out of that world, a spectator now from the quiet of his own study. The house, a 4-bedroom colonial on a wooded half-acre, was too big for one man, but the silence was a choice he'd made. The silence meant no one was sick. No one was dying. No one needed him to make a decision that would inevitably be wrong. He took another gulp of wine, as if to wash the taste of those old responsibilities from his mouth. The wine worked quickly on an empty stomach. His head began to nod, the raucous TV audience fading into a distant, tinny buzz. The glass tilted in his hand, a drop of wine threatening to spill onto his khakis. A commercial for a revolutionary mop jolted him awake with its sudden, aggressive jingle. He blinked, disoriented, the empty glass tipping precariously in his loose grip. He fumbled to right it, his fingers clumsy. The clock on the mantel, a heavy brass ship's clock, told him he'd been out for 20 minutes. Too early for bed. The thought of the empty bedroom upstairs, the king-size bed that felt like a tundra, the cold sheets and the vast space where his wife used to sleep, was worse than the stiff neck he'd get from the chair. He heaved himself up, the leather sticking to the back of his shirt with a soft peeling sound, and padded back to the bar. The room tilted gently, the floorboard seeming to shift under his feet. He took another swallow straight from the bottle this time, the liquid courage a tangible heat in his belly, propelling him to his feet. A sudden, primal urge for security seized him, cutting through the wine haze. It wasn't a thought so much as a physical need to check the borders, to walk the perimeter of his kingdom. He moved through the dimming rooms, his slippers whispering on the hardwood. The late afternoon light was failing, casting long, distorted shadows from the furniture. The front door's deadbolt was a heavy, brass schlage. He twisted it, feeling the solid, satisfying thunk of the bolt sliding home into the strike plate. He tested the knob, pushing and pulling, the mechanism firm and unyielding. Secure. He moved through the formal dining room, A museum of unused china gleaming behind glass doors, the long table a vast plain of polished mahogany. He didn't turn on the light, the gloom felt safer. The back door in the kitchen was a modern slider. He checked that the latch was fully engaged, then dragged the metal security bar from its slot in the track. It was heavier than he remembered. He grunted as he lifted it, dropping it into place with a definitive, resonant clang. The sound echoed in the spotless kitchen, startling him. He stood there for a long moment, his palms flat on the cool granite countertop, looking out at the deepening shadows in his backyard. The woods at the property line were a solid wall of black, swallowing the last hints of twilight. He'd always liked the privacy, the sense of being insulated from neighbors. Now it felt like cover. An infinite space for someone to watch from. Annoyed with himself, he turned away, his reflection a pale, blurred ghost in the dark window. The basement door was off the kitchen, a plain white panel. He hated the basement. It smelled of damp concrete and old laundry, a repository for his ex-wife's abandoned craft projects and his own procrastinated intentions. But the exterior door down, there was a potential weakness. An old wooden thing with a simple lock he'd been meaning to replace for years. He couldn't leave it. Not tonight. He flicked the switch. A click, then the bare bulb at the bottom of the stairs cast a sickly yellow light that did little to push back the gloom. The wooden steps groaned under his weight, a chorus of familiar complaints. The air was at least 10 degrees cooler, carrying the scent of earth, mildew, and the faint, sweet tang of forgotten apples from a long-rotted box. The basement was a clutter of storage boxes, labeled in fading marker, an outdated treadmill draped with a sheet like a corpse, and stacks of old medical journals he couldn't bring himself to recycle. The door was in the far corner, behind the hulking, sighing water heater. He picked his way across the concrete floor, his heart beating a little faster in the enclosed, echoing space. His breath plumed faintly in the chill. The door's lock was indeed flimsy, a simple turn button on the knob. He grasped the cold metal, twisted it until it clicked. He tested the door, pushing against it. It held, but the frame felt insubstantial. He looked around for something to brace it. An old wooden ironing board was propped nearby, its padded cover stained and musty. He wedged it under the doorknob, slanting it down to dig into the slight unevenness of the concrete floor. It wouldn't stop a determined kick, but it would make a hell of a noise. Satisfied, he retreated back upstairs, his footsteps hurried now. He locked the basement door behind him, the simple slide bolt a flimsy barrier, and breathed easier in the warm, familiar, wine-scented air of the kitchen. Back on the main floor, he used the half-bath off the hallway, the mundane act a feeble anchor to normalcy. He washed his hands with the almond-scented soap, the water almost too hot, avoiding his own eyes in the mirror. The face that looked back was older than he felt, the lines around his eyes etched deep from decades of squinting at charts and X-rays under fluorescent lights, the jowls softening. He dried his hands on a stiff guest towel, rubbing them until the skin felt tight. In his office, he scanned the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves that covered one wall. Medical textbooks, Harrison's Principles of Internal Medicine, Robin's Pathologic Basis of Disease, stood like solemn, leather-bound sentinels on the upper rows, their spines cracked from use but untouched for years, a monument to a life spent. He crouched, his knees popping in sharp protest, and ran a finger along the lower shelves where the novels lived, disturbing a fine layer of dust. A thriller with a bloody knife on the cover caught his eye, but he pushed it aside with a grimace, his fingertip leaving a streak in the dust. Not tonight. His fingers settled on the spine of a fat historical epic about railroad tycoons. Heavier, distant, and safe. He pulled it free, the weight of it solid and reassuring in his hand. He was straightening up, a low groan escaping his lips as his knees protested, when a thump from the floor below froze him. It wasn't a creak. It wasn't the house settling into its foundation with a sigh. It was a distinct, solid, localized impact, like a heavy box being set down hard. Or a shoulder checking a door that was braced. He held his breath, listening so intently his ears seemed to ring with the strain. The house was silent, a vacuum. Then the refrigerator in the kitchen kicked on with its usual hum and rattle, the sound absurdly loud. His nerves were just shot, he decided. Too much wine on an empty stomach, and the grim news playing on a silent loop in the back of his mind. It was the wind. A branch hitting the side of the house. He'd probably not secured the ironing board properly, and it had fallen over. That was all. It had to be. He took a deliberate, shaky breath, squared his shoulders against the weight of the book, and headed back toward the living room and the comforting, mindless glow of the television. The hallway was darker than it should have been. The usual soft spill of light from the living room lamp, the one with the Tiffany-style stained glass shade, was absent, casting the long space in deep, velvety shadow. Annoyance flared first, hot and familiar, a spark against the cold fear. A bulb must have blown. He hated fiddling with fixtures, always afraid of getting a shock, of fumbling with the tiny screws. He'd have to dig out a spare from the messy garage tomorrow. Muttering under his breath, "Damn thing, always burning out," he felt his way along the wall, his free hand brushing the framed family photos. His daughter's graduation, her smile frozen in time. A sailing trip from another life, the sun bright on water. His bare toe connected hard with the carved leg of a small Chippendale side table. A jolt of white-hot pain shot up his foot. He swore softly, a hissed Christ, and hopped on one leg, the book clutched to his chest. Then his eyes, adjusting to the deeper dark, caught the tiny, steady green LED on the cable box in the living room archway. It glowed like a malevolent emerald in the dark, a pinpoint of impossible energy. His brain, slow with wine and sleep, processed the fact with glacial slowness. If a circuit had tripped or a bulb had blown, that wouldn't be on. The power was fine. Someone had turned off the lamp. The switch was a knob you had to twist. A cold, slick fear began to coat his insides, starting as a hard knot in his gut and spreading outwards like spilled oil. His mouth went dry, his tongue sticking to the roof of his mouth. A cold sweat prickled at his hairline and under his arms. His hand, trembling slightly now, fumbled for the wall switch, his fingers sliding over the smooth plastic plate before finding the toggle. He slapped it up. The overhead hallway fixture bloomed with a harsh, orange light from the old-fashioned bulbs, blinding him for a second, bleaching the color from everything. A man stood between him and the sofa, just inside the living room. Dressed in dark, nondescript clothing, a charcoal hoodie, black jeans. A hood was pulled low over his face, casting it in shadow. He was just standing there, perfectly still, hands at his sides, as if he'd been waiting. As if he were part of the furniture, a new, terrible piece he'd somehow missed. Wells's book thudded to the carpet, the sound absurdly loud in the stunned silence. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic, caged bird. "What the hell?" His voice came out a dry croak, barely audible. He cleared his throat, forced authority into it, the tone he'd used on interns. It was louder than he intended, a desperate bluff that echoed in the high ceiling. "Who are you? Get out of my house. Now." The figure didn't move a muscle. He didn't startle, didn't shift his weight. He just stood, a statue of impending violence, his stillness more threatening than any advance. "It's time," the man said. His voice was oddly reedy, almost nasal but utterly devoid of emotion. No anger, no excitement. It was a flat statement of fact, like announcing the hour. One hand emerged slowly from his jacket pocket. It held a long, stainless steel knife with a serrated edge near the hilt. The blade caught the harsh hallway light, and Wells saw dark, flaky stains marring the steel near the handle. They weren't rust. The pattern was spattered, organic. The recent headlines exploded in Wells's mind with terrifying, crystalline clarity. The doctor in the parking lot. The nurse in her car. Strangled. Stabbed. Targeting medical staff. He's killing medical staff. The thought was ice water in his veins, freezing him from the inside. He wasn't practicing, but he was still on the state rolls, still held his license in a frame on the wall, still a doctor. The man with the knife knew it. He was here for the title, not the man. Flight was his only option. The front door was behind the intruder, the back door through the kitchen and also past him. The staircase to his right led upstairs to a dead end, to bedrooms and baths. But it was the only direction not blocked by that still, dark form. He spun, his body moving before his mind had fully commanded it, a surge of adrenaline burning through the wine fog. The intruder was faster, a shadow detaching itself from the furniture with terrifying speed and silence. There was no shout, no heavy footfall, just a swift, liquid motion. Wells scrambled up the first 2 carpeted steps, a pathetic, graceless climb, his slippers slipping on the nap. He grabbed for the banister, his fingers closing on smooth wood. Then a hand, iron-strong and cold, grabbed his ankle just above the slipper. The grip was absolute, crushing. It yanked backward with brutal, efficient force. Wells fell. There was no time to put his hands out, to twist, to protect himself. His back hit the sharp, carved edge of a wooden stair with a sickening crack that drove the air from his lungs in a single, agonized whoosh. White stars burst and swam behind his eyes. He lay sprawled on the stairs, his neck bent at a painful angle, gasping like a fish on a dock, unable to draw a full breath. Each attempt was a shallow, hiccuping rasp that brought no relief. He looked up, his vision swimming, the orange light from the hallway haloed and blurred. The hood had fallen back slightly with the movement. Wells saw a young man's face, pale and clean-shaven. The features were unremarkable. A straight nose, thin lips, a strong jaw, but the eyes held a flat, empty focus. There was no anger, no hatred, no recognition of Wells as a human being. Just intent. The look of a technician about to perform a routine procedure, a mechanic assessing a task. The young man's expression didn't change as he looked down at his work. Wells tried to kick out with his free leg, a weak, spasmodic thrash that connected with nothing but air. He tried to shout, to scream for help that would never come, but all that emerged was a pained, wet wheeze. The young man didn't even flinch. He showed no reaction to the struggle. He simply raised the knife, his movement economical, his gaze dropping to Wells's torso, measuring. Then the white-hot agony erupted in his abdomen. It wasn't a sharp pain at first. It was a profound, shocking pressure, a deep, invasive cold that seemed to radiate from his core. Wells looked down, his head lolling to the side. The knife's black, textured handle protruded from the soft flesh just below his ribcage, a grotesque new appendage. He stared at it, disbelieving. It looked like a prop, something that didn't belong there amidst the plaid pattern of his shirt. He expected to feel the handle with his fingers, to pull it out, but his arms were leaden, refusing to obey. A warmth, immediate and intense, flooded the area, soaking the fabric, sticking it to his skin. His strength vanished, pouring out of him along with that warmth, a terrifying sense of emptying. It felt hot, then instantly cold as the air hit the wet stain, spreading rapidly across his shirt. A strange, wet gurgle came from his throat, a sound he'd heard in hospital rooms but never from himself. His fingers, independent of his will, scrabbled weakly at the smooth, turned wood of the banister spindle, seeking purchase, a final anchor. They found none and fell away, limp. The world grayed at the edges, sound becoming muffled and distant as if he were sinking into deep water. The hum of the refrigerator was a roar, then faded to a whisper. The orange light from the hallway fixture began to tunnel, narrowing his vision to a pinhole focused on the ceiling's textured plaster. Darkness pulled at him, a heavy, welcoming tide that promised an end to the cold and the shocking, blossoming pain. He was so cold, a deep marrow chill that made his teeth want to chatter, though his jaw was slack. In one last, fleeting moment of clarity, as his sight tunneled to a single point of light that was rapidly dimming, he saw the intruder lean close. The man's face filled his dying vision, but the man wasn't looking at him anymore. There was no final glance of triumph or pity. His work was done. He was holding something up to the light, examining it with the satisfied scrutiny of a collector, inspecting a rare find. He turned it this way and that, the orange glow catching its surface. It was a tube. A vivid, arterial red medical catheter, its plastic gleaming, one end flared. It had come from the pocket of the dark jacket. It hadn't been used on Wells. It was a trophy. A receipt from a previous transaction. The meaning crashed into Wells's fading consciousness. A series, a collection, a pattern he was now a part of. Harrison Wells understood nothing of the why, and everything about the final, irrevocable what. Then the darkness was complete, and it was not peaceful. It was the end of all light, all sound, all thought. It was simply and finally off. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Katie jolted awake, the phantom sensation of a blade plunging into Nina's chest still vibrating in her hands. She lay rigid, sheets tangled in a damp knot around her legs. The motel room's stale air, thick with the smell of old carpet shampoo and the faint, sweet decay of potpourri from a wall dispenser, clogged her lungs. Orange streetlight bled through the cheap, thin curtains, painting shifting, skeletal shapes on the textured wallpaper. It took 3 full, deliberate breaths, in through the nose, out through the mouth, to separate the nightmare's visceral violence from the quiet, pre-dawn reality. The image of Nina slumping, the wet shock in her eyes, receded like a tide, leaving behind only the hum of the HVAC unit and the distant, lonely sound of a truck braking on the highway. Nina's steady, even breathing came from the other bed, a metronome of life in the dark. Just a dream. A stupid, stress-born dream. The executioner wasn't here. He was a ghost in files and crime scene photos, not in this room with its bolted-down television and landscape prints screwed to the wall. She fumbled for her phone on the nightstand, her fingers clumsy with sleep. The screen's sudden light was a physical assault. 6:30 a.m. 3 missed calls, all from the same blocked number, the last one just 20 minutes ago. Not Mark's usual method, he favored a barrage of texts, a tactic of attrition. A cold trickle, unrelated to the dream, traced her spine. She stared at the screen for a long moment, the blocked digits feeling like eyes in the dark, then set it face down on the laminate wood with a decisive click. Whatever it was, whatever he wanted, it could wait until she had coffee. Until she could assemble her face. From the bathroom came the sound of water hitting plastic, then the metallic squeak of a shower curtain ring sliding. Katie hadn't even heard Nina get up. She pushed back the covers and sat on the edge of the bed, the springs groaning. The carpet was rough, synthetic, and cold under her bare feet. She worked the stiffness from her neck, rolling her shoulders back until a vertebra popped softly. The room was a study in beige and brown inertia. A laminated notice on the desk warned of fees for smoking. The air conditioner exhaled a stale, recycled breath. The bathroom door opened, releasing a cloud of steam that carried the sharp, generic scent of motel soap. Nina emerged, fully dressed in dark jeans and a black sweater, her hair damp and slicked back from her face. The bathroom light haloed her, and Katie could see the fine droplets of moisture still clinging to the collar of her shirt. She held a white motel towel in one hand, using it to dab at the back of her neck. "Ford, you alive over there?" Katie's head snapped up. "Barely," she said, her voice gravelly with sleep. As she cleared her throat. "You're an early ghost. What time did you get up?" "5," Nina said, dropping the towel onto the back of a chair where it landed with a damp slap. She didn't look tired. She looked wired, her eyes scanning the room as if checking its perimeter. Motel rooms have that effect. They make you want to flee at dawn. It's the silence. It's not peaceful, it's waiting. She eyed Katie, her gaze clinical, moving from her sleep-tousled hair to the tense set of her shoulders. "And you sleep. Or just thrash around impersonating a turbine." "Enough. You don't snore. A point in your favor." A faint, almost imperceptible twitch at the corner of Nina's mouth. It wasn't a smile. It was a brief crack in the armor. "You talk in your sleep." Something about a mask. Muffled. Couldn't make it out. Katie ignored the comment, the dream memory of a featureless white surface flashing behind her eyes. She stood, her knees protesting, and padded to the small counter where the coffee maker sat. She lifted the glass carafe, it was bone dry. "Of course," she muttered. "What's the plan?" Beyond escaping this palace and finding caffeine intravenously. "Food," Nina said, turning to zip her go bag shut with a sound like a knife being drawn. "A grease. Something that tastes like a heart attack. There's a diner 2 blocks down," the clerk mentioned. "Then we hit the precinct and tear those victim files apart again. Larkin's team will have finished the initial evidence catalog from Cutler's scene. I want to see the full inventory." She paused, looking at the muted gray light seeping around the edges of the curtains. Her jaw worked slightly, a muscle flickering. "I've got a feeling we're missing a thread. Something that doesn't belong in the pattern. A loose end we brushed past." "The tube," Katie said, walking to her own bag and unzipping it. She pulled out a clean t-shirt, the fabric cold. "It's the thing that doesn't belong. Everything else is blunt. It's manual. Personal. Hands on skin. The tube is specific. Surgical. It's a statement." "It's a prop," Nina corrected, but her tone was considering, not dismissive. She leaned against the wall, crossing her arms. The gesture pulled her sweater tight across her shoulders. "It means something to him. We find what it means, we find his compass." "His why?" She pushed off the wall and walked to the small table, picking up her room key card, a flimsy rectangle of plastic. 10 minutes. I want to be the first ones in that diner booth. I want coffee that's been brewing since last night and a waitress who calls us hun, normalcy. A 5-minute dose before we dive back into the sewer. Before Katie could agree, a sharp electronic buzz cut the air, harsh and insistent in the muffled room. Not her phone, hers was silent face down. This was a lower, more aggressive vibration, a sound that seemed to chew at the quiet. Nina's head turned toward her go-bag, which sat on the floor by her bed like a patient animal. She crossed the room in 2 strides, her movements suddenly devoid of all casualness. She knelt, unzipping the main compartment with a quick, sharp rip of the pull tab. Katie watched her dig past neatly folded clothing, a leather case holding her service weapon, a compact first aid kit, a paperback with a cracked spine. Nina's movements were efficient, unruffled, but there was a new tension in the line of her shoulders, a tightening of the tendons in her neck. She pulled out her FBI-issued phone, a black slab that buzzed again in her palm like an angry insect trapped against glass. She frowned at the screen, the glow lighting her face from below, carving shadows under her cheekbones. A blocked number. At this hour, her voice was a low murmur, more to herself than to Katie. Her thumb hovered for a half-second over the screen, a fraction of hesitation that spoke of bad news received too early, too often, then swiped to answer. She brought the phone to her ear. Shaw, her voice was clipped, stripped of all early morning roughness, pure professional bandwidth. Katie, halfway to the bathroom with her clothes, stopped and turned. She held the t-shirt in both hands, the fabric clenched. She watched the change happen in real time. It was like watching a sheet of ice form over turbulent water. The early morning irritation, the slight pinch between her brows, the tight set of her mouth, drained from Nina's face, replaced by a flat, focused intensity. Her free hand came up, not quite a fist, the fingers pressing hard against her thigh, as if steadying herself against a physical force. Her eyes, fixed on a scuff mark on the carpet, narrowed slightly as she listened. The only sound was the tinny, indistinct leak of a voice from the phone's earpiece. Then Nina's eyes shifted, finding Katie's across the dim room. In that look was the only briefing necessary. The quiet was over. The hunt was back on. It was a cold, clear signal that bypassed words, a current that snapped the space between them taut. Katie felt her own breath shorten in response, her body recognizing the shift before her mind could articulate it. Understood, Nina said into the phone, her voice low and even, a controlled monotone. Give us the address. She listened, her gaze still locked with Katie's, transmitting information through sheer force of will. Katie saw her jaw tighten minutely. Nina gave a single, sharp nod, a blade-like dip of her chin. On our way, she ended the call without ceremony, her thumb jabbing the screen. She tossed the phone back into the open go-bag, as if discarding a piece of contaminated evidence. Katie was already moving, the dream's lethargy incinerated by that look. She dropped the t-shirt on her bed and grabbed her jacket from the back of the chair, the leather cool and supple in her hands. Where? She asked, shoving her arms into the sleeves. The lining whispered against her skin. Nina was zipping the bag, her movements faster now, a controlled urgency. The zipper's sound was loud in the silent room. Harrison Wells, retired anesthesiologist. Lives lived in Princeton Junction. Victim's residence. Sometime overnight. Larkin's people are on scene, but it's ours. She slung the bag over her shoulder and grabbed her own jacket, a dark windbreaker. The scene's fresh. Maybe an hour or two old. A neighbor walking a dog saw the front door ajar, called it in. The name meant nothing yet, just another entry on a growing list. But the location, a residence, a home, a private space violated, and the timing, overnight while they slept in the stale room while she dreamed of knives, sent a different kind of chill through Katie. It was a chill of proximity, of a predator moving on a parallel track, close enough to feel the displacement of air. The killer wasn't waiting. He was moving, working while the world was dark and soft and trusting. The idea of breakfast, of grease and coffee and a moment to clear the cobwebs, vanished, replaced by the familiar, metallic taste of copper and adrenaline at the back of her throat. Her stomach clenched, empty and sour. "Wells," Katie repeated, pulling on her boots without sitting, hopping on one foot to maintain balance. Connected. Don't know yet. Larkin just has the name, and the fact it looks like our guy. The tube, Nina's voice was tight. She checked her weapon in its holster with a practiced touch, a quick press of her fingers against the grip, then the spare magazine. A final ritual. We'll know when we get there. The diner's out. We'll grab drive-through. If we're lucky. Katie finished with her boots, grabbed her go bag, and did her own weapon check, the weight of the pistol a cold comfort against her ribs. She snatched her phone from the nightstand, the screen still dark. The blocked calls could wait. Everything could wait. The day had begun not with dawn, but with a phone call in a dark room. It had begun with a body, and the silent, rushing drive toward it. Nina was already at the door, holding it open, a slice of the pale, empty hallway visible behind her. The hum of the HVAC followed them out, a sound that already felt like a memory from a different, quieter life. They left the room without looking back, the door clicking shut on the unmade beds and the lingering ghost of a bad dream. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The air in the house tasted of dust and stale solitude, the specific flavor of a life lived alone and then abruptly vacated. Nina Shaw took it in, her eyes cataloging the neglect with a forensic detachment that was her only shield against the intimacy of the violence. A fine, gray film coated the surface of a console table by the door. The Berber carpet in the foyer showed faint, ghostly tracks from infrequent vacuuming, the fibers matted in high-traffic paths from the front door to the staircase, and off toward what she presumed was a kitchen. A single, dusty umbrella stood in a brass stand. A bachelor's domain, maintained just enough to function, and now his tomb. Harrison Wells lay sprawled across the bottom, 3 steps of his staircase, a dark island in a spreading maroon lake that was still tacky at the edges, drying to a dull crust nearer the body. The focal point wasn't just the savage, gaping tear in his abdomen, a horizontal slice that parted fabric and flesh with clinical brutality, but the plastic tube, a lurid, arterial red that had been shoved into the wound like a grotesque plug. It protruded at a slight upward angle, a deliberate, obscene flourish. Harrison Wells, Chief Ira, Larkin said from behind them, his voice a low rumble in the hushed space. He consulted a small, leather-bound notebook, flipping a page with a thick finger. He was a big man who filled the narrow hallway, his presence somehow making the scene feel even more claustrophobic. The fabric of his uniform shirt strained across his shoulders as he shifted his weight. And 62. Retired neurologist. Worked locum tenens gigs all over the state after he left his full-time practice. Kept his hand in. Another doctor, Katie Ford stated, the connection now a steel cable linking the crimes, each link a cold, hard fact. Paula Strickland, hospital administrator. Dr. Alan Cutler, physician. Now Harrison Wells, another physician. She could feel the shape of it hardening in her chest. It's a crusade. It's targeted. Retired from even the locum work last year, Larkin added with a grim shrug. He let out a slow breath that smelled of coffee and mint gum. "Neighbor called it in this morning," said the old man was a creature of habit. Trash cans on the curb every Wednesday morning like clockwork. When they weren't there by 10 a.m., she knew. Came over, knocked. No answer. Peeked through the sidelight and saw a well. He gestured with his notebook toward the stairs, his lips pressing into a thin, pale line. My guys had to take the door. A frame splintered. Deadbolt was thrown from the inside. Katie moved closer, her shoes whispering on the carpet, careful to avoid the designated walkway marked by the CSU text with plastic treads. Her face tightened as she studied the scene, her eyes moving from the body to the walls, to the ceiling, taking in the full theater of it. She noted the way the blood had seeped into the carpet pile, darkening the beige fibers in a perfect, expanding oval. He didn't just kill him here. He moved in. Took his time. She gestured to the confined space of the hall and stairs, a boxy, windowless area sealed off from the rest of the house by a door to the living room that stood slightly ajar. This wasn't a grab-and-go. This was private. Personal. He had control. She turned her head, meeting Nina's gaze. He wanted to enjoy it. Nina followed the arterial spray patterns with her gaze, reading the story in the rust-brown constellations across the beige wallpapered wall and the wooden balusters. The violence had erupted right here, a contained frenzy. The highest spray reached about 5 feet, indicating a standing victim, the heart still pumping under pressure. She could almost hear the wet, percussive sound of the first strike. Family? She asked, her voice flat, a professional monotone she used to keep the horror at a measurable distance. Larkin folded his arms, the notebook pressed against his chest. Divorced. 15 years back. 2 kids, both grown, live out of state, Colorado and Oregon. We've notified them. He glanced back toward the broken front door, where daylight framed the shape of an officer standing guard. Front door was locked tight, dead-bolted from the inside when we got here. Back door was also locked. All windows latched. No sign of a break-in, no pry marks, no shattered glass. Like he invited the guy in for a beer. Kneeling, Nina pulled a pair of nitrile gloves from her pocket, the snap of the latex loud in the quiet. She examined the body, her mind switching to the cold ledger of forensics. Harrison Wells wore khaki pants and a pale blue polo shirt, now dark and stiff across the chest and abdomen. One precise, deep puncture just left of the sternum, between the 3rd and 4th ribs. A killing blow, likely the first. The abdominal laceration was messier, a deep, tearing wound that had eviscerated him. The red catheter, their killer's new, chilling flourish, was jammed into the laceration with such force the plastic had cracked slightly where it met the skin. She looked at his hands, turning them gently. The skin was cool, waxy. No defensive wounds on the knuckles or palms. No bruising or abrasions around the neck. He didn't strangle him first this time, she observed, her words measured. She looked up at Katie. No rehearsal. No prolonged control. Just stabbed him in the heart, and then maybe this. She pointed to the abdominal wound with a gloved finger. And waited. He watched the life leave him, Katie said, her voice low, almost a murmur. She was looking at Wells's face, frozen in a rictus of shock, his eyes half open, clouded. The muscles of his jaw were locked tight. He made sure. He stayed to see it happen. The tube isn't just a signature here. It's part of the act. He used it on him. He's evolving, Nina muttered, standing up. She peeled off the gloves, the inside damp with a faint, clammy sweat. She felt a familiar, cold frustration seeping into her bones, chilling her from the inside out. The victimology was a scatter plot with no clear regression line. A young nurse administrator, a middle-aged hospital physician, now a retired specialist. The methods shifted: strangulation with a tube inserted post-mortem, now a tube used as part of the fatal violence itself. Only the signature, the red medical-grade tubing, and the white-hot, focused rage against the medical world held them together. It felt both glaringly obvious and frustratingly vague. Or he's adapting to circumstance. Cutler was in a parking lot. He needed speed control. Here, in a private home, he had leisure. They moved through the rest of the ground floor, a brief, somber tour. The living room was dominated by a large television and a worn leather recliner angled toward it, a side table holding a remote, a TV guide, and a single, empty highball glass with a faint amber residue at the bottom. Bookshelves held medical textbooks with cracked spines and popular thrillers. There was a model of the human brain, the kind used for teaching, sitting on a shelf like a macabre trophy, its hemispheres separated. The kitchen was clean but outdated, the avocado green refrigerator humming loudly. Inside held condiments, a half-eaten rotisserie chicken in a plastic container, and several bottles of cheap white wine, one uncorked and 3/4 empty. The domestic normalcy of it all was a stark, screaming contrast to the horror in the foyer. A dish towel was folded neatly over the oven handle. A single coffee mug sat upside down on a drying rack. Outside, the day was overcast, a flat gray light that did nothing to lift the mood. The front walk was cracked, lined with overgrown boxwoods that brushed against their legs as they passed. Yellow police tape fluttered between two stakes on the lawn, a garish perimeter. A few neighbors stood in clumps on the opposite sidewalk, their faces a mix of morbid curiosity and genuine fear. The air smelled of damp earth from a recent watering, and the distant, greasy scent of fast food from a strip mall a block over. They found the neighbor on the front walk, a tiny woman wrapped in a lavender cardigan despite the mild temperature, her hands knotted together as if in constant prayer. Her name was Willa Jenkins, and she looked every one of her 70-odd years, her face a roadmap of wrinkles pulled tight with anxiety. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she kept dabbing at them with a crumpled tissue. "I heard a yell," she said, her eyes wide and wet, blinking rapidly. She spoke to Nina's chin, as if unable to meet her eyes directly. "Last night. Around 9, maybe a touch after. It was short. Sharp. I thought it was his television." Harrison was a bit hard of hearing, had the volume up too high sometimes. She twisted the tissue in her fingers. "He was so regular. Fishing on Tuesdays. Groceries on Fridays. Took his trash out Tuesday night for Wednesday pickup. Quiet as a church mouse since his wife left. Kept to himself, but he'd wave from the porch. He was a good man." "Did you see anyone? Any cars that didn't belong on the street last night or even the past few days?" Katie asked, her tone gentle, leaning slightly to come into Willa's downcast line of sight. She kept her hands in her pockets, making herself smaller, less official. Willa's gaze drifted to the side, her brow furrowing in concentration. Nothing. I look, you know. I always look. Harold, that's my late husband. He said I was nosy, but it's just being a good neighbor. But there was nothing. No strange cars. No vans. No one walking who shouldn't be. Her chin began to tremble, a fine, brittle vibration. She wrapped the cardigan tighter around her thin frame. He didn't have an enemy in the world. Who would do such a thing? To such a quiet man. He brought in my groceries when my sciatica was bad. An officer, a young patrolman with a kind face, stepped forward. Ma'am, let's get you back home. You've had a shock. He put a light hand on her elbow. Willa resisted for a moment, her feet seeming to root to the pavement, her eyes darting back to the broken front door of Harrison Wells's house. It was a look of profound loss, not just for the man, but for the shattered illusion of safety on her quiet street. Her lower lip quivered. Then she allowed herself to be led, shuffling slowly across the lawn toward her own identical colonial, her lavender-clad shoulders hunched against a world that had just proven itself vicious and random. After the officer led the weeping woman away, Nina and Katie retreated into the grim, buzzing silence of the foyer. The CSU techs worked with quiet efficiency, the flash of a camera punctuating the low murmur of their voices. The smell of blood and dust was now underscored by the sharp, chemical scent of fingerprint powder. Katie's complexion was ashen, a greenish pallor beneath her tan. She could feel a faint, cold sweat at the small of her back. She leaned a shoulder against the wall, away from the plastic walkway, and took a slow, deliberate breath through her mouth, trying to bypass the coppery scent in the air. "What aren't we seeing, Nina?" she asked, her eyes fixed on the red tube protruding from Harrison Wells's abdomen. It seemed to pulse with a malevolent significance in the static room. He gets in without a break-in. He kills a man who likely let him in. He takes his time. He leaves his calling card. But there's no connection to the others. No trial. No retreat photo. Just medicine. Nina leaned her head back against the wall, closing her eyes for a second. The cool plaster was a minor relief. Behind her eyelids, she saw not darkness, but a chaotic swirl of images. The photo of Paula Strickland in her car, the sterile parking lot where Alan Cutler died, the terrified eyes of Sarah Cutler, the smug, empty alibi of Trevor Walsh. She opened her eyes, the images replaced by the stark reality of the hallway. "Everything's static," she said, her voice low and strained. She rubbed at her temple with her fingertips. "White noise. I can't get a clear signal. Every time I try to focus on this," she opened her eyes and gestured at the body, her hand cutting through the air, "the frequency scrambles. It's like she didn't finish, letting the sentence hang, but the name was a toxic vapor in the space between them. Tobias Campbell. His escape was more than an operational failure. It was a toxin in their bloodstream, a cognitive poison that clouded every deduction, made every shadow a potential hiding place for his particular brand of evil. Was this his work? A copycat? An unrelated spree that just happened to mirror their worst fears? The not knowing was a constant, grinding pressure behind her eyes. We're looking for one monster, and seeing his face in every shadow. It's compromising our judgment. There's a thread, Katie insisted, her gaze distant, analytical, looking not at the body, but at the pattern of blood on the wall as if it were a diagram. She pushed off the wall and took a step closer to the staircase, her hands on her hips. I can feel it. It's thin, but it's here. I just need to pull it, and the whole thing will unravel. It's in the details we're dismissing as coincidence. The simmering impotence, the sleepless nights, the ghost of Campbell's laugh in her memory, it all boiled over. The pressure reached a critical point, a tightness in her chest that made it hard to draw a full breath. With a sharp, guttural sound of frustration that was half groan, half curse, Nina's fist struck the wall beside her. The impact was a solid, sickening thwack that reverberated up her arm to her shoulder. A nearby tech photographing the staircase jumped, his camera flash going off in surprise. A fine spiderweb crack appeared in the plaster, and the skin over Nina's knuckles split. A bright, immediate sting that bloomed into a hot throb. She didn't look at it, just let her hand fall to her side, the pain a clean, clarifying counterpoint to the messy anguish in her head. A single drop of blood fell to the dusty carpet. It's him. He's in my head. I can't think. Every lead is a dead end. Every connection is a coincidence. He's laughing at us from wherever he is, Katie. And we're standing here in another dead man's house, adding another piece to a puzzle that doesn't fit together. We might get prints here, Katie said, trying to steer them back to the solid ground of procedure, her eyes flicking to Nina's bleeding hand and then away, tactfully ignoring the outburst. She kept her voice level practical. Something he touched. Or something in Wells's past, a patient, a lawsuit that ties him to the others. We need to go through his records, his computer. There has to be a digital footprint, an appointment book, something. You think a guy this careful, who takes all the time in the world to do this? Nina shot back, her voice rising as she gestured violently at the scene, her injured hand leaving a faint red smear in the air, left us a gift. A nice, clear thumbprint on the banister. She shook her head, a sharp, dismissive motion. She pointed a trembling finger at a framed photo on a small side table by the stairs, the only personal touch in the sterile foyer. It showed a younger, smiling Harrison Wells with two teenagers, a boy and a girl, at what looked like a beach, all of them squinting in the sun. And the photo from the first victim's wife. The staff retreat. And check it. Now. Just confirm it for me. Katie pulled out her phone, swiped and tapped with practiced efficiency. She pulled up the image Sarah Cutler had shown them, the group photo of the hospital staff at a mountain lodge. She zoomed in, her thumb moving slowly across the screen, scanning each face in the rows of smiling medical professionals. She went row by row, left to right, her focus absolute. Her shoulders slumped slightly, a small deflation of hope. She let out a soft sigh. Wells isn't in it. I've checked this photo a dozen times. It's just Cutler and Strickland together. Their connection is the trial. Wells, he's not there. He never worked at that hospital. It's a coincidence. He's a doctor, they worked in medicine, that's the link. She looked up, her expression grim. A broad, hate-filled link that could apply to 10,000 people in this state alone. Fantastic. Nina's laugh was short and bitter, devoid of any humor. It was a dry, cracking sound. So our unsub could literally be anyone with a grudge and a scalpel. A disgruntled patient. A fired orderly. A malpractice lawyer who lost a big case. That narrows it down to half the damn state. Her voice was edged with a fatigue that went beyond sleep deprivation. It was a soul-deep weariness, the kind that made bones feel heavy and light seem too bright. She pressed the heel of her uninjured hand against her closed eyelid, seeing sparks. Katie stepped closer, into Nina's space, and put a firm hand on her forearm. The contact was unexpected, a jolt of warmth through the fabric of Nina's jacket. Getting angry just burns fuel we don't have. You've told me that 100 times. You drilled it into me during the Harper case. Emotion is data, Ford. Don't let it become the engine. Katie's grip tightened slightly. This, she said, her gaze dropping to Nina's injured knuckles, then back to her eyes, holding them, is letting it become the engine. And the engine is about to blow. We can't afford that. Not here. Not now. Nina stared at her partner's hand, then at her face. The younger woman's expression wasn't one of pity or reprimand, but of stubborn, pragmatic concern. She saw the dark circles under Katie's eyes, mirroring her own, the tension in her jaw that spoke of clenched teeth. Katie was running on fumes too, but she was still trying to build a fire with the wet wood they'd been given. The desire for a double bourbon, neat, was a physical ache in Nina's throat, a craving for the swift, blanketing numbness only alcohol could provide. It was a familiar ghost, and she wrestled it down, locking it back in its box with a force of will that left her trembling slightly in the aftermath. She pushed off the wall, the movement stiff, as if her joints had rusted. "So I'm done here. Let's find a bar. The quiet one. We need to talk this out somewhere that doesn't smell like death and fingerprint powder. Somewhere we can breathe." "It's not even 8 in the morning," Katie countered, her jaw set in a line of pure determination. She didn't release Nina's arm. "We don't need a drink. We need a whiteboard, markers, and quiet. Somewhere we can lay it all out, side by side, without someone bagging evidence next to us." She glanced at Chief Larkin, who was watching them from the kitchen doorway with a guarded expression. "Let's go to the precinct. Use their conference room. Larkin will give us space. We need to look at this from a distance." "And do what, Katie?" The exhaustion made her words sound hollow, devoid of real challenge. "Stare at the same photos we've been staring at for days. Draw the same circles and lines that go nowhere. I've been doing that in my head for 72 hours. It's a maze with no exit." I'm assembling something," Katie said, her voice dropping, becoming more intense, almost confidential. Her eyes held a spark that hadn't been there moments before, a kind of focused ignition. She finally let go of Nina's arm and tapped her own temple. "It's in my head. It's pieces. Things people said. Things we saw. The tubes aren't just a signature. They're a message. It's the red. It's not random. It's specific. And the victims, their link isn't just medicine, it's more specific. I can feel it like a word on the tip of my tongue." She shook her head, frustrated with her own inability to articulate it. "I need to see it all on a wall to prove it to myself and to you. I need to move the pieces around physically." Please." Nina studied her. This wasn't the desperate grasping of a rookie out of her depth. This was the dogged, analytical persistence that had made Katie valuable, even when it was irritating. It was the same quality that had her rereading files until the words blurred, that had her questioning witness statements others would accept at face value. She was building a case, brick by mental brick, and she was asking Nina to step back and look at the emerging structure, to be a second set of eyes on the blueprint. "It better be good, Ford," Nina said finally, the fight draining out of her, replaced by a leaden acceptance. She pulled her arm gently from Katie's grip and flexed her injured hand, watching the blood well along the split knuckles. The sting was a grounding anchor. "I'm running on empty. I've got nothing left in the tank for wild goose chases or theoretical profiles. If this is another dead end, I'm calling Vance and recommending we hand this to behavioral analysis. Let Quantico's eggheads spin their wheels." "Just trust me," Katie said, her eyes finally meeting Nina's with a spark of conviction that was almost fierce. She didn't smile. It wasn't a request for blind faith, it was a statement of capability. "For an hour. Give me a whiteboard and your brain before the fatigue wins." Just 1 hour of clean, quiet focus. She paused, choosing her words. "I think the key has been sitting in front of us since the first body. We've been looking at the lock, not the key." The metaphor landed with a quiet thud. Nina gave a single, slow nod, feeling the weight of her own skull. She took one last look at Harrison Wells, at the red tube that seemed to mock them from his mortal wound. The key. What key? A physical key. A conceptual one. Katie's certainty, fragile as it might be, was the only current in the stagnant room. It was a direction, and any direction was better than the paralyzing stasis. Okay, Nina said, the word a surrender and a commitment. She turned her back on the body, a deliberate act. The precinct. 1 hour, she started walking toward the shattered front door, her steps heavy on the plastic treads. She called over her shoulder, her voice already regaining some of its flat, professional timbre. Then we reevaluate everything, including our sanity. She stepped out into the flat gray light of the morning, the cool air a shock after the closed-in warmth of the house. She didn't look back, hearing Katie's footsteps close behind her, the sound of her partner already pulling out her notebook, the pages rustling, her mind clearly racing ahead to the blank white wall where she hoped to make sense of the senseless.